Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live for day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship top of the table Division 2 clash between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. A very sunny Trent Bridge at the moment, but that cloud does sometimes come over this morning and it does get a little bit chilly if I'm honest. But Middlesex will start the day in the middle on 106 for 4. That is after Notts put on 551 for 8, and that's when the captain Steve Mullaney declared. So they currently trail by 445 runs. Now, there was a big wicket last night of Mark Stoneman. Liam Patterson-White took that wicket with just 2 overs left in the day. But let me just remind you of all the action from day 2, and that will be with the highlights.
Notts tighten their grip with James 155. In the Division 2 table, Nottinghamshire and Middlesex are separated by just a few points in first and second respectively, but the top side, led by Hasib Hamid's 101, dominated their visitors, putting on 378 for the loss of just 4 wickets. Lyndon James unbeaten on 90 and Mullaney going well on 79 when they returned to Trent Bridge for the second day of play. Rain delayed the start until after lunch, and Middlesex struck in the first over. Mullaney left. Murtagh said thank you very much as the off-stump cartwheeled away. Lyndon James was looking for his 100, but had to be patient. Conditions not quite as conducive now with moisture in the air, but with 4 off Murtagh, he moved to his century, up to the mark of 169 balls. Notts were closing in on 400 now. Tom Moores took them to that mark, hands flashing at Murtagh, 4 runs added. But that was about all he would muster, out caught behind soon after. Patterson-White joined James and Middlesex couldn't capitalise on their momentum. The two settled in together, moving the score past 450 and playing their way to a 50-run partnership of 80 balls, which went from strength to strength. James batting with freedom, Middlesex with no answer. And with a flat 6 off Holman, he went to 150. Uncharted waters for the 23-year-old all-rounder. Holman finally had a reply. James outcaught by Helm, out for 155, a magnificent innings recognised by his opponents as he walked off the field of play. Pattinson's first contribution was to take the total to 500, with a couple down to fine leg, and the score was 516 for 7 at tea. Notts' grip on the game tightened after another fine session for the hosts. Notts emerged with a clear goal, shown by Pattinson's aggressive approach. It took Patterson-White to his 50, making room for himself. Helm slapped for 4. The 8th wicket stand was worth 50 off 44 when Pattinson sent another huge 6 soaring over the leg side to bring up 550. Patterson-White was looking for another big shot to Holman, but only picked out Stoneman. Mullaney took that as his cue to wave them in, declaring on 551 for 8. James's wonderful 155 had only been made possible by the positive start of Hamid on 101, but he'd set the tone too. The score, a massive one. Holman, the most effective bowler with 4, had taken plenty of punishment. His wickets came at a cost of 122 runs. The start of the innings wasn't much kinder to Middlesex. Robson out LBW to Pattinson in the 4th over. The score was up to 28 when Fletcher charged in, Eskenazi missed, and the Burley Notts bowler hit. The number 3 bowled for 4. It was Davis's turn to go next, trapped in front for a duck by Patterson. Notts on the charge late in the day. Stoneman and Holden held on, the former heading for a 50, the latter sticking alongside him as the score slowly ticked along. The start had been difficult. 3 wickets had tumbled, but with Stoneman there, hope remained for the visitors. And with 4 off James, he gave the visiting balcony something to cheer, up to 50 off 78 balls. The 50-run partnership was doing well to hold off the Notts attack. They were looking a little laboured now in the evening sun as 3 figures ticked over on the scoreboard. But they found the wicket they wanted. Stoneman out-bowled by Patterson-White for 67. Middlesex 4 down now with the close of play 2 overs away. Tom Helm survived an awkward final few minutes, both sides walking off with the score 106 for 4. Middlesex trailing by 445. And that late wicket leaving Nottinghamshire back in total control, even if at times they did look a little concerned. There's a lot of work to be done by the visitors when they come back for day 3, but they don't have a huge amount of batting left to come. Some determined displays are a necessity.
So some crucial wickets there from Notts' point of view, 4 of them in that last session there. But from a batting point of view, it was always about Lyndon James yesterday. A very special day for him yesterday, scoring that career best 155. Let's just remind you of that special moment when he got that.
So Tom Helm to continue, balls full and straight and driven through the leg side, kind of clipped off the front foot from Lyndon James.
Here is Murtagh, bowls to Lyndon James, drives through the offside, and there it is. A second first-class 100 to Lyndon James, a first here on his home ground, and my how happy he is. He takes the helmet off and waves his bat to the spectators at this end first of all. The Radcliffe Road end. Tom Moores gives him a bit of a hug and a congratulations. We've got a party of school children in as well. He was happy to wave the bat towards them.
Tolman comes in and bowls to James, who does a lovely little paddle. There's no fine leg in play, and he gets in line, scoop, paddles it. This time short and punished. It goes all the way for 6. And that brings up Lyndon James' 150. Superb way to bring it up. It was short from the bowler, and he has smacked that into the stands, and the helmet is off, and he waves his bat around the ground, and the spectators are up on their feet applauding.
So as you can see, Lyndon James did really hit it all the way around the field at Trent Bridge yesterday. Just over 50% of his runs came through the offside. 155 for him, 19 fours, 1 6, and as I say, a career best for Lyndon James of that 155. His first 100 here at Trent Bridge, very special. His parents were here yesterday as well, and it's his second 100 of the season after getting one up in Durham. But what did he feel about the day? How did he think, and how did it feel getting that maiden first 100 here at Trent Bridge? Well, let's take a listen to what he had to say to the media last night.
Lyndon, you're a centurion for Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. How does that sound?
Yeah, very special. Obviously nice to get my first one this year from Durham, but I was waiting to get one here in front of a home crowd, and obviously somewhere I've grown up for a long time, so yeah, very special.
And what do you make of the position that Notts are in at the end of day 2 as well? You had to get some wickets, late on that day, but that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, I think we're in a very, very strong position, to be honest. We knew that if we put on a big score, we're looking to only kind of bat once and try and take 20 wickets with them following on, and we made good inroads into that. That was a massive wicket tonight. Liam getting Stoneman actually was batting beautifully, but hopefully we can put them under pressure in the morning and keep taking wickets.
And let's talk about your innings. How were the nerves overnight? 90 not out, then you woke up thinking you might be starting at 11, but a bit of a rain delay. How do you sort of cope with that?
Yeah, it wasn't my best night's sleep, if I'm honest. Obviously all sorts of thoughts going through my head, but when I woke up this morning and saw it rain, I was like, brilliant. Delayed start as well. Even more thoughts creeping in, but no, it was, at the end of the day, I was pretty clear with how I wanted to go about it. Just keep doing what I did yesterday, because I felt like I batted nicely. Rhythm was good, so I just wanted to keep building partnerships with as many people as I could, and nice, obviously nice to do that.
And how difficult is it to reset and make sure that you're concentrating, both for when there's new passages of play like there were when today resumed, but also when there's a new ball spell or new bowlers coming back on, to make sure you're in the moment? Yeah,
for me it's real simple. I've got a real simple rhythm to my batting and routine. All I try and think about is watching the ball, and I literally keep it as simple as that. Whatever bowl I'm facing, whatever kind of situation, literally just watch the ball, and it kind of works quite nicely. And
what was it like out batting out there with Liam? We've spoken a lot about the fact you've been playing together for 12, 13 years now, but doing it out in the middle with yourself on 100 must have been extra special.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, we haven't batted much together, to be honest, in the time we've played together, and as well as that, putting on a decent amount of runs together, it was nice to kind of get a decent partnership. But special him being there when I got to 150. He kept me pretty calm as well, so yeah, very nice.
And then you came out with the ball, having had a bit of momentum, I suppose. Jimmy Pattinson as well, hitting a few runs. Does that help when you have come off having got the upper hand with a few runs to make some inroads in new innings? Yeah, especially,
being on the receiving end of that can be pretty deflating when the ball's going everywhere and your bowlers are tired, and at some point the declaration's coming, but you don't quite know when. So, we do carry a lot of momentum there. I thought we bowled pretty well up front. It's a pretty good pitch, so I think we're going to have to try and work pretty hard for the rest of our wickets, but we showed that if we build pressure at both ends, we can kind of take bowls. So yeah, hopefully we can do more of that tomorrow.
And how do you feel with the ball? It must be hard. There's almost no preparation for batting for 5 hours and then going out and doing your work with the ball. But is that just what it's like being an all-rounder?
Yeah, that is my job, I guess, as an all-rounder. It's something that I enjoy. To be fair, if one doesn't go so well, then you've still got a chance to do well with another. So hopefully tomorrow I can contribute with the ball as well as obviously contributing with the bat.
And just finally, we've seen you come off and say hello to your parents. So I know up and down the country with you, how special is it to have them with you on a day like this?
Yeah, I was just saying to them now, obviously very special to do it at Trent Bridge, somewhere obviously I've grown up since I was a youngster. So, special for them to be here, and I always appreciate everything they do and travelling everywhere to watch me play. Even though it's probably pretty boring at times, but yeah, very special to have them here.
Okay, so that was the thoughts of Lyndon James there last night. An amazing day for Lyndon, as we've already mentioned, but also an amazing day for Notts batters in general. If we just take a quick look at the partnerships, we always say here that if you build partnerships, then you give yourself the best chance of posting a score, and that is exactly what Notts did. Some massive partnerships there, obviously between Lyndon and the captain Stephen Mullaney, 154, but even those crucial ones between Hasib Hamid and Ben Duckett of 74 really kind of set the tone for what that first innings became. But here on day 3 this morning, it is all about Notts with the ball. And if we take a look at the wickets so far taken by the Notts bowlers that are in action here, then you will see that it's Dane Pattison and Liam Patterson-White that lead the way, 29 wickets for both of them so far this season. Obviously James Pattinson got a wicket last night, but there's an absolute massive load of experience there. Dane Pattison 446 first class wickets, Jimmy Patterson with 336, Luke Fletcher, obviously he was the top wicket taker last week then, but I've got to stop now because the umpires are making their way onto the pitch, so it's time to hand over to your commentary team.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge with the players, the umpires on their way out to the middle. Very good morning wherever you're listening to us. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London, and all our friends all around the world watching on the live stream and also via the BBC Sport website and app. Welcome to Nottingham. Thanks very much to Aaron. Those of you watching the live stream will have seen the day set up absolutely superbly with Aaron there. The highlights of yesterday's play and the interview with Lyndon James, very much the star of day 2. His innings began, of course, on day 1, but he extended his innings to reach a career best 155 for Nottinghamshire yesterday, and many congratulations to Lyndon. Terrific effort. Notts 551 for 8 before Stephen Mullaney declared, and then at the close Middlesex in their reply 106 for 4. We've got a long old day in prospect today, folks, so sit yourselves back, get nice and comfy, and strap in, because 104 overs should be bowled, and the weather forecast is by and large fine. There may be the odd rogue shower that comes along and we have to shoo it away, but I think we'll be okay. Crowd is in, amongst them a school party. Good to see them again. If anybody on the ground lets us know which particular school it is, we'll be delighted to give them a name check. But we're just about all ready to go. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We're reduced just to a manageable commentary box full of people today. And to begin with, to my right, once again, a very warm welcome here at Nottingham, although it is a bit of a chilly, blustery one, but a very good day. To Kevin Hand.
Morning, Braces. Morning, everyone. Yeah, you mentioned the highlights there. I just said it to you off air, didn't I? Middlesex need to be careful. There aren't too many lowlights today. There's a long day ahead for the commentary. 104 overs, he said, which is great. We love our cricket, but it's a long day ahead with the bat for Middlesex, isn't it? Here's Luke Fletcher. He's right arm around the wicket from the Radcliffe Road ends with an aggressive field as he bowls to Max Holden, turning up to mid-on. There's no run. They've only got one slip in place. But tellingly, there is a advanced square leg, a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover around the bat for Holden, with Fletcher around the wicket to him.
And obviously square leg is very square because the umpire Ben Debenham has decided he can't see, so from the first delivery where he stood at square leg, he's now gone over to point.
Fletcher bowls full outside the off stump. Holden leaves alone. 82 deliveries now for Max Holden. It was a really good partnership yesterday evening for Middlesex with Mark Stoneman, but Stoneman bowled Patterson-White for 67. A huge wicket, that. Huge.
I think I was perhaps a little harsh on Mark Stoneman, because it did turn appreciably, didn't it, to bowl him, come back and get him through the gate. 106 for 4.
Fletcher past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's on a good length, which is solidly defended by Holden, back to mid-on, and there's no run. Cloud cover comes over, no sign of the sun for a moment. It has been warm enough when you're in the sun. It's just if the wind gets going a little, it can put a chill into you, but I think it's up around 21 today. Patterson down below is warming up, ready to go. With a blast from the other end. All eyes on Patterson White, though. 1 for 16 from 9.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Notts do start with the spinner at the far end.
Fletcher to Holden, left alone outside off. Angling bad in, but you could leave that one on length, I'd imagine, but wide enough as well. I mean, I guess they'll go for a blast with the 2 quicks this morning. Helm as well, just see if you can blast the pads off him or go at the stumps at Helm.
Yeah, James Pattinson, look at mid-on now, is he's giving every indication that he's going to take the second over.
Oh, it was straight to you, but it's tennis first. We've got a chance to say this ball as Fletcher bowls and forward goes Holden, pushing back, and there's no run.
Yes, we're into the news.
You must be next after the tennis process. You are.
Here
I'll
we
be
go.
quiet.
Yes, huge advantage to the home side after 2 days of this 4-day match. Middlesex beginning this elongated 3rd day on 106 for 4. We'll have 104 overs in today because we're making up time that we lost yesterday to the rain. We just started. In fact, Luke Fletcher's completed the 1st over of the day. That was a maiden. Notts, remember, made 551 for 8 before declaring no change to the Middlesex score. 106 for 4. Thanks very much to Clogger, who initially said the live stream by the BBC Sport website wasn't working, but has just come back quickly to say it's now on. Enjoy your day, Clogger, whatever you're doing. And thanks for tipping us the wink. Hopefully we should be coming out on all frequencies, and both the audio commentary and those of you watching the live stream. Got a bit of music from Radio Nottingham. What's this, Kev? What's this?
She's a man-eater. Who sung that? Man-eater.
It's not Phil Collins, is it?
Shout Boys, she'll chew you up, I think, was it? Yeah.
Is it Phil Collins, man?
There was a similar one.
We're
to
still
this
on the intro. Guess the intro.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll go in a second.
There was a similar one to this that Phil Collins did, but I don't think it's this one.
You look through this over and I'll try and get rid of the music.
Here's Patterson in. Bowls, and exactly as I said, try and blast the pads off Helm early on. Full straight, feet not moving. Helm's gone first ball of the 3rd day, LBW for a duck. 106 for 5, and the quick Patterson has picked up the wicket. He has 2 for 26 in his 7th now, Pattinson, and Nottinghamshire have exactly what they would have wanted. The night watchman gone early. No frustration for the host today with Helm in overnight protecting those batters. He's not going to protect them much this morning, but full straight and yep, pretty plumb.
Yeah, looked absolutely out in real time and with the replay. Yep. I think we're going to lose the music without ever finding out who it was.
It's definitely not Phil Collins, though.
Helm LBW Pattinson for naught. Oh, Hall and Oak, says Steve Crawley. Thank you very much. That tells you how loud it was that
they could hear it.
Oh, Nigel King as well, and Penny, and 25 other people. But Steve, Nigel, and Penny, the first 3, take the prize this morning. For we left it on deliberately for a little bit of guess the intro. Producer Kirsty, who looks after us, had a message in just for info. Please pass to Kirsty. The stream and the comms are a little bit out of sync.
Oh.
The comms are ahead of the pictures. That makes us look as if we know what's going to happen before it does happen.
It's not out of sync at all. You see, just Girdler and I experience. We can tell you. We can tell you full well. Actually, a cool
going. You've reduced or produced rather a wicket. That's the night watchman. Did he do his job? Well, he hung around for 2 overs last night, but
yeah, exactly.
I think the position Middlesex were in, they could have done with him sticking around for a couple of hours this morning.
Yeah, couple of days.
That's 2 wickets that have gone down on 106. Another lefty, John Simpson, very, very capable player, and he's got a good record against Notts. At least 1 century I can remember him scoring, maybe a couple.
This is the partnership now, isn't it? Holden and Simpson. The last recognised pair, really. Holman, a very good young all-rounder, as is Anderson. Simpson awaits, and Pattinson's in. He bowls, and Simpson forward defends into the offside. Had a very, very good season, as I've been saying. John Simpson, bat and gloves.
Did see in Aaron's preview this morning the list of Nottinghamshire wicket takers this season, neck and neck at the top, with Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson-White, each having taken 29 this season so far. James Pattinson, he's only played 5 games. He's coming up on the rails very quickly. That's his 21st. But what a great start of the day for him. The Australian quick getting a wicket first ball.
Pattinson to Simpson over the wicket, and the left-hander is wrapped on the pads. That nearly bowled him. Nearly bowled him. It somehow squirted off. I don't know whether it hits the inside of his pad almost as he was opening up to the onside and went through his legs, because it nearly tumbled onto leg stump. They were going up with an appeal, and then Pattinson was kind of peering. He forgot about the appeal because he was hoping he may have been bowled. He was watching that ball just roll past the leg stump.
It's interesting. I was watching the umpire there. I presume Luke Fletcher must have said, "Well, what happened there?"
Yep.
Maybe directing it towards the bowler James Pattinson, but the umpire Ben Debenham turned round and showed the bit of on the leg where the ball struck.
Pattinson to Simpson, wide outside off, left alone. Let's try and look on the stream on the replay to see.
Nice to see the youngsters in. They've all got
Hear them.
bright red. Don't know if they're sweatshirts or school jumpers on, but lovely to have them here. Those that came yesterday, it was a little bit rainy and drizzly when they came in the morning, and they sat at the back of the Smith Cooper stand. But these are in the warmer conditions, right down at the front. So if there's a ball hit out there, it'll thud into that advertising board in front of them and make them jump.
Pattinson bowl. Simpson leaves alone a ball that's shaping back in towards off, but started wide enough. A few more in today. Kind words from a gentleman called Chris downstairs. Many thanks to him, who was tuned in all day yesterday. Said he very much enjoyed the coverage so far. He's thinking about it was a little bit of insight. He said he was thinking about coming yesterday. He lives in Northampton, a Nottinghamshire fan from Notts originally. But he just said that rain in the morning, although it was scheduled to be 2 afternoon, he said it's just not worth the risk. So I stayed at home and watched the stream and said, listening to you guys, but that's where modern county cricket's at, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right that everybody isn't here in the crowd, and if there is a day where there's a little bit of rain or anything, well, it's too busy a world nowadays, isn't it? It's Pattinson's in, bowls, and up on his toes, Simpson pushes his way into the offside, and there's no run. 106 for 5. Helm has trapped LBW for a duck, and recognised pair out there again now in Holden on 24 to have Strike Simpson with him.
I must apologise to Andy Eason, because he did send me a couple of messages yesterday and they sort of got lost in the ether. Andy, you know what it's like. Sometimes we get lots of messages come through at once and some just flick through, but he did actually send me a little bit of an update a couple of times that I missed on the seconds yesterday, but he's been in touch already this morning just to say good morning. Notts 2s are playing against Yorkshire 2s. They had a great day yesterday. 316 for 5. Matthew Montgomery 107. Dane Schardendorf made 52, and Calvin Harrison continuing today 63 not out. Thanks very much for that, Andy. I really appreciate it. Here's Luke Fletcher. Got 1 wicket in this innings so far, bowling to Max Holden, who lets this go through to Tom Moores. So just the 1 slip, but he would say it's an attacking field because there are 3 others in catching positions. Catching square leg rather than a short leg. He's only 3 strips away from the one they're playing on, but in a catching position. Ben Slater, Lyndon James at short mid-wicket catching, and Liam Patterson wide at short extra catching. Fletcher bowls again wide of the pegs, and it goes through to the keeper. 106 for 5. So we had 4 wickets go down on the first day, 8 yesterday, and already 1 this morning on what may be the cricket version of the longest day of the year. I think if we go right to the end without any interruptions, 104 overs. They say it should be finished for 6:30, but it won't be. We just know it won't be. I'm a little surprised that Notts over rate is 0 at the start of this third day as Fletcher bowls one outside the off stump again. Holden leaves it alone, a bit of extra bounce because Patterson White settled into a decent spell yesterday, and he was absolutely racing through his overs. I thought they might have forged 1 or 2 ahead. I think we've got another school party coming, Kevin.
Yep.
Oh, it's a clash of colours.
Oh dear.
They've not come in their away strips, and we've got 2 school parties in, and they're both in red. But they're just sort of being held up in that little area between the Smith Cooper stand and the William Clark stand before somebody's going to show them to their seats. Fletcher bowls again. Holden will get runs here, and he'll probably get 4 of them, running it down to third man with soft hands. And Middlesex are away for day 3, 110 for 5. I made that sound there. I do apologise. Do hate listening to people on the radio doing that. I try my level best not to do it, but it wasn't a tut at the shot. It was an involuntary, but I'll try not to do it again. Does that drive you up the wall?
I hadn't noticed it, to be honest, but I shall hear it every single time now you've said it.
Well, I'd like to think I don't do it.
No, not you, but when you say when you hear others do it.
Yeah, there are 1 or 2 that we hear from time to time as Fletcher bowls to Holden, and again he helps it out into the offside.
Oh, I just did it now myself. Oh. It's got it in my head. 111 for 5.
They don't get on these 2 schools, do they? Clearly, they must be rivalry because they've been sat as far away from the first school as a big bumblebee pops in and has a look at our equipment, takes a look at Kev, and then says, "No, I don't like the look of that," and disappears. But,
he'll be down after all that red, won't he, in a minute? Yeah. Bumblebee. So what have you got? Who's it? West Bridgeford on one side. Who's their near rivals? West Bridgeford.
I don't know if, as I say, if there's anybody in the club who knows who they are, it'd be nice to know. Middlesex on Nelson as John Simpson, who gets down to Fletcher's end for the first time.
Who's your big rival at Newark Primary School?
No, I went to Ollerton, the Dukeries Comprehensive at Ollerton, and we were the only one in that sort of area, decent catchment area, because there were no sort of other schools, so they came from far and wide. I mean, I came from a little village between Ollerton and Newark, but people came in from obviously the Ollerton area, but also Bilsthorpe and Edwinstowe. There are schools there now, secondary schools or academies as they call them these days. But back in the day, buses came in from near and far, delivering people. Probably in terms of sporting achievement, probably the Magnus School in Newark would have been the ones we played against most, or Portland and Heartland in Worksop, going a little further afield. Nelson on the board still, 111 for 5. It's the nasty fasty and the very pleasant commentator.
Just as I was about to ask you, can I put my feet on the desk? Here's Pattinson in bowls to Holden, and this one's down the leg side. Just a little rush on him, that one through to the keeper. I was wondering, was there a little tickle on it, the way that everybody seemed to quickly have a look to see if it was claimed by Moores, and it was, but there was obviously nothing on it.
Paul Taylor says, have there been extra stewards deployed to segregate the 2 schools? I don't think there are. I don't think they're that sort of crowd. They're all sitting together, look. Hutch along, hutch along, hutch along. No COVID 2 metres there between them, is there? They're all cram-packed into a little space. Let them spread out and enjoy themselves.
Pattinson bowls, and Holden has a naughty dabble at a short wide ball that he looks to punch off the back foot. Decent shot, that one. Even if it was a cut, it would have been too short for it, really. He'd have been looking to uppercut it, wouldn't he? But he was looking to drive off the back foot, and the bat just kept on going up and away, up and away. 111 for 5. Pressure on. 93 balls faced now for Holden.
I mean, this first innings is crucial for Middlesex because of when it ends. I know, projecting forward.
Pattinson bowls. And that lifts and wraps up towards the bottom hand, rips the glove off the bat. Holden, I think he has managed to ridden it. I don't think it actually struck the glove in the end, and he's ridden it well into the ground and to gully.
By that I mean, if Middlesex can keep the Notts bowlers out there for a session and a half, 2 sessions, it's perhaps going to then muddy the pitch on whether the follow-on is enforced if Middlesex don't get it to whatever it is, 402. But I think if they blow them away this morning, then Mulaney would stick them straight back in.
Patterson bowls, full outside the off stump, and through to the keeper it goes, and there's no run.
What have you got there?
Now, am I allowed to leave that there? Because I'll put the commentator cam on, or am I going to get in trouble? Well, you had a tickly throat yesterday, didn't we? See, sir, this is Northern hospitality. I've brought you milk as well, Bracers. Look, I brought the jug of milk for you. Look, there you go.
Been
Help
in here,
yourself to a
what,
cup of
getting
tea.
on for 15 years. Can we have an urn of hot water? Can we have an urn of coffee up here? No, you'll have to come down, and in the intervals.
Oh, really? Am I going to get us in trouble? We'll get through today with it, though, won't we?
No.
We both had a tickly throat yesterday, didn't we? I just heard now. How far in are we? About 5 overs into the day, and already I'm feeling my throat's under a bit of pressure. So yeah, I've got the hot water up. As here's a short one, which on this occasion Holden just drops the bat and sways inside through to the keeper.
This is a battle of the number 4s, isn't it? James Pattinson, the Notts number 4, Max Holden, the Middlesex number 4. Pattinson's giving him a little bit of a.
I've brought your tea bags as well, Dave. There you go.
A little bit of a workout. What was I going to say before? Oh, I just saw the flash of pink there. That reminded me. Do you still have Pinky the Panther as the
yes, they do,
Middlesex mascot?
They do indeed. Midway through his run up, he bowls, and Holden's forward driving to mid off. No run, 111 for 5. Yep, Pinky's still on the prowl.
It's a strange old over that was, because
exciting one though, wasn't it?
2 or 3 times Max Holden almost tried to get himself out, didn't he? He played. That's what quick bowling does. Just muddles the mind, muddles the thinking. You see one that you think is wide enough to drive, and before you know it, you're just swishing away at fresh air, and the ball's in the keeper's gloves, and everybody's going, "Ooh, he nearly nicked it." 111 for 5. So this morning, just the 5 runs added for the loss of the night watchman, Tom Helm. It's not had. Probably by his standards, probably not had the best of games so far. 1 for 140 and a duck.
Yeah, poor old Tom Helm. He got a horrible side injury early this season.
Fletcher starts a new over, bowls to John Simpson. Just pushed into the offside. I can never look at John Simpson in whites anymore, because he's one of those that you always see at the end of play when we go down to Lord's in his immaculate suit. You might tell me it's a sponsored suit or not, but he's very, very immaculately attired.
Yep.
And I don't know whether he always waits for his lift by the tavern, or always pops there just to sign the autographs and whatever. But at the close of play at Lord's, he's always there, and always looks $1 million, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very, very elegantly turned out. As Fletcher bowls to him. Oh, he's away with a lovely shot here, clipped away for 4 runs. Nice clip off his pads, away square of the wicket on the leg side. Luke Fletcher won't be too happy about that. He likes to hit the top of off, but he's speared that one into leg stump, and Simpson's made him pay. 115 for 5.
Well, they all have to now. I think they have to come suited and booted to work and on the way home, Middlesex. I think it's a new, I don't know whether it's Richard Johnson, but yeah, they all wear the club sponsor suit into work in the morning on the way home.
They look good. They look very good indeed. Nice posh looking suits. Just looking up and down the country, play going on everywhere, which is good to see, as Fletcher bowls again to Simpson. Not had any finishes yet in this round of matches. Occasionally you get a 2-day finish. I would imagine somewhere there'll be a 3-day finish. I'm not suggesting there'll be one here by any means. And of course it's day 2 of the women's test at Taunton. South Africa made 284 yesterday. England just starting their reply, 10 without loss. But in Division 1, games at Chelmsford, Bristol, Northampton, the Oval, and in Division 2, apart from here, Hove and New Road, they've all started on time, which is good. Lots of choice for the casual or the committed cricket watcher. Next ball just comes back a whisker. Might have been a little bit of seam movement there from Fletcher, but this ball now in its 41st over. Don't think it's been changed yet, has it?
No, I don't think they haven't had a grumble yet, which is a rarity, isn't it? I'd have one of probably mid-off or mid-out. I'd have one of mid-off or mid-on out at the moment. I'd have him in at second slip, wouldn't you? You've got a short extra cover, a short mid-wicket, 2 short mid-wickets indeed. It feels like having a mid-off and mid-on, there's one too many in front of the bat. I'm all for the catchers, but get him in at second slip, because if an edge goes... Saw it yesterday, didn't we, a couple of times?
Very unusual looking field, we'll say that, as Fletcher bowls and Simpson defends. Graham Ward says, Dave, Minster versus Magnus was the big rivalry. Dewcreys and Two Till were good games too, but everyone wanted to beat the high school toffs. So true, Graham. Kevin Hand would have been a high school toff, I would imagine.
Oh no. Oh no.
Comprehensive, grammar,
yeah.
high school, boarding school,
yeah,
Borstal.
Comprehensive. Yeah, nearly. Oh no! I was going to say that was the thing about my school. We never really played any sports, and they never mind playing another school. Barely played any sports ourselves.
Fletcher round the wicket, bowls, and John Simpson solidly behind it. Eases it out as far as Liam Patterson-White. Who would imagine will get quite a hefty workload today. We'll have to see. 117 for 5. Wickets shared so far. 2 to James Pattinson, 1 to Luke Fletcher, 1 to Dane Patterson, and 1 to Liam Patterson-White. If you've not really been following Notts this year, probably the Middlesex supporters, there's 3 similarly named bowlers in the bowling lineup: Pattinson, Patterson and Patterson-White. And of course, keeping wicket, there's Peter's son, Tom Moore's next delivery goes through to Peter's son. End of the over. 117 for 5. Luke Fletcher through 9 overs now, 1 for 34.
Yeah, you were saying, how long Middlesex can bat for it. I mean, this partnership's huge. If they could get past these two quickly this morning, then never mind a couple of sessions, Middlesex might be lucky to bat out this session if these two were falling.
Who comes next,
Luke
Luke Holman or Martin Anderson?
Well, again, you see, this is the problem for Middlesex at the moment. Anderson could be batting up at number 4 and has done, and Holman likewise. He could be at 5, 6, 7. Very good young all-rounder, and perhaps in years to come even higher as well. But at the moment, Anderson's not in great form with the bat. Holman's in better form with the bat, so I'd say he'd be next. Anderson's been better with the ball this year than with the bat, and Holman probably better with the bat and the ball, though he's had his highlights, like yesterday where he took 4 for.
Going round the wicket this time, the nasty fasty.
Kept 2 slips in place for Holden, gully as well, short mid-wicket, and this ball's full outside of the off stump around the wicket by Pattinson, left alone by Holden.
Just you mentioning the 2 slips there, it seems we've got 2 wicket keepers. Joe Clark has again forgotten his kit or some such, because those of you watching the live stream, when we get the pictures from this end, you will see that the wicket-keeper is number 23 Moores on the back of his shirt, and first slip says 23 Moores. It's not, it's Joe Clark, who should be 33. It should say 33 Clark. We've seen him before with, there we are, thank you very much to Jono for the pictures.
Holden away, it's Pattinson bowls, and Holden's forward, driving to mid-off, there's no run.
We had a game where he was also befuddling me, wearing Ben Duckett's spare top, so we had 2 17 Ducketts at first and second slip, but for this game we've got 2 23s.
Is he currying favour with the coach to wear Moores on his back at slip? In your honour, coach, in your honour.
It's obviously just another laundry malfunction, another laundry shocker that Joe Clark's had.
A wardrobe malfunction.
That's it.
Who was that? That was Janet Jackson, wasn't it, in the
Super Bowl.
Pattinson bowls short. Oh, now again Holden has looked to dabble at that. Now whether that's 2020 cricket in his mind, because he swayed inside it, ducking backwards, swaying backwards and down onto his knees, Matrix style.
Limbo dancing.
Well, indeed, but he also pushed the bat upwards as he was going down, and whether that is just an instinct that a batter has, which would be perfectly understandable because we're in T20 season. Is it just his instinct that one goes short and fast like that, you immediately go to uppercut it? So his body was doing something completely different to his bat there. Or, you know, technically, the hands on the bat were going up brightly as you would in a T20, but everything else was thinking first class. It was sway back and down and get out of the way of it. Pattinson around the wicket once more. Bowls to him, and he's ridden this nicely down to deep backward square leg. He's played that very well, Holden. It was the perfect short ball riding around that right armpit of the left-hander.
118 for 5. Headley, who's a Newark man, has been on. Dave, for me it was Magnus versus Grove. I'm sorry, I forgot about the Grove. Back in my day, late 70s, early 80s, the days of Paul Johnson and Mark Smalley. Some good players, but those two were outstanding. They were indeed, yeah. The Grove, I can remember playing football at the Grove for the first time. Obviously I'm Dewcreys Comprehensive. Went Saturday morning to play a school's football match at the Grove, and I mean, nowadays they have AstroTurf pitches. This was just gravel, played on gravel, ripped my knees to bits.
Yeah. Pattinson wide from around the wicket, bowls full to Simpson, left alone through to the keeper.
I remember 1 year going there. I must have been just out of school. Was I in the Air Force or not? I mean, somebody might tell me, but knew it was on the old. I don't know if it was the domestic It's a Knockout or the national Jeux Sans Frontières, and I know I went along with about 25,000 other people to try and get in the Newark team of 6 or whatever it was, and we had to run around the track and do various things, throw beanbags through hoops and all the rest of it. Needless to say, I didn't get in. But
who used to present that It's a Knockout?
Stuart Hall and Eddie Waring, was it?
Wow.
I'm sure there'd have been others. Help us, folks.
Simpson, Patterson's back over the wicket to Simpson, who is right behind a full straight delivery on the on middle and off, and a fine delivery it was. They were all excited about that one behind the stumps.
Who was it who used to laugh at the old Jeux? Was it Eddie Waring? He had the laugh when they'd do really stupid things, wouldn't they? Dressed in huge giant mascot costumes and, I don't know, be sprayed with water and all sorts of things.
It didn't once a year they have a royal special? So
I think they did. Yeah.
Princess Anne and
help us, folks. It's a knockout, Jeux Sans Frontières. Would that work in this? Well, it probably wouldn't. Yeah, I'm sure I went for. I'll call it a trial. It wasn't a trial. I turned up anyway and. Certainly didn't make the cut, but I don't know if it was the domestic It's a Knockout, and then the winners of that used to go into the international bit as Fletcher bowls at the start of a fresh over to Max Holden, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. 118 for 5. I've mentioned it before. Here they had what was the other one? The Sporting Superstars one on a Friday night. You know, the Brian Jacks always used to win, the judo fella, and Kevin Keegan was on a bike. He famously fell off a bike. Well, they had one of those here at Trent Bridge. I think Derek Randall took part in that. That was one Sunday afternoon. Back in the day, as they say, 118 for 5. Next delivery's dropped on the leg side.
Can you imagine that now, having Cristiano Ronaldo riding around on a bike and falling off and injuring himself and being interviewed straight away? Yeah, I'm all right, I'll get on, and got back on his bike and went going, didn't he? Speaking of Sporting Superstars.
118 for 5. There's complaints from the management already here this morning. We'll mention in a moment. Here's Fletcher. I'm knocking on the door of 11:30, so we may get a cue to speak to BBC Radio Nottingham any second, but we might not. There's a cup gone flying. Very untidy commentary box when Kevin's around. It might just be coincidence, or might not, as it's pushed to mid-off. Mr. Howells has joined us for the first time this morning. Very good
superstar.
You've just turned me off. Yeah, you're this one that says guest. You're not a guest. You're very welcome, Kevin.
He has that effect sometimes.
There you are. Dave. Good morning, Mr. Howells.
Sorry about that, Dave. Pressing the wrong button.
That's okay. Delighted to put you to the trouble of coming from next door into here to join us.
T-Own's behind you, Kev, if you want a cuppa.
I've heard you made quite a bit of a fuss about that.
118 for 5. Luke Fletcher halfway through the 43rd over. This one's cut away, but only to backward point, no run. James Pattinson getting the perfect start, Kev, to the day. Wicket first ball.
Well, it depends on which side of the fence, of course, you're sitting at.
For James Pattinson.
Yes, for him, definitely. Yeah. But also, and this is where I'm going to draw your attention, and you probably mentioned it, for the school kids as well, the primary school kids, and that's a good start to their cricketing day, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're the home team and getting a wicket, something to cheer, something to get involved.
Have you been listening to us, Kevin? I know you're a busy man.
I haven't been able to listen to you. I've been a busy man.
118 for 5 as Fletcher bowls wide of the off stump. It's a good leave. Now we were talking about them. We have got Radio Nottingham in our ears now. It almost seems as if they're big rivals, and they've been sat as far apart from each other as possible. But and nobody thought about mentioning an away strip. They've both come dressed in red for this clash of the Titans. But lovely to have them here. It was nice to see the group here yesterday, and so pleased they got to see some cricket. And as well, a thing I noticed yesterday, when Lyndon James got his century, he held his bat aloft, and he held it aloft to them, which was lovely.
Yes, you're right.
Not long out of primary school, of course, Lyndon. Fletcher fields off his own bowling here. 118 for 5 at the end of the over. got an interview going on in our ears from Radio Nottingham. At some point they'll say we'll nip across to Trent Bridge, but until then, 118 for 5. I had one or two people sending messages, folks. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just waiting for this update for Radio Nottingham. What have we had this morning? 12 runs in half an hour, Kev. That's not the modern way, is it?
It's going to have to be the Middlesex way, you'd imagine, though, isn't it? It's going to have to be.
There's James Pattinson. Oh, that's bounced over the keeper's head. Is that going to be 4 byes? Yes, very good morning to you from a blustery Trent Bridge. Notts very much on top in this game. They racked up 551 runs over the first couple of days, and they've now got Middlesex 122 for 5. That's a total swelled by a boundary just as you join me. James Pattinson, who's got the only wicket of this third day, just banged one in short that went over the batsman and over the keeper as well, and away for 4 byes. Notts very much on top. Pattinson with a wicket, first ball of the day, dismissing Tom Helm LBW without scoring. Middlesex 122 for 5. They're still 429 behind. I always get a little confused, Kevin, with these that are banged in short, go over the batter and the keeper, and sometimes they're waved as no balls and sometimes just as byes and whatever. This one a little shorter, goes over the shoulder. It did seem as if that was absolutely impossible for anybody to hit, but I'm pretty sure it was only chalked up as 4 byes.
Yeah, well, that's a point to ask our friendly umpires next time we see them.
You will have noticed again something if you weren't listening to us. We seem to have got 2 number 23s down there. Joe Clark again with a wardrobe malfunction. He's had to borrow kit. We've often seen him this year, or we saw him certainly in one game with Ben Duckett's strip on, but we've got 2 23s there behind the wicket. Next ball goes through to the number 23 with the gloves on. 122 for 5.
Shove the whole cordon from keeper around all in the same note. See if anybody notices. I've mentioned this before, and I don't wish to get anybody into trouble, but is that a fine?
Well, it ought to be, didn't it, really?
Well, I don't want to go as far as saying it ought to be. I'd just like to leave it as, is it a fine? I don't know. And whether it's a fine within the club as opposed to for breaking any
the ECB regulations, yeah. Next delivery on its way and dug out by Simpson, and there's no run. I mean, if it's an ECB fine for wearing an incorrectly numbered or named shirt, the way out of that is what Middlesex do, right? Everybody wear a long sleeve woolly pulley, and then nobody will know. Just quickly, things we've been talking about, because we've had 1 or 2 comments in. Andy talking about the seconds said, Dave, did you see Toby Petman, his figures yesterday for Kent v Surrey? Yeah, we've been talking about him. 2 for 102. Got Rory Burns as his first championship wicket, and then mentioned that huge Surrey score with 4 Centurions yesterday. This one's cut to the left of Ben Slater at point for 4. Second boundary for John Simpson takes him to 8. 126 for 5. Simon Trafford, Dave, they held It's a Knockout event at Trent Bridge featuring David Vine and the 100-metre race. Derek Randall just pipped Clive Rice back in the day. Yeah, that's it, Simon. That's the one I was on about. I was here for that. Steve Crawley, Clive Rice won the Trent Bridge Superstars. Derek Randall was actually on the television one and capsized his boat. I mean, it was definitely that other one. Steve, Sporting Superstars. Nigel King says the person laughing a lot on It's a Knockout was the now disgraced Stuart Hall. The Royal It's a Knockout was a one-off organised by Prince Edward. It's now considered to have been a bit of a disaster. 126 for 5. I don't know. I can't remember it. Next one worked away by Simpson. Luke Fletcher goes down in instalments but makes the stop. Nige King, I saw a recording of Superstars at Highfields and the University in the summer of 1983, hosted by David Vine. I got the autograph of England and Southampton footballer Mick Channon. We see him nowadays around the race courses, don't we? A leading trainer. And I think we're just about there. So that's things we were talking about before you joined us, Kevin. 126 for 5.
Oh, please carry on. Do you know, I've just thought about
Sporting Superstars with Brian Jacks, the judo man.
Yeah,
Kevin Keegan.
What I was just thinking about, though, that Superstars back in the day, or any television programme, that was Friday night, 7 o'clock,
Yeah.
OK Superstars. And we always went to see Nan on a Friday night, and we had to make sure that we timed everything just right to make sure we got to Nan's in time to watch the start, because you didn't want to miss any of it, because you wouldn't have had your VHS recorders, you'd certainly had none of your stop and play back business. As Fletcher comes in and bowls and past the off stump and through to the keeper, gosh, you threw me in there. I wasn't expecting that. I was just all away living all my yesterdays. But if you missed your telly, you missed your telly.
That's right.
And you didn't want to be only on for half an hour as it was, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think we've talked about Superstars here before.
Friday night was damp as well.
Can I just point out what we've got joining us now?
More perhaps.
And in red again.
A third school party are here.
Is it
also
all
in
the
red.
same school, different years now, though? That's what I'm starting to wonder.
No.
Different year
Fletcher
groups.
comes in, bowls to Holden. He's on 30, left-handed Holden, and solid defence. Pushed up to mid.
I came here a few times with school, but unfortunately, I mean, yeah, it was brilliant, but we never came in school time. We would come for the Sunday League games. Minibus from the Dewcris Comprehensive at Ollerton, we'd come and watch the Sunday League games.
You know what I would like someone to? You've probably got the context to put me right on this. I would like to see if there's anybody that's got any sort of diagram of Trent Bridge back in 1981. As Fletcher comes round the wicket into Holden on 30 still and past the off stump taken low down by the keeper. I really would like to work out in my own mind, because Trent Bridge was the first ground that I ever watched a game of cricket at, okay? And it was the 81 Ashes, and we came across from South Shropshire, which was quite some journey, and we came up, and it had been the first day of that test match, and I can't for the life of me remember where exactly I sat, and I would love to be able to picture in my mind where on this ground I sat as we see Fletcher again coming in, bowling and past the keeper. Forgive me, everyone watching this, because it's such indulgence. But I just think about it, primary school. Maybe this is their first trip to the ground. I know that the pavilion was on my right-hand side. I remember, and I presume that that's where the players have always walked out over there.
Yeah, the pavilion is not moved.
So it was, and where the players walk out from. It was definitely on the right-hand side.
There was a double-decker on that side, the old par stand, bottom and top.
See, I think it was in. I think it was in there then, possibly, and on the lower tier, as Fletcher comes into Holden again on 30. Oh, outside edge. It's only one slip in. It's gone through sort of second, third slip area along the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. There's nobody out there in the deep fielding, so it's a boundary for Middlesex. It's a boundary for Holden. He's on to 34 not out, and Middlesex 130 for 5, still trailed by 421 runs. Holden's 34 off 112 deliveries.
18th to the 21st of June 1981, England 185 and 125, Australia 179 and 132 for 6, Australia winning by 4 wickets.
It was a disastrous first day for England, and I remember there's still a kerfuffle about Ian Botham, the captaincy and all that sort of stuff. This one's worked away into the onside for no run to finish off that over. 130 for 5, Holden 34, Simpson 8. So forgive me for the indulgence. Forgive me for the fact that I'm a romantic old so-and-so. I would love just to go and position myself again in the area of the ground where I witnessed that, which I think that, what are the dates? July? It'd probably be July.
No, June. 18th to the 21st of June. It was the first test.
Okay, so that
first
early,
test.
yeah.
On that first day, England 185 all out in 56 overs. Mike Gatting 52, Terry Alderman 4 for 58.
It would have been a long old day, that, coming across from South Shropshire across here to watch. Quite why? Well, I do know why we chose Nottingham, because the PE teacher actually came from Nottingham. But you would have thought we might have gone to one which is a bit closer, i.e. Edgbaston. Anyway.
Here's James Pattinson then from the pavilion end bowls to John Simpson, who breaks his run of only scoring boundaries with his first single, moves on to 9, 131 for 5 Middlesex. Kevin Hand, Dave Bracegood and Kevin Howells with you this morning in the commentary box.
Important engagement, you see, at that age. So that was secondary school. This is primary, isn't it, here by the looks? It's got to be.
These have been actually sat in the William Clark stand, so again they've been sat quite a long way away from the other children. Thou shalt not mix.
Well, it would be a little bit awkward if you got back to school at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You got some of the wrong children.
131 for 5 as Pattinson bowls a ball of fullish length to Holden, and he digs it out. Yes, you'd imagine there's been buses.
They're all in red jumpers. Oh, now hold on, I don't recognise you.
Yeah. Let's just hope they enjoy their day and come back. I'm sure they'll have enjoyed. Now Jono, the cameraman on the gantry, is pointing towards the Fox Road stand and saying there's
another one. Is that?
Oh, I think there could be quite a few around the ground actually. Yeah, there've been some out the back in the corridor out the back as well.
Pattinson bowls. Holden works it on the leg side. Where are they, Jono? Down below us.
Round and about.
Oh, just there.
Just there.
Alongside us. Yeah.
Oh, they are, and they're in red as well. They're in red as well. We might send Kev out with his flask.
Which one?
Yeah.
with his flask of tea for him in a minute.
As we say, we'd like them to enjoy their day, Dave.
Well, we'll send Kevin Hand to sign a few autographs.
Yeah.
There's James Pattinson in and bowls, and Holden defends. A little bit of a shock this morning when I got here, because it seemed there might have been a bit of bad news that I wasn't aware about, because the Nottinghamshire flag on the flagpole was definitely halfway down, and I was a little concerned that perhaps there'd been some bad news around, but fortunately it had somehow slipped down the flagpole in the night, so they hoisted it back up.
Oh, we didn't want bad news.
We certainly
Don't
didn't.
want bad news, but I don't like the idea of the pole of the flag slipping down in the night. That's all that about.
See, half the problem is then you get everybody all day long. Why is the flag at half-mast, Dave?
Oh, I see. Pestering you about it.
So you need to find out about these things early on. 2 slips and a gully as Pattinson bowls a good delivery past Max Holden. I think he had a little nibble at that one as it went through to Moores. Good round of applause on and off the field for a good bit of bowling from James Pattinson, who's got one ball left in his 11th over, 2 for 32.
Can I just say, from Division 2 perspective, that this is high quality cricket at the moment. Pattinson, Middlesex are right up against it, aren't they? This spell at the moment from Pattinson, Fletcher as well, of course, but Pattinson just with that extra little yard of pace. It's exciting stuff, and it's as good as it gets. This.
It's only 1 wicket so far, though.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Holden and Simpson, they're playing their part.
25 for 1 this morning after 45 minutes. As Pattinson is in again, and nicely played by Holden. Middlesex still trail by 420 at the end of that over. That's 45 minutes. I would imagine we'll not be too far away from a change. In fact, Dane Patterson just rushing up. He's going to take his cap off. He is. So we're going to have a South African international come on at this end. Sent Kevin yesterday or the day before. I've been sent 1 or 2 links to articles in South Africa. There's a fairly strong campaign for Dane Patterson to make the South African squad this summer, or the second half of this English summer.
Well, you don't want that, Dave.
Well, we don't. I mean,
keep quiet about that, Dave.
Yeah.
Don't be telling everybody.
They'll be nearly up after this game, won't they? Win here against Middlesex, clear at the top.
Up where?
Well, yeah,
this
is
good
a question, yeah.
Won 5 out of 7 so far this season, and Notts have won, was it 12 out of their last 18 county championship matches, which, considering they went 32 or 33 matches before then without a win, it's quite a dramatic role reversal.
So, Dane Patterson, 11th over of the innings, but it's his first year now, and he's into the offside. Oh, a no ball, first up.
Every little helps.
Free hit.
a few boos. Did I hear a couple of boos there? I think I might have done.
Oh, I never went back to look
from a knowledgeable primary school crowd.
What was that one? What was that one yesterday where you and I went on the mic?
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to go back. It was a wicket, wasn't it? Or was it a?
You wanted to go back and have a listen to your strange noise.
Yeah, exactly. Poor old Kirsty.
Dear,
well, Kirsty was sat where you were, with us to either side.
Simpson's on 9, and Patterson will try again to begin legally this over. In and bowls up onto his toes is Simpson, and pushes that nicely out in the offside. They'll go through for 2. He'll move to 11 and take the Middlesex score up to. Was that board so quick? It's 11 and score 135 for 5.
Seba Mead and his taped up fingers doing the fielding. Crikey, he's got a lot of what do you call them? Plasters, bandages, band-aid,
I reckon he has to
sticking plaster.
He's so badly damaged he has to call in a B&Q every morning on his way to the ground to make sure he's got enough tape to get him through the day, I reckon. He's out there at the moment at deep extra cover. Patterson comes into Simpson on 11. Oh, and a pad, not out. Didn't look right, a little bit too high. Maybe got a little bit of something on it anyway going through. But a little bit of something to get the shorter end a bit excited.
Mystery is how he missed it.
Let's have a look at this. Well, I'm not too sure there was anything on that. Maybe actually just doing a little bit too much to actually swing away down the leg side, possibly.
He wasn't overly keen, was he, the bowler?
No.
A little bit of animation behind the wicket, but it just seemed like Simpson played down the wrong line.
He's on 11 is Simpson, and Patterson in again. It's more on the off stump, and it's punched away square for a single for Simpson. He moves to 12. Left-hander, and a score to 136 for 5, so still trailed by 415 runs, and this is going to be a mammoth effort here for Middlesex, we know that, but you know, the pitch and the surface, I don't know what's been spoken about that at the end of the first couple of days, what was said yesterday.
Quite dry and hard, I think was the word back.
Yeah.
Middlesex, that's where the spinners are expecting to come in.
We have that scoreboard pressure at the moment. A lot of runs put on by Notts first innings. 551 for 8 declared. And this one's back again on the leg stump. Does get bat on it this time. Push back up to Patterson. For those not able to see what's going on here, we've got a slip. We've got a man sort of backward point, sort of, I don't know what you call that position out there. It's the shorter of the two boundaries out there, but patrolling that area between slip and the cover point area, sort of 2/3 of the way back on a shortish boundary.
Deep gully?
Yeah, you've got a sort of catching position in the offside, and then you've got a deep extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, 2 catching positions square on the leg side, and this one is straight back up to the bowler. And again, no run. So as soon as Patterson's come on, despite the fact that of course he got things underway with a no ball, there seems a little bit of tension out there, even the body language, a little bit of the Middlesex batters out there, because they know the threat. They know the threat this man possesses. His figures at the moment just read 1 for 30 and 3 maidens. But you've got to be on your mettle for this fella coming in. Holden on 34. Ball in and just past the off stump, and happy to leave it through to the keeper to complete that over. 136 for 5 then. And it's still a deficit, 450 runs. The follow-ons are miles away at the moment. Holden 34, Simpson on 12. Patterson's figures 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30.
I know you pore over all the domestic scorecards. I'm sure it won't have escaped your notice what happened yesterday afternoon, just after Stephen Mullaney declared on 551 for 8, in that Derbyshire declared their first innings on 551 for 8. I mean, that was quite extraordinary. They were within a few minutes of each other, but that exact same score. Don't know if you, the way you're looking at me, you didn't clock that, but
Dave, please. I mean, I know I don't get out much, right? I didn't notice that bit. Is that the case? The timing as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We're going to have some twirly-whirly stuff here. Liam Patterson-White, who came on yesterday and got a wicket. Bowled 9 overs, 1 for 16. So I was a little surprised to see the Notts over 8 still at 0 this morning. The way he rattled through those 9 overs, I thought they'd have got ahead of the game. As ever, Mullaney goes in at slip for the spinner. Stays away from the action pretty much for the quicks. As first delivery on its way down, John Simpson defends. Perhaps a little harsh on Mark Stoneman yesterday. I thought he had a rash swish at that one and got bowled, but seeing the replay a couple of times this morning, it did turn quite a lot between bat and pad. Next delivery is pushed away by Simpson, but that is probably what Stoneman should have done, just got bat and pad forward and smothered it, but it really did come back a long way. A ball after he'd had a scare, he inside edged it past his stumps. Next delivery driven through extra cover, through the ring on the offside. Dane Patterson's after it, and he's not willing to give this up without A good chase. Well done, Dane Patterson. He saved a run there. I thought as that left the bat, it was always going to be 4, but that's good running from somebody who, of course, is bowling at this end, and probably the last thing he wanted to do was to sprint out to that deep extra cover boundary, but he's saved a run. Brings Holden back onto strike. Same field. Hamid in at short leg, past the outside edge, and Patterson White just for a split second thought he'd managed to kiss the edge on its way through to Moores. Blustery again, isn't it? Really is. Again comes Liam Patterson White, bowls, and Max Holden strides forward and blocks it. Been there quite a time now, Holden. 123 deliveries for his 34, but he's doing a terrific job. Partnership of 33. Next delivery again blocked by Holden, and Patterson White through his first over of the day for 3 runs, 139 for 5.
Kev hands alongside me. Kev, I know you're trying to help there by showing me a replay of something. I have no idea what you're showing me a replay of. And I'm starting to think you're just trying to audition for the latest edition of Play Your Card Right by higher.
It was the Simpson LBW. I think it was high, wasn't it? It just looks good on the camera when you look at it. I think I've just about got the freeze frame though, because I was thinking, why is that not out? Pitch is in line, and
they all take the lead from the bowler, of course, and the bowler straight away.
Yeah, he did. I think it was high. I think
he wasn't interested.
Because then the next freeze frame, just before it strikes, it's looking good still. But I think because where it pitched in line. It was a relatively full delivery as well. But I think it just really picked up some bounce, because where it eventually hits him, is high up on the back pad. I think so. That was why it was not out. It was. And
I thought there was some movement in there as well. Another swing away, but. Anyway,
height, I think it was the main thing. But it was just it was interesting actually. It didn't go up more. That was what really interested me. It looked a good one, but yeah, height I think has saved Simpson.
92 overs remain in the day. We've got a little bit of a hold up here whilst Holden. Has he changed his gloves? I think he has.
Lunch is not till 1:10,
No.
lads. I know you both like your food, so you just have to hold on. Not like me, athlete, but what a pie it was yesterday. What a pie.
Chicken and bacon.
Is that what it was? She said, I'll tell you what's in it. I said, I don't need to know. I said, it's a pie. Okay, I'll have the pie. Patterson round the wicket in bowls and pushed into the offside by Simpson for a single. And moves to 16. Are we supposed to be taking this in turns here? Or what goes on?
No, I'm sitting back at the moment. All yours. You two at the moment.
Know.
I was just butting in every now and again.
I was just looking in the, well, over the way, the old car showroom, which is no longer a car showroom. That's a very busy mechanical piece of equipment there. In layman's terms, i.e. brace girdle terms, it's a digger, is it? He's scooping up mounds and mounds of soil, but very busy, isn't he?
It's a busy digger. Patterson is going to bowl to Holden now, comes around the wicket and down sharp. Very late on it, but successfully defends that. At least it's not doing, or they're not doing what they were doing during the test match. There was a bit of drilling going on over there. If you caught any of that, God, that was a noisy business. Slightly annoying, Dave, if truth be told.
Were you here for the test?
No, I was listening to it.
Right.
And it's the sport wants enjoyment, David.
I know you often pop here, there, and everywhere.
Oh no, I haven't been
with a guest appearance.
I haven't been included in that lot for some years now. Never expect to be again. 140 for 5. Patterson round and in, and that one's pushed square. They'll dash through for a single and go through and successfully gather one more, which obviously is very important, but I would imagine at 141 for 5, trailed by 410 runs, they're looking at the time as well. They're looking at the fact that we've got through nearly half an hour, whether they're working to half hours or whatever they're working to, with the loss of that one wicket. Helm, LBW to Patterson without scoring first thing.
Because what they won't want to do is get into a situation where it's an easy decision for Mulaney to insert the follow-on.
No, next ball bowled, full, driven. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot. Straight on the onside of straight from Simpson. It's going to be 4 runs just over the rope in front of us now. And Simpson moves to 21, 45 for 5, trailed by 406.
Of course, I mean enforce the follow-on, but insert them for a second time if they can whip them out quickly. Stephen Mullaney, I think, after what happened at Lords, where Notts were denied pretty much the entirety of the last day to try and press for a victory, they didn't enforce the follow-on there, Mullaney, and wanted to give his bowlers a few hours rest on on the third day, and it came back and backfired on Notts a little bit when the rain came in on the final day.
So Simpson on 20. Patterson bowls to him now around the wicket and push back up to the bowler for no run. So it is worth looking at the ball's face for all sorts here. This partnership is 39 of 72. It requires application. We're not in Brendan McCullum Baz ball territory here for this one, it must be said at the moment.
Do you like that phrase?
I'm not going to use it too often, but I am going to use it just a little bit at the moment, because I do think that we will actually see a little bit of that attitude in the county game as the next ball is bowled and up onto his toes. Simpson and push back to the bowler for no run to complete the over. 145 for 5, trailed by 406. It happens. It happened with the 50 overs competition. It's going to happen in the county championship now. Not saying that coaches will necessarily copy what's going on with England, but it's got to be the case for the players themselves. They will feel a different attitude spreading through the domestic game as well.
We were sort of talking about this yesterday. I mean, put yourself in somebody like Asiba Mead's shoes. The comments yesterday, I heard the interview with Ben Stokes, basically sort of saying we're looking for players to play very positive if they're going to be welcomed into the England squad. And somebody like Asiba Mead, he's not going to change his game. Here's Liam Patterson-White. Come back to that in just a second. Bowles now and Holden defends. And there's plenty of others around the country, but maybe they're thinking, well, if I'm going to play for England, I've got to sort of forget what I've been doing so far in my career.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think there are various ways you can be positive and attacking in your game.
Next delivery. This one goes through to the keeper. I should say, Asiba Mead has been particularly attacking in a couple of games recently where we've seen him. But that was just an example, sort of a traditional county championship opener.
You've still got to get good first innings runs, you see. So you've still got to be able to set that platform, that basis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hand, who again has fetched the tees. This has eased into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Slater doing the fielding.
He's after something, isn't he, Kev, at the moment?
He's either after something or he's fostering a relationship with the catering staff. I'm not entirely sure. Next one, this is steered to backward point. I'm thinking about second puddings and all that sort of thing rather than anything super scurrilous.
Super scurrilous?
Yeah, he had a nice chocolate tart and ice cream yesterday. And very, very much enjoying the meal breaks here. LPW bowls and Holden drops it on the leg side. We've got Patterson and Patterson-White in tandem here. Bowling. Morning began with Middlesex on 106 for 4. So we've had 39 runs in the first hour. So we're just knocking on the door of midday. This next one's pushed onto the offside. Holden, no interest in going for the single. Simpson comes a third of the way down and is then sent back. 145 for 5 after 50 overs. And that's just 14 overs in the hour. We are going to be here till midnight tonight if we get the 104 overs in.
Well, it's the right time of year to try and play cricket until midnight. I doubt we'll make it that far.
90 overs left.
Yeah. Well, you've got an update to do shortly. Just to make sure that you know that I follow Radio Nottinghamshire's schedule.
I think there'll be 2 or 3 minutes yet. I think it's only just midday, isn't it?
Well,
there'll be all the Wimbledon headlines.
Well, there is a headline yesterday. As well, yeah, but it's not a good day today. Have you seen?
No, I haven't.
One of the big names is out with COVID.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
You look that up, Dave.
You tell me. You know.
Bring us the latest note, because I've only seen the headline. Simpson on 20, left-handed Simpson. And that's taken low down by the keeper. Have a look, Dave. You're across your tennis. You know more about it than I do. Well, your favourite, she doesn't play anymore, though, does she? Joanna.
Miss Gunter.
Yeah.
No.
She's gone.
Oh, Berrettini. That's why you asked me to look, because you couldn't remember, could you?
Of course I couldn't remember. But anyway, he was lined up for the final.
Matteo Berrettini.
He's not going to make it now.
Italian.
I'm afraid he's out with the old COVID. 145 for 5 here. Patterson bowls full and not too far away from that off stump. Starts wide and sort of shapes back in towards the keeper. And about to, well, we're hearing this report now. I always get very nervous. I never want to appear on the local radio news bulletin saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, which has happened once before, you see.
Have you never sort of been left on your own at this stage, where whoever you've been commentating with has just nipped out to the loo and then suddenly they've thrown to...
Oh no, I've had to do that.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's happened. Simpson on 20. Oh, now there was a bit of bat on that, but it fell short of the keeper in the end. I think he went to withdraw the bat, but still got something on it.
Extraordinary. You're right. He had no intention
and it's
of
gone over the rope.
Playing that, John Simpson.
Is that right? Signal as a 4. Yeah. Straight through the legs, was it, in the end of the keeper? Down over the rope, down at the pavilion end. So the score now 149 for 5. Simpson to 24 of 36 deliveries. Patterson, who's not the tallest, but gosh, he looks a strong lad. Turns with one slip still to run away from us here at the Radcliffe Road end. In and bowls, bat on that into the offside. And Ben Duckett doing the fielding, and no run. I'm going to keep quiet now because I definitely am going to appear on this voice, otherwise nobody wants that.
Yeah, he's almost metronomic, isn't he, Dane Patterson? Here is that update then for the listeners to the local radio stations. Just the 1 wicket so far for Nottinghamshire. It's with the first ball of the second over of the day. James Pattinson removing the night watchman Tom Helm, LBW for naught. At that stage, Middlesex 106 for 5. But they've held knots up since, with a partnership currently worth 43 between the two left-handers, Max Holden, who's got 35, and John Simpson, 24. As you say, a really good couple of days for knots, racking up 551 for 8 before declaring. Middlesex in reply, 149 for 5. That's that done for another half an hour as we go into the afternoon, early afternoon here at Trent Bridge, 3 or 4 minutes past midday.
He wants me to press his button. Is that okay, boss?
I think we'd
let it back on.
I think we'd better
behave yourself, will you?
Final ball of this Patterson over. Bowls and some oohs and ahs. I think it was sufficiently wide to leave. 75.5 miles an hour, that one from Dane Patterson. End of the over, 149 for 5 Middlesex here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London, with Messrs Bracegirdle, Howells and Hand.
I bring news of people not behaving themselves. Hugh Turberville, who is behaving himself, I should add quickly, the editor of the Cricketer magazine, is at Lord's for quite a raucous atmosphere at Eton versus Harrow. The last annual match they are scheduled to play at Lord's. I'll be canvassing opinion on this controversial matter, says Hugh. His following tweet, only a few moments afterwards, "Who are ya?" is the cry around Lord's as Harrow slumps a 64 for 3.
Do you know that story is of importance to, I don't know what,
2 schools, and that's it.
0.5% of the country.
That much? That much? You know, I'm going lower there. I'm back to higher and lower.
I mean, the wealthiest. I mean, it is the wealthiest, most influential, but it is still 0.5%.
I'm not giving him that much. 0.05% maybe.
Eton versus Harrow.
It's controversial, isn't it, at Lord's that it's the last, or it's controversial at Eton, Harrow, and in some parts of Lord's.
I can tell you something about Eton versus Harrow if you'll bear with me after this delivery.
Well, it's going to be worth it. The lad from Newark with a little bit on the.
Well, here's Patterson White. I'll just see this ball worked away on the leg side. They'll get a single. There'll be applause, I would imagine, for the 150, though nobody never or ever knows why. 150 for 5. Nottinghamshire's highest ever individual score came against Middlesex. Walter Keaton made an undefeated 312 not out in 1939, with the match played at the Oval because Lord's had priority for the annual Eton versus Harrow fixture.
He's got a story
there
for
you
everything,
go.
hasn't he?
See?
I'll leave you with that one.
This is you, Kev.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Had some white bowls, and forward goes Simpson, pushing back into the onside. There's no run. 24 for Simpson, 36 for Holden. Yeah, it's caused a bit of an uproar. That, as I say, at Eton Harrow and in some parts of Lords. I did hear of some suggesting if it was removed, they'd be wouldn't be renewing their membership. As here's forward defence from Simpson, pushed back into the offside. And there's no run. A former colleague, broadcasting colleague of ours, indeed.
What?
Well, yeah, I'll have to tell you that one off air later then, if you don't know.
Oh, that's teasing the audience, that is. Just name them.
Got a flight, and this ball's full outside of the off stump, 150 for 5.
You realise that you can actually be picked up sometimes.
I know. I was doing it while the commentary cam wasn't on.
Any pictorial clues like that?
Pictionary in the box here. Forward goes Simpson, pushing away into the offside. No run.
You've always got to be on your best behaviour, and it's me that needs to remember that more than anybody these days.
What, when you're on with me?
No, just generally that people sometimes can see what you're doing.
Adson White bowls. His ball's driven away through the covers. A lovely shot by Simpson for 4. He moves to 28, 154 for 5.
But these days I always wear trousers, just in case. Meantime, beautiful blue skies. Doesn't it look nice though? Doesn't it? Seriously, pull yourself together now. Doesn't it look nice?
Come in and have a look.
Bringing in primary school children there at the back.
And Ben's got a nosebleed.
Oh no, Ben.
Cotgrave. What is it? One way you have to put your head back or your head forward. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, whatever it is, don't listen to him. Whatever you do. We've got Sir in the room as well. Morning, Sir. Yeah. And what's our friend's name?
This is Ben.
Ben. Hiya, Ben, mate. Nice to have you in the box with us today. What do you think of the view, Ben? Is it good? Yeah, you keep that nosebleed going for an extra half hour, mate, and you can enjoy the good view with us, okay? Take a seat at the back. You'll be fine. Hope it clears up for you there. Holden's on 36, meantime. 154 for 5. Patterson round the wicket. In. Bowls. Oh, an outside edge again. That's going to be runs down towards and over the boundary rope, down through third. And there will be a boundary. And the score with this 6th wicket partnership now brings up the 52 from 92 deliveries. Max Holden and John Simpson. And a good job done by this pair, a very good job, because they've still played some nice shots actually, given that opportunity to do so. And what Nottinghamshire have now done is that slip, they were standing fairly close to the keeper. They've put him a little bit wider because they've been a couple now in the last couple of overs that have gone through that area. We're calling that deep gully a little bit further out to the right as we look from our commentary position. But trying to plug that gap a little bit more. And frustration in seeing it go there, but Holden's moved to 40. Patterson again comes in and bowls and through to the keeper. Oh, somebody's lost their polythene bag. I hope it still doesn't have the sandwich in it.
Is that the packed lunch?
It is the packed lunch. It's flying off across the ground.
Littering at Trent Bridge.
Poor old Ben. Hope he's okay.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. It happens. Younger people have
a bit of a nosebleed.
Pulled us two into line as well, didn't it? We had to. we were mid corpse when you walked in. That fortunately.
No, you were.
Well, yeah.
Behave yourself.
I know.
158 for 5. Middlesex trailed by 393 runs. Oh, got a bit of a delay here. A bit of a hold up as Patterson was going to come in around the wicket and Oldham sent him back. I'm not too sure for what reason that was, but
the polythene bag.
Well, no, that's ages gone now. So there is a slip, but it's a wide first slip. I suppose if you're talking about regulation, it'd be where second slip would be. Should there be first in there as well? It's gone a little bit wider. The sun definitely makes a nice appearance here across Trent Bridge. For Patterson to bowl again, comes darting in at Holden and worked away on the onside.
I think we've eventually now lost that green stripe, haven't we, down the strip? It's never been the prettiest looking of strips, but it's played pretty well, hasn't it?
I put it to Luke Holman last night, actually. I thought, there's a little bit, where it was green on day one, I thought it started to look a little bit greyer yesterday. You know, that greyness that you get at Old Trafford sometimes on the surface there. That's a very good summary, he said to me.
Did he?
I was asking him the question.
Oh, bless him. He's thinking that's better encourage the old boy. Holden on 40, and Patterson midway through his 14th over. Short pitch delivery, ducks out of the way of that one. As Holden down quickly to get out of the way and through to the keeper, and the keeper has to move a little bit to his right hand side to take that. What's going on in there, Dave? What are they building there away to our right hand side?
Not entirely sure. It was a car showroom, and then I think last year or the COVID summer it opened as a garden centre, but that didn't seem to last very long, and now they're obviously taking all the concrete up and starting afresh.
I wonder if maybe retirement homes, Dave.
Well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Overlooking.
What are you suggesting, Kev?
Well, I'm suggesting that Dave might want to put his name down for it, basically, for a few years' time. Next delivery, full, and pushed on the one side of straight for no run. Can you imagine that, Dave? You're just putting your name, getting one of those, just for a few years, still coming across to work across here, and. Yeah?
Well, yeah, I'd be very much. I mean, I like those at Taunton and at Bristol as well, but unfortunately, you'd have to watch Somerset or Gloucestershire.
Yeah, well, but here, once the view's not so good, is it? I mean, you'll have to choose your plot there on the corner.
Do you know? I have to admit, and it is remiss of me. What is the large building to our left?
Still a council building, isn't
yes,
it?
Yeah. I think when they start work, do you like cricket or not?
Holden on 40, and push back to the bowler.
As to whether you get an office on this side of the building or the other side of the building.
158 for 5. Holden 40. Simpson 28. Trailed by 393 runs. Is it Rushcliffe?
Yes. Yeah. I think if you're a boss that
council,
if you're a boss that cracked the whip, if you'd got somebody who you knew was a cricket fan, you'd put them around the other side, wouldn't you? If you want them to be productive.
That'd be primed for being repurposed, though, wouldn't it? Turn that into a retirement block up there.
You Londoners.
You put the Forest fans on one side.
All about property, isn't it? All about property for you and making something of.
Wasn't there some talk over there behind the old newsstand that could the road not have been? You know, they can only go so far back with it, and that was why the shape of the ground ended up as it was. Yeah. But wasn't there some talk about actually can you not move the road? I push the road backwards, and obviously that property is now available on the other side of the road. Was there not?
It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
No, but I was just thinking for redevelopment on that side, if they wanted to extend the ground at all. No,
they don't. They've only recently, last 10 or 15 years, redeveloped it anyway.
Is there something that's next on?
Well, they say with the William Clark.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
The one here.
But down there as well. But here's that Patterson White. He's in from the pavilion end, left arm over. He bowls to Simpson. He gets bounced and turned down the leg side. Simpson trying to help it on its way. He'll get a couple here, and actually he won't. Is it just off? Oh no, dead ball. Umpire saying he didn't play it. I thought you rather fended it down the leg side, Simpson. A little unlucky there, perhaps.
I'm still waiting for my invite to the 6th floor restaurant here.
What did you wait for?
Too.
I just
Me
went
too.
Up. What are you waiting for? Just go up.
Well,
say
an
hello.
invite.
Just wanted to come and have a look.
No.
Kev, they don't want the likes of you and
I
I
want
up
some
there.
food and things.
Oh, I see. This ball's full and driven away through the covers. Lovely shot by Simpson. Well, he may not have got anything out of the last one, but he may well get full reward for that, will he? It's just about going to creep, and it does. Just kisses the boundary rope and then pops up over it. 162 for 5. Simpson 32.
I accidentally, and I still don't know how it happened, I accidentally, during a game, must be a couple, I don't know, which game have I been to? It was a few weeks ago, actually.
Glamorgan game you were here.
Actually found myself going up instead of down on the lift, and the doors open to the 6th floor restaurant. Ooh. You've never seen security move so quickly to stop me from getting out of the lift. Get back in there. They didn't actually say that to me. In fact, the only person who recognised me was Boral McNewell. He had a bit of a giggle.
He was in there, was he?
Yeah. All wine and dining, you know.
Was he?
Yeah.
It's Patterson White comes in now and bowls to Simpson, who's forward defending this one, and there's no run. I got a little tour up there. I went up and just said, I'm going to take a couple of pictures up from up here. Is that all right? Someone showed me around.
I've had a tour. Temple gave me a tour, but some time ago. But I was thinking, he's going to give me a bit of a a voucher or something to use later. No, nothing.
It's a quicker one from Patterson White, defended by Simpson. There's no run. Amy, that was it. Amy showed me around up there. Very nice up there it is, on the outside. You don't have to be up in the restaurant to access the seats either side, I don't think. There's a lovely view from those seats. Patterson White, lots of flight, kicked away outside off stump by Simpson.
Century for Daniel Bell Drummond at the Oval. Surrey against Kent. Kent 210 for 2.
That's going to be a crazy game to be drawn, and it looks every bit as though it's going to be. This one's still in the mix at 5 down. Fascinating.
Some lights of Simpson bowls, and this ball's pushed away just fine at the cover fielder for a single. 163 for 5. There was a little bit of upset there about it being too flat, wasn't there? By Surrey, Surrey weren't pleased. You know, we need to get results on this. We can't just have flat ones and high-scoring draws. That would have been a game against Kent. I'm sure that they'd really been thinking, right, this.
Not sure promoted. What that noise is. Sounds like somebody's doing the hoovering, doesn't it?
It does.
It's not us, folks.
It does. Hampshire were going well, weren't they?
They were playing it as McCullum would want it played.
Oh, they were.
Yeah, very, very attacking.
Oh, Gubbins is in. Gubbins is in now. He's faced one ball. Organ had 65 off 79, playing a fine tune. And Holland 37 off 91. He's still there.
I have news, thanks to John Yates. News that will please Mr. Hand, who drives one of these.
Oh, yeah.
John says Dave is going back to being a car showroom, selling those, the manufacturer that begins with T, electric cars, if you can afford them. Thanks, John.
Tonka. Next delivery. Pushed into the offside and no run.
Well, there's already one of those.
Well, I can't, but Mr. Hand, you drive one of those, don't you?
Not one of those.
No, you don't drive one of those.
You were looking for places to plug yours in.
But there's already one there. Look, there's the big T, the other side. There's already one of those.
Yeah.
Unless they're extending it and make it an even bigger showroom.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Thanks. That's John in Clifton.
Kev's got the sort of car that only works from solar power, sun power, which why it took him 5 days to get up here. Could take him 10 to get back again.
And Nigel says the same. It is now the car showroom. I think you should be able to see the T there.
Patterson to Simpson here. Simpson on 33 and full delivery. Oohs and ahs. I mean, you were talking about you boys at your age now making strange random noises. we had quite a few in the first 15-20 minutes, but how quiet it's gone since, really, from Nottinghamshire in the field here. They've got their work cut out here now.
Now this is good from Nigel. The car showroom is still there, Dave. The corner plot was for many years a branch of the Midland Bank, which was demolished in the 90s. Then the land was incorporated into the car showroom, but now, he says now, they're developing it for retirement flats.
Hey! Great news.
Thank you, Nigel.
Work from
Brace girdle.
Next delivery, short, and that's been pulled behind square on the onside, and Simpson will move up to 34 and take the score to 164 for 5. Do you know, now I'm thinking somebody must have told me they were going to be retirement flats for me to have guessed that.
It worked that well on the busy road, won't it? Because it won't upset the tenants, so I won't be able to hear it.
Yeah, it's a bit ageist, Kev.
Well, it is a retirement home. I mean,
yeah, even so.
You can take the old hearing aid out and it'd be fine living on the busy road there.
Pardon?
No, you're bit harsh. But anyway, that's Dave now. He definitely will be over there, putting his name down for the corner plot. 164 for 5, Middlesex. Full, and worked away onto the lakeside for no run by Holden. So this is steady stuff, but it is a fascinating game of cricket in a period that we're going to get, right through the day here. Can Middlesex grind their way through today? As I say, still the deficit 387, massive deficit. Just the 1 wicket to have fallen. If they can get to lunch, and they've still a long way to go till then. But it's going to be some sort of achievement, I think, because those wickets fell really quickly yesterday.
Speaking of quick wickets, Organ has been followed by Holland. He's gone for 37. Caught pepper off Harmer.
Yeah, but what's the score?
126 for 3.
How many
another 173 more, Hampshire. Gubbins and Vince together.
Organ sent delivery from Harmer into the river, which takes some doing. But they were clearly trying to get him out of the attack. Have they got him out of the attack or not? Still
no, because he picks up the wicket of Holland.
You're not going to get Harmer out of the attack.
No, I don't think you do.
How many has he got in the match? That's 2. And in the
8 first innings.
Oh, he's got his 10 for them.
Yeah.
There we go.
Holden on 40 here, meantime. And down the leg side, and a good stop by the keeper. Nice piece of work, that. He had a long way to go across there, didn't he, to cut that off? I'm not too sure to what extent it flew his way, but I mean, it was well short. It was a good stop.
Yeah, that's
really
got a long
good
way.
stop. Yeah. Down the leg side. remains 164 for 5.
No, the number is has been swollen by the school children, but decent crowd in for a Tuesday.
Yep. Breezy day. You see it billowing in the shirt of Patterson. In bowls and straight, and good straight bat from Holden back up to the bowler to complete that over. So another one ticked off from Middlesex's point of view in the day. We've still got another 85 to go today. Lunch will be at 1:10 Holden on 40, Simpson on 34. This partnership 58 of 109. The finger is pointing. Dave, where is that finger pointing?
It's pointing at Lyndon James. Look, he's gone over to sign one autograph, and suddenly there's about 65 youngsters that have surrounded him. Please, can you sign here? And that's lovely to see. You'd like to think when he's done them all, Lyndon James will swap fielding positions with somebody else, so they can get somebody else over there.
That would be nice to see. I'm not too sure whether we'd see it, but that'd be a lovely idea.
Well, Seabrook's been over there, hasn't he, on that side?
Well, that's
of the
true,
ground?
yeah.
What's the hold up here?
He won't be able to sign it with
They're
the
waiting for
fingers.
him. They're waiting for him to stop signing
Yeah.
autographs.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, Lyndon. But that's nice. Don't know what he's signing. Do you think they've all been given autograph books, or just bits of paper, or
Bits
those
of
little
card,
mini
probably.
bats?
Card.
Dropping back a deep cover here for John Simpson. Having got away a couple of drives from Patterson White, left arm over, but you'd almost be tempted to let him have the drive.
Yeah.
You see that ball that turned back in to take Stoneman last night. Go on, you drive at that if you want to. Patterson White gets one to grip. He's in now, 1 for 29, starting his 14th. Slipping a short leg go down, bowls, and Simpson forward defence, no run. Worth reminding listeners of Holden's effort at Lords. 115 balls for his 18 when he was just batting time to try and save that game against Nottinghamshire on the final day. And rain helped Middlesex. Patterson White again, bowl. Simpson's forward, dropping a quick single into the offside. He has moved to 35. Simpson managed 9 in the first innings in that match at Lords for his LBW Fletcher, and Holden was LBW 21 to Patterson White in the first innings. Simpson not required to bat as the rain fell, with Middlesex 3 down in their second.
Hanging on.
They were bullish that they were going to hold on in that game, but I'm not so sure. Here's Patterson White bowls to Holden, and this ball's worked its way out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 166 for 5. We were working out, weren't we, that 3 days at Lords, so 9 sessions, all won by Nottinghamshire, I think it was fair to say, until Middlesex managed to just, with Robson and Holden, produce a fight back at that stage. And then likewise here, it's been 2 days to another 6 sessions. Let's go with the 9 that they claimed at Lords. So up to this point, Middlesex won 1 session out of, 16? So here's a full ball from Patterson White, and dancing to the pitch of it, Simpson pushes back to the bowler. Is that fair to say, Dave, across the 2 games so far?
Oh, it would be remiss of me to say that Notts have totally dominated Middlesex for the best part of 2 matches.
Simpson awaits, and through to the gloves. 166 for 5. Again, you know, just the mark of this fixture, really, isn't it? And the mark of Nottinghamshire. Perhaps the difference between Division 1 and Division 2. Middlesex were riding high until Nottinghamshire arrived at Lords, and that was a bit of a reality check. And a further reality check just down the road at Chesterfield a few weeks ago, as forward goes Simpson, pushing back up the track, and a dot ball. 166 for 5, Simpson 35, Holden 41, and there's yes, that is the end of the over, and Patterson White has 1 for 31 from 14 now, with 5 maidens.
What happened in that one? Were you Masooded?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that he was the difference between the sides, but Middlesex did walk away and go, no, that really wasn't good enough. That was their summary of it. It wasn't good enough, and should have bowled better throughout the match. And other than that, you know, Masood was the main difference between the sides. They were hoping to have Peter Milan in as overseas for that Middlesex. They didn't get him. Obviously, haven't got him for this one either now because of visa issues.
Unless they've had it already, and I wouldn't have thought so. You'd imagine Shan Masood and Daryl Mitchell are nailed on to be 2 of the Wisden 5 cricketers of the year. You'd imagine, wouldn't you? I know it's an early call.
Big call. Holden's on 41. Next ball bowled and played behind square on the offside. A big call, but not an incorrect call, Dave.
Well, they like to get one, an outstanding player from them. Each of the tourists, don't they? Generally, and I think Daryl Mitchell a century in each game. Although they've lost the series 3-0.
Yeah.
Sham Masood first to 1,000, and just as well that the whole feel. We've played obviously Derbyshire a couple of times in the Blast and once in the Championship. The whole feel under his leadership and the change of head coach has been hugely beneficial.
Patterson bowls, driven, lovely drive actually on the offside. That's out through extra cover. That's a chase on there. So you're going to be able to pull it back in time. Down to it, Mulaney, right arm throw. And they get 3 for that?
Purely speculative from me, because I have no idea. But if Peter Milan's... Well, actually, whether Peter Milan arrives or not, there's 2 overseas slots available, and Middlesex will be tempted to try and get Mitchell back after playing for Middlesex last year. I mean, once the New Zealanders are done with...
Well, what are you looking at me for? I can't answer that question.
Are they off anywhere else?
You're
a man of international knowledge.
I'm pretty sure on the commentary, which surprised me a little bit, they said he'd been snapped up for one of the 100.
Oh yeah, there'll be that. Yeah,
so you'd imagine
right.
he'd be staying in England then.
Yeah, there'll be that, all right, wouldn't there? So, but that's August anyway, so they wouldn't mind that. But for the Championship,
Patterson bowls. That's the off-stump.
No, the point I was making was he might have, he might have 6 spare weeks if he's hanging around.
Yep. If Middlesex want to try and claim second spot behind Nottinghamshire to be promoted from Division 2 to Division 2 next year, then.
Hilton Cartwright, of course, brought in by Derbyshire, and the fact that he's already sort of in town, so to speak, because of the 100.
Oh, is he for the 100? Is he, Cartwright?
Yeah. Don't ask me who the Blazers he's playing for. I have no idea. But anyway, he's
probably
in
the Blazers. Is that one of the names? The Rockets, the Blazers.
He's in for the 100, and of course, quite a few T20 teams for the Blast have had players who have come along because of the 100 anyway. Next delivery, and that's up onto his toes and push square. Either they were looking to be in the right place to get those last picks, those wildcard picks as overseas, or they just happened to, make their stay just a little bit longer by coming across. I'm trying to think. Is there a case of some of them who actually going to play some first-class matches as they're here as well? I think I've read that somewhere, but I can't think of one. Can't put a name to that. But I think that's happening in one case at least.
Well, Durham get one of the New Zealanders, got a double century, the opener.
Young, next delivery, bowled into the offside. There'll be no run. Do you mean Will Young?
No.
I thought you were saying Young was bowling. I was thinking
in the last round of matches, Durham.
Oh yeah. Well, but also Lanky brought in Will Williamson, didn't they? Or was it Will Williams? Not that he was necessarily here for the 100.
William Williamson.
Dave's doing his research. I think you're right. Who did they bring in though?
Where at Durham this week? They got the round off.
Yes.
Have we not heard from Martin Emerson? What's he up to? He thought he'd be heckling.
They've played every round, so have Leicestershire. So
he's having a lie down in a dark room, is he?
One ball left to this over. It's all gone very quiet out there at the moment, which is great news from Middlesex's point of view.
Rashin Ravindra.
Next, that's
217 he made.
Played square, lakeside by Simpson. He moves to 36. And the score up to 170 for 5 now. 381 behind. Holden 44. Simpson 36. This partnership is 64 runs for this 6th wicket. 121 balls faced. They're going along at 2.98 and over. It's ticking along okay here for Middlesex. But throughout it all, they know there's so much more that needs to be done.
2 wickets. I mean, you get...
I just complete Patterson 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 49. 57 overs, so we've got a few overs still at any talk or sign of any new ball, which of course could cause some extra issues.
Gubbins has gone LBW to Harmer for 9, 4 down, needing 163 more, Hampshire. Vincent Dawson together.
Don't build it up, Kev. We'll have people leaving us to follow that game.
Paddison White's in bowls, and forward goes Simpson, pushing back, no run. Yes, there's a good feel about this one. Almost has a good feel about it, as though if it were a 5-day game, you'd say, well, actually, if it was a 5-day game, you'd still say Middlesex are facing an innings defeat at the moment. But these two are batting nicely. It's Paddison White bowls, and Simpson looks to kick away outside off stump. But good from Middlesex to see some fight back here. They fought back yesterday evening with Stoneman and Holden, and Stoneman done by a good one by this man, Patterson White. He's 1 wicket in his 15 overs so far. He's bowled really well though. He bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Simpson's zone. And the big thing is though, is he spent the whole time bowling to left-handers. He had a brief glimpse, I'm sure, of Helm yesterday evening, but he'll very much look forward to Martin Anderson and Toby Rowland-Jones, I'm sure, when they come to the middle. Next man in is another left-hander, Luke Holman. Oh, we've got a very excited listener back in the studio by the sounds of it. Here's Patterson White bowls, and Simpson goes big. Mind the school kids into the old newsstand for 6 over a deep mid-wicket. Just drops a little short. Simpson took onto it quickly, and 176 for 5.
I'm so glad it didn't land amongst the school children, because I'm not entirely sure they're all watching the cricket. It must be time to tuck into those packed lunches. They're all very excited.
Sultan's a swing in our ears at the moment. Ain't been much movement through the air here though, is there? Here's Patterson White. He's in. Bowls, and forward goes Simpson, pushing away into the offside. Am I right in remembering that if it's to swing, it perhaps does so, or seam a bit, it does so more towards the other side of the square?
Where we began the day here at Trent Bridge with a couple of sultans of swing doing the bowling, Luke Fletcher and James Pattinson. And Pattinson in his second over of the morning picked up the only wicket to go down, that of Tom Helm, trapped LBW for naught. Since then it's been a Middlesex rearguard effort, 2 left-handers at the crease, both very, very good players. Max Holden on to 44, John Simpson, in fact, he just nibbles away a 2 there, so he joins him on 44. They've added 72. Not very much in the box seat. They're a long way in front. Middlesex still 373 behind. They're 178 for 5. Into the over. I just wonder what Stephen... Well, shame I couldn't get the words out 30 seconds earlier. I was going to say, I wonder what Stephen Mullaney will do in the last half an hour here. Maybe give himself and Lyndon James a bit of a bowl, and he is going to bring Lyndon James on. The words were formulating actually before Lyndon James walked
Lyndon's fan club love the bowling change.
It's because Dane Patterson's going to go out and stand where he was fielding. He's normally pretty good with the youngsters signing autographs and what have you, so I'm sure they'll grab him.
But now I'm feeling sorry for all the other primary school kids who haven't got fielders next. Well, it's a pretty hard.
Deep Gully's not far away. Go on,
get over there.
Who's he having a chat with? There's somebody going around the boundary. Is that?
They're calling for him to go across.
Who's around the boundary rope over there now? Is that in front of the school kids?
Well, there's Samit Patel.
Yeah, I thought it was Samit
Stop,
Patel.
Samit,
stop, sign them. Stop. Well, they probably haven't asked. They don't know who he is. They probably think he's ground stuff. He's just in his shorts, isn't he?
Everybody knows who Samit Patel is.
Meantime, I'll do this one more over. James in bowls. Oh, and that's going to be down to that very area. So now be careful of that ball going over the rope. And oh gosh, I've seen it happen. When it bounces, it's going to be 4 runs. When it bounces on the rope and just goes open over the boards.
They're not such a ramp, the boards.
But they loved it. They loved the fact the ball's gone in their direction, which is fantastic. Even though it is runs for Middlesex, they haven't quite conned on to that bit at the moment.
Look, the school kids are off. They've seen Sam. They've seen Samit. Look, it's the others. They're the cricketing school, you see. They all recognise Samit.
You can do it. 182 for 5 meantime. Holden with that boundary moves to 48, not out. And he cuts again. It's going to be another successive 4s here, which is going to bring up the half century for Max Holden. It's going to come from 147 balls, is 52 not out. And it's 198 minutes, 147 balls, 7 4s for Max Holden, doing a really good job. Much needed here by Middlesex. Dave, what do you see? What are you pointing at?
Samit. You'll be there all day now, son. He's been spotted by somebody, maybe one of the teachers has said, and he's just signed one autograph and suddenly he's surrounded.
First 2 balls of this over from James, though. They've gone for 4. Holden's on 52. And it's going to be another one this time. Fine. It's gone just to the right-hand side of the keeper on the leg side. It's going to go over the boundary rope down the pavilion end. That's 3 4s from the first 3 deliveries of this over.
Buys as well.
Yeah. 190 for 5. So Holden will remain on 52, but it's 4 more to the total.
Till he knocks him off his feet. I think if I was Simpson at the other end, I'd be feeling a little bit aggrieved about the one that was given as a dead ball from Patterson White. Where he looked like he fended at one bouncing down the leg side. That nearly knocked Holden off his feet as he tried to get the feet out of the way to help it on its way. Nowhere near it though, was he?
The tall blonde-haired figure of Lyndon James in full. It's not going to be a fall this time. They're going to scamper through a single. Have to be quick. They make it. Holden to 53. Middlesex to 191 for 5. Trail by 360 runs.
Max Holden's averaging 50 this year in Division 2 of the Championship, which good return from him. John Simpson is at the top of the order, averaging 60.
You're right, Kev. There's a bunch of school kids that are saying, well, we were here first and our teacher made us sit over here and they came after us and they're getting all the autographs.
You can get a little bit too caught up in these things, but I do feel a bit sad. I feel a bit sad. Lyndon James to Simpson on 44. And that one's, oh, that's a lovely shot from Simpson actually through mid-wicket. Is it going to get? Yes, it is going to get all. Well, it's going to take its time in the end, but it does get over the boundary rope. Away to our left-hand side.
It's going to take its time, but so too is James Pattinson. He wasn't given a great chase on that one, was he?
Well, I think he's probably thinking like me.
It's gone.
It's gone, and then just you're thinking that, it did seem to slow up a bit. But anyway, it is a 4. So that's, what now, the third... No, it's the fourth boundary of this innings from 5 balls. There were 3 off the bat and we had 1 with the byes as well, but it's 195 for 5. Simpson moves to 48. Can he get to his half century and keep up with Holden, who's at the other end at the moment, sitting on 53? 1 ball left of this over from Lyndon James. His figures, no wicket for 29 so far. He's in his 6th over. He comes around the wicket again into the left-handed Simpson. No, it'll be a dot ball to finish things off. Lyndon James is not happy with that over. 6 overs, he's bowled 1 maiden, no wicket for 29. 195 for 5. Trail by 356 runs. Holden on 53, Simpson 48, and a partnership of 89. I shall take a break because somebody needs to be at the front of the queue for lunch, and I shall see you all later.
Thank you very much, Kevin Howells, who we'll try and entice back this afternoon for another stint. 195 for 5. So Middlesex knocking on the door of a batting bonus point here, which at the start of the day seemed well, it was quite a way off at 106 for 4 when they began, then 106 for 5 when Helm went without a run added. But this is a partnership that's gone on to reach the dizzy heights of 89 so far. Both players have just taken a drink, and we'll be underway again in just a moment. We've had 23 overs this morning in an hour and 40 minutes. We've still got half an hour to go until lunch, which is 1:10 today. Could still be a session that Notts will be very pleased about. If they can get to lunch, picking up a couple more. Next delivery on its way. Holden works it on the leg side into the pads of Hasiba who's in at short leg. Now Samit Patel is making his way back to the pavilion. He's walking past the other bunch of school kids.
No, he's rejected them, has he? Or have they rejected him?
Well, one or the other. Next one is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Obviously popped in and spending a bit of time in the dressing room. Samit to be back in action here on Friday evening when Notts play Durham, their last home game in the Blast. Next delivery from Patterson White, and outside the off stump, and Holden lets it go through to the keeper. 195 for 5. And again comes Liam Patterson White. A little push into the offside, no run on this occasion. Fletcher doing the fielding. Patterson White into his 16th over, figures of 1 for 39. He bowled 9 overnight. It seems like he's probably bowled more than 7 in this spell, but he hasn't. In again, Holden very watchful. Clips it to shortish mid-wicket where Ben Duckett's fielding. It's a real release of pressure that last over. Lyndon James in all going for 17, 13 off the bat. The 4 byes. This one's nicely fielded at short leg by Hamid, end of the over, 195 for 5. I think that was a maiden for Liam Patterson White. 16 overs, 6 maidens now, 1 for 39.
Yeah, good stuff for Middlesex, isn't it? 60 overs gone, so they've got half an hour to lunch to take another 8 overs. So 12 overs after after lunch, the second new ball becomes available for Nottinghamshire. It's another big moment. Middlesex 356 runs behind still.
Lyndon James will be hoping to get a wicket or two. He's averaging over 50 a wicket this season, only got 6.
His fan club will be handing back the Horsegrass if he doesn't get one.
Not had a first-class 5 for Lyndon, but he got one in the Royal London last year at Edgbaston against the Bears. 195 for 5. Getting a word of advice from James Pattinson. There seems to be more chatting than cricket going on at the moment. Lots of theories being passed from one to the other. Ben Duckett's come down and had a word with the skipper, as he often does.
Just the way we like it, Braces. Have a good old natter. Never mind the cricket. It's around the wicket. Lyndon James. I forgot we've switched ends somehow, haven't we? Or have we? Is it in between the break that we actually have on it?
I think Mr. Howells was doing Lyndon James's end. So,
which would you prefer? Do you want Lyndon James or Patterson?
I really don't.
You're going to buy a wicket. Which end are you going to buy a wicket from, Braces?
I really don't mind. Just enjoying the tussle between bat and ball, and
it's good to see because it's high quality. This from Nottinghamshire. Patterson and Pattinson start with Patterson White. James now. I'll give you his figures from Lords as he comes in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back. No run once again. In fact, can I give you his figures from Lords? They were in front of me a moment or so ago. Lost them now. So it shows us back up. Essex, by the way, have picked up another wicket, 150 for 5. Hampshire. Dawson's gone to Beard. Looking more and more like a Essex victory.
That's going to be the first one to finish, isn't it? An Essex victory. You've gone early on that. Still had 5 wickets.
150 on the board, 150 more to win, 5 down. One of these is the night watchman, admittedly, Fuller. As around the wicket comes James, and this is eased away to backward point by Simpson. There's no run. There'll be cheers at the Oval for every Hampshire wicket that falls. Hampshire second to Surrey. Lancashire 19 points back in third, off top spot. Hampshire the most likely, but there's a lot of praise for Lancashire this year. Could they be the ones to stop Surrey, who finally lost a game of cricket? The Invincibles at the Oval. Who'd have thought?
Is it Sussex?
Yes. Full from James and driven by Simpson. There's a sweeper in the deep, so just a single. 196 for 5. What are you thinking on the sweepers that have been deployed, particularly to Patterson White off Simpson when they've put back a deep cover?
Well, I think you nailed it. They were trying to get him to drive. There was that invitation there, wasn't there, to push onto the offside. But
they got so many runs to play with that why would you put the sweeper back? And that rather negates the desire to drive firmly into the offside, doesn't it?
Well, I think they were trying to get him to drive firmly into the offside
and then
be beaten by the one that turned back, a la Stoneman.
I guess around the wicket comes James, bowls. There's a forward short, an advanced square leg, a retreated short leg, and a short mid wicket.
Yeah. They're trying all sorts of different things, aren't they, Mullane? It's a far from conventional field. And I don't think he's short of advice either, the skipper. There's one or two pointing here, there and everywhere. Perhaps we should bring a man in here. Perhaps we should do this or that. Just desperate for a breakthrough.
James on length. Turn through square leg. Nicely bowled. Nicely played by Holden. And he might get full reward for this. It's just losing a little bit of pace at the end, and it is caught up right at the last by Ben Slater.
Yeah.
And they have taken 3. Yes.
Yeah. Slater having to chase after it with the pads on, the protective pads, which is never ideal.
James's figures at Lords were none for 14 from 4 in the first innings, as Middlesex were 195 all out, but of course there was a certain Stuart Broad playing in that game, as he picked up 3 for 44. Pattinson 4 for 49 in the first innings, and Fletcher 1 for 27 in the second innings. Middlesex 133 for 3 off 58 overs, and the rain was falling. James had none for 29 from 9. Fletcher 2 for 9 from 14 with 10 maidens. Pattinson 1 for 54 from 13. Broad was wicketless.
Plenty of times in the past, certainly under Chris Reed's captaincy, when He'd be looking round for a partnership breaker right now, 20 minutes to go before lunch, and he'd be throwing the ball to Stephen Mullaney.
Aye, Mullaney's skipper, so he won't bowl himself.
Well, this is it. You know, there's been a lot of comment about him being underused.
Yep, captains do it, don't they?
Liam Patterson-White starts a new over, bowls to Holden. He defends. I mean, he has very often come on at this stage in matches and winkled out a key wicket.
Neil Dexter, when he was at Middlesex, Golden Army was called at first.
He had a 5 for here way back in the day. Next ball has induced the first ooh for a while.
And he was a dibbly-dobbly, you know. But when he got the captain, I remember saying to him at the time, just the first thing I said to him is, whatever you do, don't underbowl yourself. Now he got the captaincy. What did he do? Underbowled himself.
199 for 5. Patterson-White bowls and Holden pushes it back to him. Did he end up at Leicestershire?
He did, yeah. Even Mercer, though, I find sometimes when he's captain, he'll bowl shorter spells than he would if someone else was the captain. It's almost like, you know, he doesn't do his 7 or 8 over stint. He'll do 5 maybe and 4 and hand it over to somebody else.
Patterson-White going round the wicket. Middlesex need 1 for the 200 and a first batting point. They don't get it here, as once again Holden just content to push it back along the carpet to Liam Patterson-White.
Funny though, isn't it, how historically captains are generally batters rather than bowlers.
Yeah. Next ball again blocked. Nothing on offer for any of the close catchers, not even the merest semblance of a bat pad offering. Come back over the wicket for the final ball of the 62nd over. A little bit of turn there, but Holden had it nicely covered as it goes through to Moores. End of the over, 199 for 5.
It's the kind of topic you'd bring up at a dinner table if you were sat with after dinner Mike Gattin and Angus Fraser. So why generally would you say batters are captains more often than bowlers?
James Pattinson's he is going to bowl. He just took his cap off, but just seemed to be taking his cap off, letting a little bit of fresh air get to his head. But no, he has gone over and now handed it to the umpire. So Lyndon James in and out of the attack quickly after just a couple of ineffective overs. And it is going to be James Pattinson, 11 overs, 2 for 32. Yesterday he had Sam Robson giving out LBW. It's one of those that we think, had it been a televised game and all the reviews and everything in operation, and may well have been reviewed but given out on umpire's call. It was sort of marginal whether he'd got outside the line or not. And then this morning, his second wicket, another LBW. That was Tom Helm, first ball of the day from the pavilion end.
Because what always gets said back is that the batters, the intelligent ones, is the reply to it. But actually, you go through the cricket correspondence of recent years. Actually, a fair few bowlers in there, weren't there? Selv, Gus, Pringle.
Yep.
What else has there been? I mean, obviously Atherton's been one of the mainstays as a batter.
What's happening now? Nothing really. Again, Stephen Mullaney. Well, lots have got. Well, there's going to be a bit of leg theory here, you'd imagine. They've got a short leg. They've got a short leg, they've got a square leg, they've got a deep square leg. So that's 3 in a line, but they've also got 2 behind square. 1 on the fence and duck it a third of the way back.
Patterson's in, bowls short, and Simpson on his toes, turns defensively into the offside, no run.
Not as short as I thought it might be with this field. I would imagine he'll be getting these up round about the chin. Leg stump chin music.
Yep.
There's 6 on the leg side who potentially could be brought into play by anything that's deflected in the air.
Interesting, isn't it, how few slips we've had in this game? None now. No slip at all. I was bemoaning this morning that there was only 1 slip in place. There was only a couple of edges, but neither of them would have carried to second. They were rather run by the batters as Pattinson bowls full, but down the leg side and shoots out the gloves of the keeper Moores, and they'll have a bye. He won't like that, Moores. That's a 200 up for Middlesex as well. A batting point. Goodness me, we're still in the first innings, aren't we? 200 on the board for Middlesex. The first batting point coming up in the 63rd over. Not so wicket shy of a second bowling point. And kind of, because of the match situation and also now into the third day, kind of forgotten all about all that. But
I don't know if it's because we're looking from the Radcliffe Road end, and maybe it's the same at this end if you were down the far end, but the end that Tom Moores is at now, doesn't the ground look a mess? It's all scuffed up, and Right old mess.
Some bowls a bouncer to Holden, who sways inside that one. Through it goes. So it's not a Simpson ploy, it's just a ploy from Nottinghamshire. Let's bounce them out.
Yeah.
The ball in at 63rd over. It's not a bad ploy either, is it, actually? Well, look, you know, if there's any life left in this ball at all, let's use it just to see if we can get some bounce out of it.
Yeah. That's, you know, I was sort of making reference to that because I think the one that Tom Moores just couldn't gather there, he'd almost plugged in the mud.
Yeah. Stuck in the mud. Kids will be playing that around the back of the stand enough at lunch, won't they?
Stuck in the mud? What's
that?
Tell
One
me.
of the school ones. There's a British bulldog stuck in the mud.
British bulldog.
Here's another bouncer ducking underneath it rather than swaying inside this time. Holden, through it goes. Wasn't that the one you used to have to put your arms out and then your mate had to run underneath one of your arms? If you'd have been tagged, you had to stand still with your arms out, and then for you to...
I don't know that one.
So you to be let go, you had to run under the arms and let the other, and then they was free and they could run again. What was British bulldog again? How did that get played? Do you remember it?
You had to get from one side of the school playground to the other.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
You know, if you were, you know, you'd wrestle one to the ground. So on the next run there'd be two of you.
Yeah. That's it. Paddington past the umpire, bowls, bouncer, and again Holden resists just a little bit too short at the moment. At Middlesex, it would be folly, wouldn't it, to go after one of these with the field that's set and also the time and the match position.
We didn't play a lot of that. We played a lot of football in the school playground. We played a lot of marbles as well, and conkers if it was conkers season. Anybody had a penknife, we'd go down on the field and play stretch, which wasn't a...
Imagine having a penknife in the school playground now. Handball, did you ever play handball? Quite enjoyed handball. I was never good at it though.
Well, indoors in the gym if it was either
Raining,
too wet or cold or frosty or snowy for football.
We used to get banned from playing football. The playground's not big enough. There's full ball down the leg side, 200 for 5. God, that used to be miserable, didn't it? I kind of forgotten about that. The teacher saying, no more football. Oh, no football. What?
Oh.
It's play time. Let's play football.
You can either go in the gym or you can go for a cross-country run. We'll go in the gym, please.
Yeah. 205, 200 for 5 at the end of the over.
It was a strange old over, that really.
Yeah, it just wasn't
short of a leg theory.
Yeah, I mean the ones that they bowled nicely, and Pattinson did start up from the pavilion end, didn't he? He bowled nicely into the elbow, into the armpits, didn't he, of the batters? I was saying, getting it into the right armpit of the left-hander. That was where that over needed to go. Really, there were just too many to leave alone for the pair.
200 for 5. Liam Patterson-White to continue. We've had 27 overs this morning, still about 7 minutes to 1 o'clock. Next delivery on its way, and defended. Partnership now worth 94. Still to come Luke Holman, Martin Anderson, Toby Rowland-Jones and Tim Murter. Patterson-White bowls, and again it's defended by Simpson. Of course, not so all too aware how difficult it is to take wickets on here, to break partnerships, to take wickets. Next delivery, and this one has come off the pad to Melania slip. So if and when Notts do get the 10th wicket in Middlesex's first innings, it'll be very interesting to see what time it is and what Mulaney does. Next delivery is pushed back to the bowler. So they're going to bat for a second time if Middlesex don't save the follow-on. They really can't afford to do it for too long. 5 wickets to get first, and it's not looked likely in truth throughout the morning session as the next one goes through to Moores. Simpson in the 40s for quite some time. He's on 49 from 81 deliveries. Liam Patterson-White bowls to him, and he'll get his... No, he won't get his 50th run here because he's steered it to point. Ben Slater made the stop, couldn't drag it in. It ran away from him, but they still didn't take the single, so it remains 200 for 5 after 64 overs.
Yeah, we're talking about the crowd. Radcliffe Road end's usually the busiest end, isn't it? I wonder what it looks like from the far end, whether it looks busy over here. Maybe in the stream, maybe they can pan out and I can have a look and see what our end looks like. But we're sat on the 3rd floor, the Radcliffe Road end. Nice elevation. Let's commentate from up here. 200 for 5, Holden 56, Simpson 49, and Pattinson's turning once more. 2 for 32 from 12 with 4 maidens. So he's got a deep third, the gully, a cover, and then all the way around to a short mid-wicket, short leg, advanced square leg, orthodox mid-wicket, and a leg gully. And this ball's lifted past the leg gully by Holden for 4. The cry of catch. And now there's a... Right, where are you? Why weren't you there? Well, you told me to be over there. Look, they're all, the fingers are pointing. I think it's Duckett, isn't it? Yeah, it's Duckett at leg gully. They're just saying to him, go a little deeper. There was also... I was missing one fielding position. They're a fine leg. So Duckett's being sent to a deep leg gully now, where he would have taken a comfortable catch, but that one, cry catch went up, and that was exactly where he wanted it to be, Patterson, right into the right armpit of Holden, and he very nearly lifted it to the leg gully, but he's back now probably 2/3 of the way, Duckett. Had he have been there, he probably would have, yeah, maybe a couple of steps forward and would have taken it comfortably. They've also sent back mid-wicket to deep square. So still 3 close on the onside as Patterson comes in, and there it goes again, but not quite into the same spot, and Holden is able to get behind this one and defend into the onside. No run.
More theory than Darwin.
Yeah.
Or Einstein, or whoever it was.
Well, that
had all the theories.
Well, that previous one, I'm just trying to work out the trajectory of it. I think it would have been straight down the throat of Duckett where he is now, whereas he was previously an orthodox leg gully. So where he is now, like I say, perhaps if he'd have walked in a couple of yards, then he'd have taken it comfortably. But he was at an orthodox leg gully rather than a retreated leg gully as he is now. As in comes Pattinson, bowls too short on that one. It's an easy duck inside here. The first ball of the over, he got absolutely right, spot on Pattinson for the field, and that's where he just needs to leave it, in that right armpit of Holden.
Some great camera shots on the live stream. Reminder that is available. If you're only listening to us on the audio, you can find links to the live stream on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website.
But then they have to look at us every now and again, bracers. And the commentator comes on.
This is something that Kirsty's snuck in here.
Or is that when the viewership spikes, when they go to commentator camps, there's a spike in viewership?
It's not been something I've overly been in favour of. She's just snuck it in here.
Pattinson's in, bowls, and this one's hit in the air, short of the fine leg. The cry of catch. So now, having had a leg gully in, where he was... If we go back to the first ball of the over, Duckett, who's now a retreated leg gully, were he had an orthodox leg gully there, it still would have been fine of him. But a fine leg gully might have had a chance at that one, but it didn't carry down to fine leg. 205 for 5, and Holden's on to 61. Simpson's on 90. Is on 49.
They're trying things. They're not letting it drift, are they? No,
absolutely right.
All sorts of things.
This is. I highly recommend what they're trying at the moment. Highly commend indeed. But it's crucial that he puts it onto the ribs. Anything shorter than that is, like I say, it's folly really. Because
look how close Hamid is at short leg.
Yeah, right under the batter there is. Patterson's in, bowls too short again, and Simpson's ducking underneath it.
And of course we're seeing the pictures, we're watching it, we're not hearing the snarling, because there'll be some snarls from Pattinson as well. I'm reliably informed.
These two top the live averages for Middlesex. Simpson's 61 with 1 century and 2 50s. And Holden is 49.9 in the live average. He's got 499 runs for the season, or has that just ticked to 500 with that single down to fine leg? I'll have to refresh in a minute and see. He's got this is his 5th 50 of the summer for Holden in 13 innings, but his highest score is 82. Pattinson in, bowls short, and Simpson hooks happily, bisecting the deep retreated gully Duckett and the deep square. And that 4 brings up Simpson's 50. He moves to 53 from 84 balls with 8 4s and 1 6, 114 minutes, and that's his 3rd 50 of the summer for Simpson, who tops the Middlesex averages this year with the bat, which is trying to think back over the years. I'll have to go and do this now, whether Simpson has ever finished the season as the top run scorer or highest in the averages. I'm going to say no, because that's the reason why his highly regarded glovesmanship has not seen him, called up towards as a 6-wicket partnership of 100 as well. Thank you, Dave. 103 from 169 balls actually, which is perhaps a strike rate a little bit better than I'd have perceived this morning. But
yeah, so we've had more than 100 runs in the session as well. Now there's Liam Patterson-White coming in to bowl to Max Holden. Just helps this onto the leg side. Ben Duckett in there, shortish mid-wicket, doing the fielding. Ground bathed in sunshine at the moment. Next delivery sees Holden again get solidly behind it. And they'll obviously be well aware that we are a couple, perhaps 3 overs away from lunch at 1:10. Desperate. Oh, somebody wandering about at the far end. Could you move, sir, please? There we are. We're ready again. Liam Patterson-White. Round the wicket. Bowls. Holden again gets forward, smothers any turn, pushes it back to the bowler. Patterson-White into his 19th over, his 10th of the day, 10th in this particular spell. Fields again off his own bowling as Holden once more pushes it back to the spinner. Who's now going over the wicket. Next delivery, little push and run into the gap, into the offside. 210 for 5. Max Holden on to 62, John Simpson 53. So the only wicket this morning, that of the night watchman Tom Helm, went to his first ball of the day. LBW to Pattinson. John Simpson back on strike, final ball of the 66th over, and again, like Holden before him, just happy to get into position and block it, and it's the end of the over. 66 overs have gone. Just the 5 bowlers bowled. There's a radio update. Yeah, lunch today is at 1:10, so Notts will be hoping to finish this session with a wicket, just to give them a bit of a lift. They got one right at the start of the day. First ball from the pavilion end, bowled by James Pattinson, and the night watchman Tom Helm giving out LBW for 0. That's just what Notts needed, reducing Middlesex to 106 for 5, but it's now 210 for 5. Terrific middle order partnership this between the two left-handers, Holden and Simpson. They've both gone past their 50. James Pattinson bowling very, very lively spell here, just trying to get a wicket just before lunch. Middlesex 210 for 5. So it's Holden on strike.
Timed all that well, didn't we?
About 6 minutes to go before the break.
Pattinson's in bowls, and that's well bowled and well played. He felt as though he was a little early on that for a moment, though, whether it stopped on him slightly. But that's what the ploy's about, isn't it? And that's why somewhere between the armpit and the ribs, the bottom of the ribs, that's where he's aiming at. You usually have that. You talk about having the handkerchief to bowl at. You could almost hang a handkerchief under the arm of Max Holden right now, couldn't you? And say that's what you got to look for.
I think Ben Slater's being brought in. That's another short leg. He is. That was almost where that one landed. So he's, you can see there, those who are watching the live stream, he's alongside a Mead, 2 short legs.
Patterson in bowls. Beautiful again. And he's just done well to get inside that one, Holden, so that you can turn it around the corner. Because what you don't want is getting pushed back by it, because that's where it'll, you'll fend it to one of those 2 close catches. But he's just got inside it and glanced it. So he's done well. And his live average is now over 50 for the season for Max Holden, so well done him.
And for Simpson, out come the short legs.
Yeah. Feeling that Simpson's playing a little better.
Yeah, the trouble with those live averages is all of a sudden
boom,
a wicket goes down,
exactly.
And down you come. Well, a very different field now to John Simpson. The close to the wicket catchers have been relaxed.
Here's Pattinson around the wicket, and Simpson eases away into the offside and pick up a single. Probably that hook shot that Simpson put away.
Yeah.
In the last over, maybe change the ploy to Simpson. They're fancying to Holden.
They've taken the single, so they're all going to come back in again.
Yeah, all change.
Long old morning for the likes of Luke Fletcher. He bowled 4 or 5 overs at the start of the day. We've not seen him since. Lyndon James just came on for a couple of overs.
Yeah. Of course, this attack had Broad at Lords, didn't it? The what is he? He's an advanced square leg. He's almost bang in line with the short leg Hamid, who's crouched down. There's a second short leg as well. There's a full short ball goes booming down the leg side. Interestingly here, I mean, Holden, as I said on that last ball, he stepped inside it, hadn't he, to glass down the leg side. You'd almost say, right, bluff him here and go as fast as you can at his toes, because he's stepping right across those stumps, isn't he, to try and make sure that, like I say, what he doesn't want to do, Holden, is get flat on the back foot and get one of those balls snarling in, and he just lifts it to one of the short legs. So he's very decisive at getting across to the off stump and trying to help it on its way down the leg side fine. But you'd almost think Patterson here, whether it be a toe cruncher, but just try and blast the pads off with a full one for sure, as in he comes, bowls, and he goes short again, and that's lifted in the air and fine of the advanced square leg. Down it goes to the retreated deep gully. Duck it, and it's just a single, but that's the 3rd time now that Holden's put one in the air off Pattinson, but on all 3 occasions they haven't had the catcher in the right spot.
There's a lot of teapots out there all of a sudden on the Nottinghamshire side. Other games, of course, going to lunch. I can tell you the one that we think will probably finish first. Hampshire at lunch at Chelmsford, 184 for 6. They require 115 more to beat Essex, or Essex require 4 wickets. Just quickly, whilst Pattinson's going back to his mark at Bristol, Gloucestershire made 337. Lancashire are closing in on that, 317 for 7. Also at lunch.
All change for Pattinson around the wicket to Simpson. Slip goes down and he bowls a short ball, which is pulled away for 4. And well, yeah, he's come around the wicket to him, banged it in short, and Simpson just rocks back happily and says thank you, that'll be 4 more through mid-wicket. Totally in control of that one. There was a deep backward square and a long leg, also mid-wicket and mid-on the onside, but always in control and timed sweetly. Simpson's to 58, Middlesex are 217 for 5, and Middlesex are 334 runs behind Nottinghamshire as the fire truck blazes down the Radcliffe Road. Oh, in fact, no, that's not the Radcliffe Road, is it? That's the Loughborough Road.
Yeah. Cat stuck up a tree somewhere. At Wantage Road, Northants made 451, Warwickshire 164 for 3. Daniel Bell Drummond's out now. Reached his century this morning, 264 for 4 for Kent, replying to Surrey's 600 and plenty. In Division 2, Sussex 249 for 5, replying to Derbyshire's 551 for 8 declared. And the run chase is on at New Road, where Glamorgan are 36 for 1, requiring a further 296 to beat Worcestershire. There's Liam Patterson-White for the last time this morning. We're only a minute or 2 away from 10 past 1 as Holden pushes this back to him, and if Middlesex can survive this over, they'll certainly have taken this session.
They'll have won a 2nd session of the season against Nottinghamshire.
Next delivery is pushed to mid-on. Even if a wicket goes down, I think you can say it's been Middlesex's session. They've had a good morning.
You can, but the match situation, if they were to lose one now, what a boost that'd be at lunch for Nottinghamshire. But more to the point, not that Notts really need the boost. What a hammer blow to beat a Middlesex, I think.
There's Patterson-White in. Holden defends. 111 runs for the 1 wicket this morning. Again, midway through the over, Notts just moving fielders hither and thither, just trying to disturb the concentration of Max Holden, who won't be disturbed. Pushes this back to the bowler. So the only man out this morning, Tom Helm. LBW James Pattinson without scoring. That was at the start of the second over of the morning. 106 for 5 after a maiden. This is pushed back to, well, on the onside. Clark flicks it back to the bowler. 217 for 5. Last ball of the morning. As Giroud worthy of mention as the over ends. 217 for 5. It is at lunch. What were you oohing at?
It was your tweet, actually.
Oh.
Nice one today.
Mine?
With, your producer, Kirsty. Kirsty Lord.
Yeah.
Kirsty Lord. Yeah, it's a nice silhouette of Kirsty with the... where the magic happens, as you said, for the stream. It made me think, actually, it'd be a nice one of you. You need a kind of silhouette of you here with the...
We don't.
With Trent Bridge in the background, the pavilion in the back. That'd make a lovely shot, that would, a silhouette of you. Like you got a silhouette of Kirsty there.
217 for 5 it is at lunch. Thanks to Kevin Hunt. Thanks to Kevin Howells, who joined us this morning. There's one or two guests on the ground. I'm going to see if we can perhaps entice one or two of them up this afternoon, so you'll have to stick around and see if that happens. But it's lunch at Trent Bridge. Middlesex trail by 334 at 217 for 5. They've had a good session. Notts will go and get some lunch, and then it'll be, I think, a little bit of a chat around a chalkboard as to how they're going to break this partnership. It's currently worth 111, with Max Holden 64 and John Simpson 58. It's lunch at Trent Bridge. Middlesex 217 for 5. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle with you, with Kevin Hand from BBC London. Kevin Howell's here as well from BBC Sport, bringing you, what is it, the middle session of this third day between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, with the visitors at lunch on day 3. 217 for 5. With Max Holden and John Simpson at the crease, as they have been since about 11 this morning. The fall of the 1 wicket today, Tom Helm, LBW James Pattinson without scoring. This partnership worth 111 from 187 balls. At lunch, Holden 64 not out. John Simpson 58 not out. You'd imagine Notts have been going through the possibilities, the plans, the plots, the theories they've had, they've come up with that have partially worked, they've been discarded on how they're going to break this stand, and they will have thought long and hard about how they can get Middlesex on the back foot at the start of this session. Well, one thing they are going to do is begin with Dane Patterson, we can see, with the South African already at this end, having handed over his cap to the umpire. He's got that, I don't know, Kev, what do they call them? Fitbits or whatever it is, as ever, on his left wrist. I'm not sure that's what it is, or don't think it's a watch. I think it is one of those things, heartbeat or whatever, but he always has it on his left wrist.
Was it one of the Wars who got Curtly Ambrose to take off his sweatband because it was putting him off?
Allegedly, so yeah.
And then the rest of the dressing room went nuts because it fired up Ambrose. Yeah. And, what are you doing? Winding him up.
Go on then, kick us off this afternoon. Here's Kevin Hand.
Patterson has a slip in place. His right arm over, he bowls, and Simpson has a full in-swinging delivery, pushed back to 17 for 5. I don't think it would have quite the same effect asking Patterson to take off his Fitbit, but
pleasant lunch.
Lovely. All the chatter in the queue was, why didn't Mulaney bowl?
Yeah. Enjoyed watching the youngsters at lunchtime as well. They all filed round the ground, got a bit of a stretch of the legs. And
they were all queued up outside here when I went out after lunch. They're queuing up for your autograph day. You've got to take your turn as he comes out.
Yeah, they're queued up for Zach Chappell's.
Patterson, good length. Simpson he plays it well. He's halfway forward, but rightly so given the length. It's eased to backward point and there's no run. I think they were all queued up for an ice cream at the end of the corridor. They certainly put a big thing, boom, on the table, and
crikey, how much would that cost? 40 ice creams, please.
Well, I was wondering whether was it was donated by Trent Bridge. Look, there you go. You all have a little pot. You know the little pot ones. I think it was those.
Nice. Oh, I hope they have.
So whether the school had paid for it or Trent Bridge has said, no, here you go. You're coming in your school, you get an ice cream. It's the kind of thing cricket's got to do.
Brilliant.
Patterson bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside, and there's no run. I mean that may well not have been what it was at all, but whether it was or wasn't, it's the kind of thing that all counties need to do. Right, schools come in, you're all going to get one of the tiny little tubs, and if you're buying them en masse, they're not costing much, are they? What are they, 50p each most? If you're buying big bulk of them, give all the kids a little ice cream each, and they've gone home from a day at the cricket, but they'll remember the ice cream and they'll remember the grounds.
This looks like a fresh bunch that is joining them, is it?
It is. All they're wearing green, this lot. Everyone else is in red, aren't they? It must be year groups of the same school, all wearing red. Patterson bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside by Simpson. There's no run, but this lot are wearing green.
I don't think so.
You think it's pure chance that they've all turned up wearing red?
I do.
So Forest fans.
Do you want me to spook you out a wicket? I can do that by just reporting that the record 6th wicket partnership for Middlesex against Notts is 152. So it's not that far away, but two very famous names, Bill Edrich and Gubby Allen at Lords in 1938. So that's achievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
111 they've put on. 152 is the record, so remind me nearer the time.
That's a bowl. Short, and Simpson hooks hard. Deep square comes around to deep mid wicket, and it's just a single. Simpson's on to 59, 218 for 5. Is it low? That is the record. Do you look at have you got the list? Can you see all 10? I.e., the ones the other side of it. You got 300 or 280 either side of it.
310, 180, 272, 264, 213. You're right. 152, 271, 182 for the 8th, 105 for the 9th, and 77 for the last. And the last, that's 77, Ed Joyce and Nanty Haywood at Lords in 2005.
I was just going to say that was the year before me. 2005 was my first year.
There has been one since then. I'll go back to that.
This ball's on a good length again from Patterson. Not much out of this ball at the moment. It's in its 70th over. In fact,
the only other one in the 21st century would have both been there. 270. Well, it was here.
Give us the year. Don't give us the batters. Give us the year. And
2014 here.
Oh, 2014 here. So Robson and Rogers. Is it open? Was it top up at the top? What wicket was it?
Third wicket.
Oh, third wicket.
You're right with one of those.
Rogers and Voges? No, it couldn't have been because there was only one overseas at the time, wasn't there? So Rogers and 2014 middle order.
Chris Rogers opened the batting and got 180.
Yeah.
And coming in at number 4 after Milan and Dexter was Owen Morgan, 191.
There you go.
Eventually, Owen Morgan caught Reed Bowl Fletcher.
There you go.
Fletcher. Come on, Stanley. Here's Liam Patterson-White.
Do you know, I wouldn't have got it either, would I, Morgan? You were a good man to save me there because I'd have gone through a long list.
218 for 5. Bowls. Oh! They waited all morning for one to be clipped in the air past Hamid or to Hamid at short leg. That one went very quickly, but I think it was in the air past him.
That must have been close to Morgan's first-class best then, wasn't it? I bet he's got a double ton for Ireland back in the day.
James Pattinson started at the far end, didn't he? I was just thinking about Liam Patterson-White if he's bowled every over of the day, but he hasn't. James Pattinson started because he got Tom Helm at that far end. So Holden's on 64, plenty round the bat, and his first delivery from Patterson-White after lunch is pushed into the offside. Sorry, what did you ask me? Owen Morgan.
What did you say? It was 100 and...
Got 191 here. Next delivery pushed into the offside. Owen Morgan's first class best is 209 not out.
Indeed, and I'm going to bet that was for Ireland.
I don't know, but he only got 11 first class hundreds. Patterson-White bowls. Ooh. Might have kept a whisker low. Nothing really to produce that sort of response from me, I suppose, but I thought it was just going to sneak under for a second.
Versus the UAE, Group A. 209 not out.
Next ball is defended. A first-class match against the UAE.
Yeah, so this would have been the old Intercontinental Cup. Is that still going, the Intercontinental?
I don't know. No idea.
Yeah. Porterfield, Bray, Morgan, Andre Botha, Kevin O'Brien, Trent Johnson.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside. And a single is taken. 220 for 5. Kevin O'Brien, of course, played here one season way back when. But he got a century on Test debut, didn't he, against England at Lords?
Yeah.
Was it at England at Lords, or had they played one before then, hadn't they?
Oh no, it wasn't Lords, was it? It was. Or was it? Yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah, they played England at Lords,
Pakistan,
but they'd had a test before then.
Pakistan,
I think he'd got his century before then. End of the second over of the session. We've now had 70 overs in the innings, 220 for 5.
Every chance then, that was Morgan's Championship and Middlesex best here then. On the week that he may or may not be resigning from international cricket, according to reports yesterday. Holden awaits, and this ball's full. Driven away through the covers, lovely shot. Over pitched, but still beautifully put away. There's a sweeper on that short boundary, and he won't get around. So the longer part, indeed, around an extra cover. The deep cover is where the boundary rapidly comes in at an angle. Holden's on to 69, 224 for 5, Middlesex in the 71st.
Yes, the status quo has so far been maintained after lunch. 7 runs already added without too much difficulty. That was a lovely looking shot.
Patterson's response is a good length ball, but very well played. And I think that gives you an idea of the pace of the pitch and the life of the ball, that Holden's just run that off the top of off stump to backward point with no great alarm or trouble. 9 overs to a second new ball.
See, we've had a changeover of camera crew as well. We've lost Jono, who was on the gantry in front of us for this morning. Can see him over there in front of those school children, away to our right on the boundary edge. And I think it's Barney up here on the gantry now.
Pattinson bowls full, clipped into the onside by Holden. Maybe a couple here. Deep mid wicket comes around. They've taken 2. He's on 71, Holden. 226 for 5. So the partnership is 120. So still a way to go to the record, but
it's definitely achievable.
They may just be close to the record by the time the second new ball becomes available. So if they do get to it, they might not go much beyond it once that second new ball comes around. Patterson turns in his 18th over. That was another ponderance this morning that I'll come back to as Patterson bowls a beauty for all the world. That looks like it was shaping back towards the off stump, and it just held its line on pitching, and across the left-hander it goes. Not sure it carried through to Moores, and all the scuff marks there.
Well, that's the one that does all the damage to the right-handers.
Yeah, a few inside edges beaten by that, I'd imagine. I mean, that really did out of the hand. That looked as though it was going to come sharply back into the left-hander, pitched and left him. Beauty. That's pretty unplayable, that ball, isn't it? Patterson bowls, and similar line of length. Holden gets right behind this, waits on it, takes the bottom hand off and runs a single through square leg. It got some excitement behind the stumps. He did play it as though it had bounced a little bit more, but maybe that was just because he was getting right back to the ball. And
almost on cue, breaking news. It has been confirmed that Owen Morgan has retired from international cricket with immediate effect.
I do think he'd earned the right to lead England one more time in that World Cup because of...
how do you earn the right?
In terms of the captain that he was, you know, the captaincy skills that he had. As here's Patterson bowls, and this is full outside of the off stump. 227 for 5.
No, you got to be worth
your place in the side. Yep, I hear you. That's it is a fair shout. That's the argument that, you know, there was probably 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, there was a good few candidates to take that spot. But well, we'll see. Time will tell.
Well, like we were saying yesterday, how do you force your way into a one-day side when nobody's playing one-day cricket? It's a bit of a conundrum. Anyhow, we're going to have Liam Patterson-White to continue. This is an unusual one because Lyndon James is in there with the helmet on now at Silly Point. Just wonder... I'm going to do an update for Radio Nottingham, and then I'm going to come back to a theory I might have in a second. Next delivery on its way, Liam Patterson-White. And this is off the thickish outside edge, and there's going to be runs here for Holden. And it's going to go down all the way to the rope down at third man, and he's going to get a boundary. Still waiting to do this radio update. I just wonder if Notts might give Ben Slater an over or two here. Come back to that in a second. Here's Liam Patterson-White in again. Bowls. This is dropped on the leg side. And it looks like they've got an awful lot of bowling to do here because we've still got 68 overs to go in the day. Nottinghamshire began it, possibly needing 16 wickets to win the match. Well, they've got one of them. That came right at the start of the day, about 5 minutes past 11, when James Pattinson removed the night watchman, Tom Helm, but nothing since. Holden 76, Simpson 60 have held Notts up with a partnership of 125. Yesterday, or over the first 2 days, Notts rattled up 551 runs. Middlesex currently 231 for 5 in reply. Last couple of deliveries just been pushed back to the bowler, Liam Patterson-White, who says he'll end the over by going round the wicket. Lyndon James moves across from Silly Point to a sort of a forward short leg, or a ridiculously silly close mid-wicket. Not that there's such a position. And that one very nearly got through. A bit of bat and pad, 231 for 5. So Bracegirdle's theory, well, it's not going to happen right now, but the fact that Lyndon James has got the pads on and is in there close, and Ben Slater hasn't. Ben Slater's been bowling a few offies. We saw him get a wicket in the Derbyshire game. I just wondered if, in this little period up to the taking of the second new ball, if they might just try spin at both ends with Ben Slater. But not for the time being. It's going to be Dane Patterson to continue. The other thing I noticed, I was expecting the Notts over rate after lunch to be plus 2 or 3. It's not. It's gone the other way. It's -1.
There's Patterson then, and he's 19th. 8 overs to that new ball. I wonder how long we kept going. That was the other thing. How much did Fletcher bowl this morning? But is he being kept back for the second new? Not only the second new ball, but Patterson bowls, and right behind this one, Simpson eases into the offside defensively, but also the potential, and if the new ball goes well, expected follow-on. 171 away from avoiding the follow-on. Middlesex 231 for 5. Yeah, just wonder if that's the reason, perhaps, that they're just thinking, look, it's going to be 2 days in the dirt, basically, for Nottinghamshire, and they're managing the workloads accordingly. They're not going to rush through this in quick time, so they do need to keep something in reserve for the second, Middlesex second innings as forward goes. Simpson pushing back. Would that be fair in terms of, could Fletcher have bowled more this morning, or?
I don't know. He kept switching it round, didn't he? Began with Fletcher, and Dane Patterson had a go. Lyndon James had a go. Pattinson had a go. So we had 4 different bowlers from this end this morning.
Yes. Patterson bowls and full. Oh, in swinging and going down. Oh, that was close. Very, very close. Biggest heart skip from a Middlesex perspective for a long, long while, that one.
Just waiting to have a little look at it for the second time. Be nice to see it again in full. It was just sort of hitting the pads on the replay there. 231 for 5. I can understand why he was shouting. He was very animated there. Dane Patterson thought he'd made the breakthrough.
Yeah, I thought he was in trouble there, Simpson. They went down quite quickly in the appeal, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, replays. Not quite got it. I'll scrub back on the stream and have a look. There's Patterson. Bowls, and it's driven to mid-off by Simpson. There's a no-run. Let's have a look on the stream on the tablet device and see what we can find on it.
Sky Cricket confirm Owen Morgan will be joining their commentary team for all white ball games against India and South Africa this summer. There we are, look. Out of one job into another.
It's managed to freeze frame point of impact. You can see all of middle and off, so I guess that'll be in the umpire's mind. So was it just swinging back too much, going down? But yeah, my first thought was he's in deep trouble there. Comes Patterson, and Simpson forwards that one, defends. To mid-off it goes, and they run 77.3 miles an hour. That's been noticeable as well. The Notts bowlers are a bit quicker, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Middlesex were on that radar, which again, we believe, is far more accurate than Hawkeye.
You believe.
Who told me that now? Someone, who was it telling me earlier in this game? I've forgotten now. It pitched in line as well. I was just checking that from Patterson. And again, they'd have gone upstairs for all of it, basically. That one, it might have just been clipping, mightn't it? Here's Patterson bowls, another one that looks as though it's in swinging, driven away by Simpson. Picks up a single out to deep cover. He's on to 61. His 100th ball faced for Simpson. 203 balls faced by Holden now. 232 for 5.
I don't know if I said when we started this session, it was lovely to see the youngsters out getting some, a stretch of the legs, wandering around the outfield. All the school parties in here today. Zach Chappell was out there. Nottinghamshire bowler, not playing obviously in this match, signed dozens, if not hundreds, of autographs for them. Here is that replay again of the LBW. I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, stick your finger up, umpire. Stick your finger up. I might well have reviewed that on.
I think they would.
On that.
Yeah, I
on
think
that
it would.
showing is Patterson White, 232 for 5. From the pavilion end, bowling to John Simpson, who's on 61. Simpson certainly would have had heart in mouth.
Yep.
Ben Slater has the ball at mid-off. I reckon he'll have a bowl in a moment. Patterson White in again, bowls. Side the off stump, Simpson nudges it again up to Slater at mid-off. No run, 232 for 5, partnership of 126, so they're 26 away from that record 6-wicket partnership for Middlesex against Notts. Bit of turn there and a bit of bounce as well. Simpson played it well, sort of let it strike him on the body, strike him on the chest and run away to safety. .232 for 5. Next one pulled away onto the leg side, out to Dane Patterson. He's found himself on the fence in front of the youngsters, some of whom I think have got the bad news. It's time to go and get the school bus. 233 for 5. Patterson White varying his mode of attack, going round the wicket again to Max Holden, who's on 76. Pushes this into the offside. He contemplated a run, but by the time they'd decided, Slater was there. .233 for 5. Next delivery on its way, and the thickish outside edge, that'll run down to third man, and then it's going to take Max Holden on to 80. And Middlesex to 237 for 5. Very good Kev Oatway. Actually put his school children, never mind sines and cosines, bring them to the cricket. Kev Oatway says you're going off at a tangent. Yeah, what was all that about? I think I had a book for years in my school, whatever I had, satchel, briefcase, whatever it was, one of those books with square roots and sines and cosines and tangents. Never got used. Absolute nonsense, isn't it? Absolute nonsense. Somebody will tell me that it isn't, but I've never used it in the last 50 years. Anything to do with sines or cosines. Lyndon James is signing autographs again on the fence. It is going to be Dane Patterson from our end of the ground, the Ratcliffe Road end. Bowling to John Simpson, who has nothing to do with this delivery, wide of the off stump. The Women's International Test match obviously going on at Taunton. Yesterday, South Africa women 284, England now 106 for 3 in reply. And Hampshire have lost a couple more wickets at Chelmsford since lunch, so they're 219 for 8. They need 80 more runs to beat Essex. Essex very much on top there. 237 for 5. Simpson has 62 on strike and defends. Don't know if that's a light aeroplane or a helicopter somewhere overhead. Can hear it but can't see it. In that Hampshire score of 219 for 8 now, Homer has 6 wickets in the second innings. And obviously first time around he got 8, so 14 for the match so far and still 2 to grab. Patterson bowls a no ball, which is run to point for a single, so 3 more. Takes Middlesex up to 240, unless they've already put it up. I think they must have. It's 238 for 5. No, now it does skip on to 240 for 5. So the partnership 134. just what Middlesex needed, obviously. They knew it would be a day of digging in and trying to occupy the crease for as long as possible, and they made a good job of that. Another single taken by Max Holden, moves to 81, just running this to point and scampering down the other end. Terrific partnership. Martin Anderson, Luke Holman, the next two on the scorecard. Poor old Lyndon James being shouted at by all the school kids to come and sign their bits of paper. Can perhaps get an opportunity at the end of the over. This one's just played up to Mulaney at mid-on, no run. Haven't seen the captain bowl. This is the 75th over, so may well be a while, if at all, before we see him. Or indeed Ben Slater. Thought Slater might just have a little turn of the arm in this period up until the taking of the second near ball, but Patterson in again. Oh, full pitch delivery, which is hit straight back at the bowler. A little bit of movement through the air from Patterson, bringing it back into the left-hander. Simpson followed the flight nicely. Not exactly flaming June. Had one or two warm days, haven't we? But sun is out, but a little bit of a breeze keeping it fairly cool. Next delivery. It's run to backward point by Simpson. And that's the end of another over, the 75th of the innings. Dane Patterson now 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 62 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London. With I think it's going to be, yeah, it is going to be Liam Patterson-White to continue. Just wondered for a second there, but now he's going to carry on. Still 65 overs to go in the day. Scheduled tea interval, or the tea will be at 4 o'clock today. Might change that, of course, if there was a change of innings between 10 to 4 and 4 o'clock, or if Middlesex were 9 wickets down at 4 o'clock. But at the moment it's scheduled for 4 o'clock. 2:41 for 5. Patterson-White bowls to Max Holden. Left-hander stretches forward, plays this from a line just outside off stump, nudges it to Ben Slater at mid-off, no run. This one just played with soft hands, run behind square, single taken, 2:42 for 5. See lots of people looking skywards, but whatever it is that's drawing their attention must be immediately above us here. Oh, there we are, there's a helicopter, just comes into view now. 2:42 for 5. Simpson on strike on 63 as Liam Patterson-White bowls to John Simpson. That one just hurried through, didn't bounce as high as most of the deliveries. Through into the gloves of Moores. Again comes the spinner and it's defended. Loftus-Dell says, I'm willing these two on. Come on the middle. Nice to hear from you, Derek. 2:42 for 5. Next one going to bring a run. John Simpson just pushed it past Lyndon James, who's very close in there on the offside. And they take another run, 243 for 5 after 76 overs. Holden has 82, John Simpson 64, he'll keep strike, 137 the partnership. And Siba Mead, the vice-captain, comes across and has a chat with Stephen Mullaney. Luke Fletcher too, he's taking his cap off to have a natter. Dane Patterson, I think, is going to carry on bowling though. Very much looks as if he is. But lots of theories out there. Skip, what about this and what about this? And I guess when the opposition have racked up a partnership of 137 as captain, you're eager to get a little bit of input from anybody that might have a solution. It's going to be Dane Patterson though. 4 balls before the second, or 4 overs rather, before the second new ball becomes due. And first of those 24 deliveries is another dot ball. Middlesex 7 runs away from a second batting point. Eating into this Nottinghamshire score now, 308 runs behind. Always talk about adding a couple of wickets to a score though, if Notts were to just suddenly make a breakthrough, Middlesex would once again be very much looking at the follow-on target of 402 and realising it's a bit of a way away. Simpson pushes this latest delivery back to the bowler. Two men out on the hook on the leg side, a long leg and a deep square. Next one is pulled, but it's a roll of the wrist down to Slater. Long leg in front of the Hound Road stand. The lower tier, of course, over there. Front of the Derek Randall suite. 244 for 5. Patterson round the wicket. That would have angled behind his pads, but Holden got enough bat on it to deflect it away for 2 more. Once again, Slater the fielder. And it's 246 for 5, and the partnership now up to 140. They're 12 away from that record 6-wicket stand set in 1938. Patterson to Holden. Push out as far as Patterson White, no run. May not have seen that right, and perhaps reading something into it that I thought might happen. But I just wonder if Stephen Mullaney has just gestured to Ben Slater to have an over. We'll see. 246 for 5. I'm certainly waving to him, and I've not noticed Slater move in the field. Anyway, here's Patterson. There's a nicely played shot by Holden. Lots of gaps. Field very much in out. They're not close in catching their push back. Single taken, 247 for 5. So Liam Patterson White to bowl this over. Watching Ben Slater. No. Yeah, I think Slater will get the over after this one. There we are. This is the 78th anyway. Liam Patterson-White to bowl to Holden on 141. Round the wicket comes the left armour. Said yesterday, I thought that I'd said on the first day that I thought he was the leading wicket taker in terms of spinners in the country. Then yesterday something made me twig, oh, what about Matt Parkinson? But I was corrected, or I was correct, and I was corrected yesterday evening. Liam Patterson-White is the leading wicket taker amongst spinners in the country. And he's on 29. It's an average of about 19 apiece, I believe, as well. 247 for 5 as Lyndon James comes across, almost a stand in front of Holden. Very close in there, and it's played down and bounces past Lyndon James. On the live stream, you may just have caught a glimpse of Ben Slater, who's at mid-off, just turning his arm over. I think I've got that one right. It's going to be a single here to Holden. Just ran it through the non-existent gully. James Pattinson was at point, he had to run round, but by then they'd taken a single. 248 for 5. So Slater bowls fairly gentle off spin, something that he's been practicing a lot and was revealed to the watching world in the last game against Derbyshire, and he got a stumping. Alex Thompson of Derbyshire just strayed a fraction out of his crease, and Tom Moore's whipped the bails off, and it was a maiden first-class wicket for Ben Slater. 248 for 5. Final ball then of the 78th over. Patterson-White bowls. No trouble for Simpson. So that is the end of the 78th over. And I've been calling it for a while. I think we are going to get a little bit of Ben Slater right now from this end. So it will be a little bit as well, with only 2 overs to go before the second new ball. So fairly gentle off spin, and that's being kind for Ben Slater. Take your glasses off, Ben. Take your glasses off, Ben.
Yeah, still no Mulaney.
No.
That was the chat in the lunch queue downstairs. Where's Mulaney? He's under bowling himself as captain. You know, we pretty much set it up here as well, haven't we? That Mulaney is definitely worth a go. What have we had? Half an hour since lunch, and very nearly at that new ball.
So got a wicket in the last game. Ben Slater is his maiden first-class wicket. See what he does here in the 1 over open to him, or available to him.
Around the wicket he comes. From the Radcliffe Road end, tosses it right up onto the heels of Holden, who turns it round the corner to Hamida. Yeah, wideish gully, or a backward square, an advanced backward square leg. Which would you go with on that? A wideish leg gully, I'd say. As forward goes Holden, dabbing into the onside. 248 for 5. Holden 86, his highest score of the summer so far. 217 deliveries. Simpson 65, and Slater around the wicket again, bowls. And I'd say, bearing in mind he's a little tweaker as he is.
That's being
Slater,
kind. That's being kind.
Yeah, 2 left-handers, only just giving him an over now. It's a bit like the Robsons to the 2 right-handers yesterday. I was thinking, why have you left it right until the new ball to give it to Robson and then only give him an over? Because it can buy a wicket. Hamid's coming up from that wide leg gully to a forward short leg. And Slater's coming in. He bowls, good line and length, good stride from Holden outside off, pushing away into the offside. At Kevin Ham BBC, at Brace Cricket. Flatter delivery, shorter and cut to back a point. There's no one at Kevin Howells 7, or was that the old one? Mr. Howells, what do you know?
Well, I don't really.
Is this by IQ? Has it gone up or down from 7? Is it
16 now?
He's up to 16.
I don't partake, really. Not anymore. It's a nasty habit. I've given it up.
Slater bowls just short of length. Whoa, look at that go, and he's got him. Well, oh no, Holden can't believe it. Holden can't believe it. Holden's down on his haunches. He doesn't think he's touched it at all. It bounced and ballooned and took something through to... Oh, it lobbed the keeper and was taken by slip. Holden doesn't want to go. He cannot believe it. He's not furious, but he's clearly making it known that did not hit glove or bat in his opinion. I mean, that absolutely spat towards the neck of the left-handed Holden, who drags himself off for his highest score of the summer, but it's not to be a century, despite the 5th time of passing 50. He's gone for 86.
You don't want to be tempted in by response from players. Oh, look out, we've got another bulletin coming up.
Go on, Kev.
But that suggests he didn't get anything on that at all.
Yeah. Is it umpire Bainton this end?
Well, we've been waiting since about 2 or 3 minutes past 11 o'clock for the first wicket to go down since then, and it's just happened just as you come to me. Ben Slater, at best a part-time spinner, although in truth he's very rarely bowled throughout his first-class career. He's just been brought on with the second new ball imminent, and immediately he's ended a partnership of 140 runs between John Simpson and Max Holden. Clearly Holden didn't think he'd hit it, caught at slip by Stephen Mullaney, but he had to go for 86. Really important breakthrough for Notts, who made 551 for 8. Middlesex in reply 248, but now for 6.
So, if the response from Holden and our interpretation of it is correct, that he didn't get anything on it at all, the umpire's given that wicket there just on the sheer shock and surprise of the ball and what it did.
Yeah, oh well, we're all
and it sort of woke us all up.
Well, it did, and I made a point. Why?
From our post-pie lunch slumber.
Here we go, let's have a look. Oh, it's a real slow motion, this as well. Look at this, this is beautiful. Oh, teasing us. That was the best replay I've seen in any of the streams all season, and it cuts off just on the moment of delivery. Look, it's perfect slow motion.
He's moaning again, Kirsty. Kirsty is moaning again.
It's great. Look at this. I mean,
Make sure you get the right Kevin Kirsty. It's the other one, not me.
Look at this. This is the absolute perfect slow motion. Look at this. Perfect. We're going to get a great idea. Oh, what's happened?
It's very well, I'll tell you what's happened. There's a lovely picture of Luke Holman appeared.
They went to that instead.
At the top, yeah.
No, I'm guessing it's obviously a... It was obviously... It was obviously a technical problem, but oh, look at that!
A technical problem.
Technical, but you're the problem.
That it dropped out on. It was a great work, Kirsty. You were doing a great job there, but something failed.
Hey, to be honest, if you want to keep on digging in that spade, we'll be down. Hey, we'll be down on the ground floor. Where are we? 3rd floor.
One over, down on the ground at the moment,
one maiden, one for none. Ben Slater. Call it quits there, Ben. He's done it again.
Is this me? Patterson White in bowls and pushes back up. Patterson White started his 26th over. The new ball is just round the corner. Well, okay, so we were talking about the wicket and whether it was out, whether it wasn't out, and all that sort of stuff. But Holden has gone. Ready 6, next ball bowled and forward defensive to that. Kev, tell me what you make of that innings from Holden, please, as the Middlesex representative.
What do I make of the innings? Oh,
yeah, from the Knot. Yeah, no, let's talk about that a little bit. I just think the next ball bowled and pushed into the offside. Rightly so. He was obviously the wicket itself was of interest, but now that we've actually established it, he is definitely out and he's on his way. Just a word about his contribution. Never mind about that. His contribution and those 86 runs to the innings.
Well, brilliant. I mean,
next ball bowled. Again, defensively played, no run.
Highest score of the season from Holden. I think in the middle of T20, he's come in and replicated the innings that he played at Lords. Or do we say it was 115 odd balls for not very many at Lords, where he just hung around and defied them and batted beautifully. And he did it again here, so well done.
So Simpson on 65, works it away, oohs and ahs, they're up again. The Notts boys, they're They're busy and noisy. Busy and noisy.
Kirsty says she's confiscating Kev's hot water urn.
Oh, we were all using that, Kirsty.
Complimenting Kirsty, saying that the technicals let her down, because it was a great replay.
Simpson on 65, and that's pushed back up to... But and there shall be no run.
What do you do now then? What do you do now? Oh, Slater's got his cap off.
Yeah,
he wants another one.
Two lefties. Keep going, son.
He wants another one.
I mean, that ball spat as well.
Well, that's 2 games in a row he's done it. He's had,
and as for you blaming umpire Bainton, that's a bit harsh because he's not even here.
No.
That's
Paul Baldwin is at this end.
Yeah. Baldwin. There was no blame. I just inquired which end was it. It was Baldwin, not Bainton. Sorry,
umpire Baldwin. And I think, and if he has been done, he's been done by the sheer shock of that delivery and what it did and the ball.
Well, I mean, look at that climb.
Go on, bounce. Go on then between you. See if you can get another one.
The bounce was above the visor of Holden, who was up on his toes, which is huge bounce. It's fantastic for Slater, who's in bowls, and a very full delivery. That one's pushed by Holman to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's quite a nice shot, that one, actually.
Oh, listen to him now.
I'm pretty. I like that. Oh, well, this is my shot. I'm not praising Kirsty now. I've rock and rolled that one. This one's pushed back up the track by Holman. There's no run.
I'm so pleased it's not Holden and Holman.
Yes, so am I.
Well, you've got room to talk with a lot you these days.
Slater steps in, bowls, and nice line of length, big stride from the tall 21-year-old left-handed Luke Holman. Yeah, it's
he's still recovering from your interview last night, isn't he?
He is. He praised me in my interview.
Yeah, I know, you said twice.
Slater's in, bowls, flat, and that one's punched away by Holman out to deep cover, and there's no run.
It is great every now and again, isn't it, when you're doing an interview and somebody says, oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a miracle in it, isn't it? Never mind.
Goes Slater. Scratching away at the crease is Simpson, taking his time on 65, steadying himself again after the loss of his partner for so long. Holden 302 runs behind, 153 more to avoid the follow-on, and Slater to Simpson tosses it right up into the block hole. It's dug out, and there's one ball to come at the over. No, what I was concerned with was for radio listeners. We must remember, isn't it? There are late radio as well, whether we've described quite how. I mean, that bounce as it passes Holden is above his visor, and he's up on his toes, and the gloves of the keeper are still well below it. As this ball's put on a lovely length, and Simpson's forward pushing, and there's no run. It's above the head of the keeper, stood up, who's trying to get his gloves up above his head as well to take it. And I'd imagine what happens next is it hits the gloves, and then out of the gloves balloons up into the air and is taken by slip. But umpire Baldwin obviously believes it took a bit of glove on the way through to the gloves of the keeper before, and that's what caused him to balloon it up into the air. The deflection.
So, having watched it
Holden
15 times, do you think his frustration was at having got out, or?
Oh no, I
definitely
definitely
thought he'd got a poor decision.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a poor decision. Yeah, that bit is quite clear on the replay, because if you watch Holman's reaction to it all, that bit is without any shadow of a doubt clear. Which he might just have to be careful of.
You don't think he's hit it?
No,
you don't think?
No.
You've had a look. You've got it over there.
No, I think to be fair, looking at the replay as well, I don't think he did. But he's out. He's out. It's the point. It's just for relaying it for radio listeners, isn't it?
Left-handed Holman is facing zone 1, and spin continues. Push down. There's a man obviously just right there in front of him.
There you go. Have
Lyndon
Holden.
James, and then you've got a short square leg there.
Have Holden's reaction is what you want. There you go. Look, he's like, no, come on, don't be silly. And then, he goes down
to his knees. Now, next ball, back to the live action. This one is just turned away. Fine's going to run down towards the boundary. Oh, Luke's after it. Come on, Luke, you can get to it. You can get to it. And you know what? He is going to get to it.
Dead ball!
What?
Dead ball again!
Dead ball. After all that effort,
Come
my
on,
friend Luke. Did you see that neat work with his bright boot?
Yeah, I watched it on the stream.
Unbelievable. What are you laughing at?
I think it was over the line. Have a look. Look at this. That was great from Fletcher. Look,
What?
He puts one foot over the line to kick it back in with the other. Watch this foot go to plant it, and then he kicks it back in with the other one.
And you're telling me what? It was a dead ball.
He's given a dead ball.
And it was 4.
Still 249 for 6.
Well, would have been 4.
Next ball bowled. Oh, that's lovely. Lovely flourish drive from Holman out there. There's plenty of ground to cover, but he does, and with speed. That's going to be 4 runs for Luke Holman. He'll move to 5, take Middlesex to 253 for 6. Still trailing by 298 runs.
So for it not to be a dead ball, you've either got to be playing a shot at it or taking evasive action. And to move across your crease, it looked like he was trying to whip it away fine. So to me, it looked as if he was playing a shot, but that's twice it's been called dead ball this morning. You've
got to wonder, there's been sort of spoken about amongst umpires, and there's maybe a bit of a clamping down at the moment. I think that's a bit harsh, certainly on that occasion. But anyway, push back up to the bowler. I mean, I don't mind admitting I was completely taken by Fletcher's neat footwork down there. What are you pointing at now again?
It was funny.
It was good. It was skilled. It wasn't into the pads and just well out of the grasp. Actually, the man standing there.
The funny part is to flick it back in as he did. His other foot had to be planted over the rope so that he could flick it back.
It was beautiful balance. It had everything to it.
It was
like the turning of the Titanic.
Only a close relative could say that. Next delivery, next delivery, pushed defensively, and no run. 253 for 6, and it's now then we're going to see the new ball brought in here. The end of that over, 253 for 6. Holman on 5. Slater's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, 1 wicket, and what a wicket! It was the wicket of Holden. Court Mullany bowled Slater for 86. Anybody note that partnership? It was a very impressive
100 and well, it was just shy of.
Oh no!
It was 142, and the 6th wicket record for Middlesex against Notts was 152.
That's why I said, oh no, I was listening to him. You thought I was doing something else. I got the hand from Howells.
Well, because you were interrupting.
No, I wasn't. I was supporting him.
I dug it out at lunch, 152 between
we were noting that
Bill Edrich and Gubby Allen in 1938.
Perhaps that's why he fell to his knees. Perhaps he was aware of the record that had just been
Gubby was
missed.
on his mind.
Yeah.
A couple of famous names, aren't they? Bill Edrich and Gubby Allen. Throw Luke Fletcher into the mix. Or the mixer.
Here's something you hear quite often that Owen Morgan is quoted as saying: there's a time and a place where it hits you, and that moment came to me in Amsterdam. Well said, Owen.
Fletcher around the wicket, he bowls, and that's a very good leave by Simpson, because it doesn't hit the top of off, but it wasn't far from it. Was it signalled the new ball there? Apologies.
Yes, because they put ball age on the scoreboard, look beneath overs.
Not Jake Ball. Not Jake Ball's age.
Who was out there at lunchtime? Jake Ball having a bit of a bowl. On the other end of the square, Ethan Barber was bowling, and Ethan Bamber, I beg your pardon. Ethan Bamber was bowling, and Robbie White had the gloves on.
Oh, where's Barber? He came to you guys, didn't he? Has he gone again? As Fletcher's around the wicket, he bowls, and now that goes through Simpson, who looks to play on the back foot. Did it die on him? Because actually it was taken around the feet of Moores, the keeper.
Yeah, County Cricket's only Bournemouth supporter was released in the.
How do you know that?
In the winter.
I think he's guessing.
I know he was a Bournemouth supporter, and I've not heard of another one. So I am.
I still think
educated
he's guessing
guess.
a little bit that he's the only one.
Gubbins. Could we put Gubbins down as a Bournemouth? No, he's Chelsea. He's Chelsea Gubbins. Chichester lad. Bournemouth. I think in the Hampshire lot now.
From Poole, wasn't he, Tom Barber?
Fletcher. Bowls full straight and defended by Simpson. There's a chant from the crowd. It's from the lot in green. They've got a chant going. Not only are they in green as breaking the monopoly of red that we've had from all the other schools today, but they've got a chant going as well. Career kit, career kit. Is that what they're chanting? It is.
I was surprised with everybody knows the importance of reading and school children reading, that they haven't actually had somebody out there with the latest edition of the Luke Fletcher book of biography.
So you can say read the Riot Act to them for chanting. Here's Fletcher bowls outside off, it's left alone. 253 for 6.
Now then, children, this is how you construct a sentence. in a paragraph.
In all seriousness, where do you think this fits into the school curriculum? What are they
trying to keep them occupied before the summer holidays curriculum?
We only ever had days out. We had to go to York and wander around York, the shambles and the Minster and whatever, and then go back and write about it.
They'll have to write about
as part of the as part of the history.
It's a good thing.
As part of the history curriculum, but what actually are they?
Culture. Fletcher bowls outside. Speaking of culture, Fletcher bowls outside off stump and it's left alone.
I'm all doing it. I'm all for it. But how can you justify to the school governors that we're going to take the kids off to watch cricket for the day?
Exactly the same reason as I justify the existence of the championships of the ECB.
Oh, look out! What have you started here?
Culture, tradition, history, heritage. And cricket.
Oh, they're
crying.
They're trying to out-chant each other.
Oh,
now,
look, yeah. The ones in reds are at it now. Fletcher is in bowls, and this ball is eased away through the vacant point, but second slip races around.
You'd like to think the either schoolmasters or schoolmistresses or teachers that are with them do your lot play then a bit? Well, there's one or two. You'd like to think there's a friendly match is being set up as we speak between the two schools.
Well, it did dawn on. I did think maybe a bit of school cricket at lunchtime there, possibly.
Yeah, they should have done. There was a little bit of, and with every apology, it seemed as if there was a little bit of over 60s cricket going on out there on the outfield. I don't know if you saw that. There were one or two senior citizens that went out there with a bat and ball and had a bit of a go, rolling back the years.
Yeah, we've got this new ball here, and they've got to make it count, though, Kev. Got to make it count, haven't
they? Yes. 4 wickets, 143 runs.
It's been a tough old day for them, really. Not in terms of where they were at the start of the day. Obviously, got to remain patient. Obviously, they're still match position. They're in a very, very strong position.
149 runs. Sorry, I should
say.
But
that is frustration. This is Pattinson coming in, and he's going to bowl here to Holman. And push back straight, and a tumbling stop out there. Eventually the ball gathered in. 253 for 6.
He did that tumble in the mud. It's very Dane muddy, Patterson. Isn't it, at the far end?
It is, yeah. Surprisingly so, really. We haven't had that much rain, have we? Anyway, they'll all be trundling off soon, because he's come up to 10-3, so they'll have to get back to their respective schools. I reckon for pick-up time, 3:15, 3:30ish.
They're putting the coats on now, actually, those in green.
Holman's on 5, left-handed Holman. And that's Pattinson bowling to him. Pattinson, and a good stop, really good, tidy piece of fielding there by Lyndon James. Stopped there square on the offside. He's a big lad, but he got down quickly, cut the ball off, no run. Two slips in at the moment. And that is Clark, is it? And Duckett?
Yep.
Alongside Moores. Head down here at the moment from Holman, with Simpson at the other end on 65. And it's Pattinson in ball. Oh, that's a good delivery. Gosh, that came back and not too far away from the off stump. Good take by the keeper as well. Terrific. We know that the pace that can be generated. And this is a real challenge here right now. Well, gosh, that ball, it started off fairly wide of the off stump, and boy, did that shape back and jag back. If it had hit that stump, it almost would have clipped it at the back of the stump.
Yeah.
The sharp movement after it gone past the batter. Holman on 5. And it's again Pattinson in from the pavilion end, onto his toes. Holman looks a tall, strong lad, Kev.
He is, 21 years of age.
Yeah.
I was talking about Holden modelled himself on Alistair Cook yesterday, which Kirsty wasn't best pleased with. She said, I'm not really sure I like players modelling themselves. They've got to be their own player. It's you find your own technique and those things that you need to work on. But one batter that Holman has always reminded me of, he's a left-handed version of Rob Key at the crease, the way that his mannerisms are.
Okay.
A nonchalance. This is all below me.
Yeah, I like it. No, I can see it straight away. Holman on 5. to his toes and behind square on the offside. When I say see it straight away, only from the moment you mentioned it, I hadn't seen it before.
It's also snarling, dismissive. But even when he walks down the track,
there's nothing snarling about Kesey.
He was always dismissive of it, wasn't he? He's like, this is easy, no problem. What are you going to do?
I suppose. I've never quite seen it like that. Look at these lights here on these cars coming in. My close friends and colleagues, that suggests there's a bit of rain they're driving out of. Or darkness.
Hampshire 9 down at Chelmsford, 2:54 for 9, still 44 away from victory target.
Pattinson to Holman and lifts his bat out of the way, shaped through to the keeper. So that was very close, just nicking that off stump on one of those deliveries, but otherwise unscathed. 2:53 for 6, Holman 5, Simpson on 65, still 298 runs behind. And you know, if this were a test crowd or an adult crowd, you'd be saying that the amber nectar had started to take its toll upon the crowd. I can only imagine that the sweets and the fizzy drinks have taken their toll, because a little bit of noise now from some of the primary school children, which is good. It's good.
Andrew's got more time on his hands than he needs, because he says all 6 wickets that have gone down during wicket maidens. Thanks for that, Andrew.
It's Fletcher around the wicket in his 13th over, angles back in towards the top of off again, but left alone once more by Simpson on 65.
Nigel says Holden hold out to be wholly replaced by Holman. Stephen Field, I wish all my school trips were like this. Yeah, me and you both. Stephen again, cricket's all about averages and angles, so it is completely educational.
More like that.
And Rach, it could be the school has got Ofsted inspectors in, and these are the keep 'em occupied elsewhere crowd.
Which bowls just full of length, defended to cover, no run.
I like that one. Got the inspectors in, so we'll take all the disruptive kids away for a day at the cricket.
He's not calling you disruptive kids out there, buddy, okay?
I'm not, no, it was Rage.
I know. Is she up the ground?
Don't know. I think we were talking earlier about those officers that overlook the grounds. I think she's in one of those.
Oh, I see.
If she's not in the ground.
To the stumps, Fletcher bowls high up the outside edge. That one runs away down to deep backward point, just about with an angled bat and soft hands. Simpson manages to keep control of it, giving himself every chance. He picks up a single to move to 66, 2:54 for 6.
Colin says, I'm suggesting the children are studying the computational thinking curriculum of problem solving and planning. That's very good, Colin. Words that I would never use in everyday language, but problem solving and planning. I mean, you can see this. How would you go about taking a wicket?
Okay, seriously, there is so much that kids can learn from a day at the cricket. There really is. Whether it could be on the numbers front or just sport generally, and just having a good time.
Yeah,
you learn by having fun.
Fletcher wide outside of the off stump, bit of a tempter for Holman left alone.
That's what that place up near Halifax is all based on. That Eureka project they got up there is the purpose. That whole thing was set up by saying that kids learn if they're having fun. Having fun, you're always learning.
Rach says, now I'm at home today, but I might pop in after tea, she says. There we are, thank you. I hope as they do leave the ground, they're all given 2 complimentary tickets to come back at that either on Friday night or for the next championship match with an adult.
Full defended. Holman into the offside, just patiently, just that there, the way he kind of plays it, and then just scratches away at the crease and gets on with his own thing straight away, back into his own. Not worried about you lot. That just reminds me of Keys. That was always the way I saw Keys. He was almost a disregard of you can say what you want, you can do what you want, you lot. I'm here to play my game.
Bob the Builder's quiet this afternoon. It's obviously a half-day closing in the car.
They have shut up.
Not going to build my retirement flat. Knocking off at lunchtime, are they?
The Brace Girdle penthouse. Fletcher bowls, and that goes past the edge. No ball called. 2:56 for 6.
Good job he didn't nick it.
Yeah.
Where are you boys at the end of this week then? You've each got 2 games to go.
in the Blast, yes. Not so here against Durham on Friday and at New Road on Sunday.
Middlesex welcomes Somerset on Friday to Lords, and then they head to Bristol for the final game on Sunday.
Okay, very good.
Where I'm told they have 18 electric car chargers inside the ground. 18 of them.
Go.
Fully eco
Well done,
ground.
Cave. Saving the planet.
Fletcher bowls outside off, beating the edge. Holman tentatively forward at that one, scratches away at the crease again. Was that a keyism that he used to, once the ball had gone, he just scratched away at his guard again? I think he used to, didn't he?
Oh, I can't remember that detail, but I do see what you're saying about just his general body language. And
it's almost as though, I've been here a million times before and I'll be here a million times again, so you're not going to bother me. It was...
That Simpson knock, look, 66 of 136 balls. That's terrific.
He's
stuff.
topping the averages this year for Middlesex, Simpson, which I was scratching my brain, and have scratched my brain further to try and think, although I haven't looked it up, which might be the thing to do, whether he has ever in a season topped the batting averages for Middlesex, and I don't think he has. Because again, his glovesmanship, he'd have been England keeper if it was basically on the gloves, wasn't it? But it's his batting, doesn't have the weight of runs over the years.
Okay, Pattinson comes into bowl to Simpson. Well wide of the off stump, taken down low to his left by the keeper. Too wide, not going to tempt Simpson forward for that. So we play through till 4 o'clock, don't we, this afternoon session, because we lost some cricket yesterday morning due to the weather, so it's all change today to get 104 overs in. Then we revert to normal hours tomorrow because it's the final day, whatever happens. So we just play scheduled overs and time tomorrow on the final day. Day 3 afternoon session. Top 2 clash, remember, in the second division, this pair. Simpson on 66, Patterson, and again well wide but a little bit closer. He goes off for a bit of a wonder here though, Simpson. Something about that just threw him a little bit. I mean, the pace no doubt is going to trouble you.
82.7 that one. I just
well, there we are
to clock it.
So Kevin a little bit closer, maybe just a little bit quicker as well. 2 slips got to get themselves ready. A battle between the pace of Pattinson, the skill and strengths of Simpson. He's batted well for his 66. His team need to keep it going. Oohs and ahs, that comes back in towards Simpson. Kept down onto the onside. Sunshine makes an appearance here across Trent Bridge, but it is a breezy day. That breeze, it's easy for me to say, but probably
don't stutter now.
Refreshing today, although I just have a look at our colleague there on the camera. The hood's up, so maybe it's easy for me to say sitting in here. If you're out there for a little bit longer, it might be just not quite as comfortable as refreshing. But it is a coolish breeze and a strong one blowing across the ground as Pattinson comes in again midway through his 16th over, round the wicket, in and bowls and driven. Lovely looking shot actually from Simpson. That should be 4 runs. Running across the ground really quickly. 4 for Simpson. He moves to 70. Takes Middlesex to 260 for 6. Trail by 291 runs. Holden caught Mulaney, bowled Slater for 86. We saw Helm go first thing this morning to the bowling of Pattinson. He went without scoring, but in between time, really important partnership between Simpson and Holden. Holden giving the impression, a very clear impression, that he didn't get anything on a delivery, which really lifted, a spinning delivery from Slater, which lifted, rose a long way, and caused the umpire to raise his finger, getting a nick on it, but he says he got nothing on it. I say he got nothing, he says it, he certainly gave the body language that he hadn't. There will be a run down here to the aforementioned Slater, who's now out there, of course, fielding, not bowling, going to his right hand side. And the score to 261 for 6. Simpson up to 71. Here we are, we're in June, playing a bit of red ball cricket in amongst the T20. Then we've got 3 rounds of championship cricket to come up in July as well. So there's an interesting little period of championship cricket. And Holman's on 5. And Patterson bowls and taken past the off-stump low down by the keeper at the end of that over. 261 for 6 then. Holman 5, Simpson on 71. got guests arriving. I think it could be a former Shrewsbury great, a Shrewsbury Town great. And Shrewsbury Town, never mind the Sheffield United. Hello, Ronnie O'Ronnie's in the house, everybody. The world's a better place. But anyway, we've got guests arrive. If you're wondering what all the commotion is,
we're going to be booted, aren't we?
I think we should be. I think we should be booted.
Well, we should have been. Anyway,
we'll let the girdler come in and take his seat after he's done his introductions. He's got to see what. He's got an update to do anyway.
Oh, is he? Well, should we wait for the update and then we'll get out of the way?
No, I think we'll move out of the way in just a second. Fletcher's going to come in and bowl in the meantime, and he's bowling to Simpson. And he comes around the wicket in and bowls. Oh, lifting over the top of the slip cord, and that's just 2 slips in there, but it's gone over both of them. Races down towards the boundary. Oh, this is definitely head and hands time. And that really did fly off. 265 for 6. Simpson moves to 75. Fletcher starting his 14th over. 13.1 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 45. He's noisy, isn't he? He's noisy.
If ever there was a screenshot to sum up what it's like working with you, Kevin House.
What's that?
We've just been on the commentator's cam. Look at you peering over my shoulder, checking my work. It's like the headmaster's just going, what are you doing, Hand?
Well, exactly. Thinking, what on earth is that?
Oh, look at the disdain.
2 slips going down. Fletcher in bowls and push into the offside. There'll be no run. Dave, put your headphones on because you'll be on doing an update in a minute, my friend.
And then we'll go and get the scones.
Yeah. Well, the pub will be open by now. we can go down there. Yes, that's true. That's true. We do try to leave it till mid-afternoon before we pop in. That's all. Simpson 75, 265 for 6. I'll do one more delivery, then hand over to Dave and he can introduce the guests and everything.
We've got a great treat for you, Mr.
Shrewsbury Town
supporter.
Although I did, in my all-time team, I'm afraid, which I had to do a few years ago, I didn't put him in at left-back, I'm afraid. I know. Simpson on 75, round and in and bowls and pushed into the offside.
Who, Kev, who is the greatest Shrewsbury left-back in your opinion?
Well, that's what I said.
He did for Sheffield United.
Oh, well, I don't think he got in the team because I have to be honest, Ted. I had to ask my uncles to help me out with Shrewsbury, the great teams of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Oh, you got your update.
Yeah, I'm all right.
But I had to put Tommy Lynch in at left back for a few. There were a few from your era that would have made it into that all-time team, most definitely. 265 for 6 here. Meantime, Simpson on 75.
We'll let you get the odd opinion wrong, aren't we?
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to move out. You'll do the report, and we'll see you a bit later on.
It's Luke Fletcher bowling, and the left-hander John Simpson defends.
How old is John Simpson? How old is he?
265 for 6. Chaos in here at the moment. We'll just do an update for Radio Nottingham, and then we'll have a little bit of a natter. We love it when guests pop up and see us. I'll introduce them properly and formally in just a second. But we do have this radio update for BBC Radio Nottingham to do in just a second. 265 for 6. You can probably hear the Radio Nottingham newsreader in your ears, folks. Ted needs a bit of help there, Ronnie.
Looks like he's going to set a plane off.
Next delivery is in by Fletcher, deflected away by John Simpson down to long leg, and he'll get a single. Moves John Simpson on to 76, 266 for 6. Here is that BBC Radio update. And where Nottinghamshire have picked up at long last that second wicket of the day. It was a partnership of 142 for the 6th wicket between Simpson and Holden, and it was broken in the 79th over. Part-time bowler Ben Slater came on for 1 over of off-spin, and he managed to dismiss Holden, a catch at slip by Stephen Mullaney, although the batter clearly felt he didn't hit it. Good couple of days for Nottinghamshire, 551 for 8 declared. Middlesex making them work for wickets here though. 266 for 6, the visitors. So there we are, an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, now out of our ears and gone. End of the over, 267 for 6. Thanks to Kev and Kev for the last 20 minutes. We'll bring them back before long. Delighted, absolutely delighted when people pop up to join us. One gentleman I used to watch, and I must have got his autograph probably a dozen or so times back in the day. Watched him play both football and cricket. Another gentleman I've seen play golf more recently than I saw him play cricket. We've got former Essex and England and Lancashire all-rounder Ronnie Irani to my right, and in scorecard name, you always used to remember the initials, don't they? It was always E.J.O. Hemsley, of course, Ted Hemsley, who played for Worcestershire and a number of football clubs, including Sheffield United and Shrewsbury Town. Welcome both.
Wow, welcome.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
welcome. Thank you very
Really
much.
well looked after. It's been fantastic. It's always great to come to Trent Bridge. As I said, I was sort of did a reply on behalf of the guests, and I thanked everybody for their human element of having a bit of old-fashioned fun, which is a couple of glasses of wine, lovely food, good company, and talking about sport. You know, and just having a good crack. And it was wonderful. It was refreshing. So great to be here, Dave, and great to see you. Last time I saw you was in the Caribbean, mate, and we were a few rum and cokes worst off by the time I got to you, I think, that night.
267 for 6. Here's Liam Patterson-White from the far end bowling. This is driven into the offside for 4. That's a nice looking shot by Luke Holman. Yeah, you perhaps just saw folks on the live stream. Ronnie Irani next to me, Ted Hemsley hiding under the camera there. Welcome both.
Thank you. Wonderful.
An odd combination, if I may say, when Richard Stevenson said to me, I've got a couple of guests I can bring up, and normally it's a past Nottinghamshire player or a local celebrity or whatever. Ronnie Irani, you're neither. Ted Hemsley, you're neither. Ronnie, so, I'm not being rude. What are you doing here at Trent Bridge today then, Bob?
What am I doing here? Well, Alan Brazil and Ray Parler are doing a bit of a chat tonight at the theatre. I think we've
next delivery from Patterson White is in, pushed on the offside now.
Local sort of Nottinghamshire people going to turn up, obviously TalkSport Radio, and just having a bit of fun there. And I'm just here
Are you hosting it?
No, I'm just here just to enjoy Richard's company and spend a day at the cricket, have a few drinks. I've got some guests here. I've got Alan Brazil's here as well with me, and we're just here having a good day.
Defended by
watching the cricket.
A
flat track as well. I mean, your man here, he was having a chat was about should we have a bit more pace in the pitch? And I'm thinking, blimey, and then somebody said, blimey, look at his cricketing career, let alone football. He did both. I was lucky I played a little bit of football, but blimey, I couldn't, certainly do both and burn the candle at both ends.
Next delivery is, that's gone through him. A little bit of turn, it's come back, beaten Holman. It's going to be 4 runs. Let's have a look at the umpire. What's he get? 4 against the keeper, Tom Moores. It's turned back through the gate, beaten
inside
Moores.
Edge.
And no, it's gone as buys.
Has he signal buys?
His signal buys. Ted, probably the same question for you. I know the football clubs you played for. I know the cricket clubs you played for. You're at Trent Bridge today. What's the reason for your visit? But more importantly, are they looking after you?
Well, they're certainly looking after me. But it's all down to Bash Hassan.
The big Bash.
I've played against him a lot and known him a long time. And
what a great man he is.
We've always been, absolutely. Always been great friends. And he's invited me down on numerous occasions. And first occasion, really, that things have fitted in.
You'll be able to come.
And I've brought one of my best mates and fantastic player, Tony Curry.
I heard he was on the ground.
He's here as well. So, we're having a lovely time. It's really good.
Next ball's gone through to the keeper. If Tony Curry was playing today, he'd be worth 100 million, wouldn't he?
A week. A week, probably.
He was a class act on the pitch.
He very much was.
And a character and personality. You can chat with him about sport and have a good crack. And I'm not saying all of them you can't these days, but certainly it is just different, isn't it? It's just different.
I was going to say, it's a different era, isn't it?
It's a shame. Yeah, but it is what it is, and you've got to ride it and enjoy it for the best it possibly for what it is. But
you both have played here many times. Ted, what's your memories from coming here to Trent Bridge?
Well, it was a pretty formidable clash when you got Hadley and Rice, and I think I'm not sure who's around at the moment, but the pitches weren't the flattest
No.
in those days, and it was quite an ordeal, but it was exciting.
Was it a trip you look forward to?
Absolutely.
You know, there's some
It's a
towns
game.
you like to go to, and some that are more of a challenge. As this is pushed back to Fletcher, who's just gone to try and kick the ball.
He can
in,
still bowl,
in
can't he,
frustration.
Fletcher? He's a good one.
I'm guessing, you know, you'd have played as well just that little period before the Sunday League came in as well. So you'd have been around for the rest days, the Saturday starts and the rest day on the Sunday, and then carry on the Monday and Tuesday and that sort of business.
Yeah, yes. Well, 1961, I think I actually started. Down at Worcester and at Shrewsbury. So ever since then, you know, it went one from one to the other, and you need a lot of luck for all sorts of injuries, that sort of thing. So I was lucky enough to play
This has run away just off the shoulder of the bat with the open face by Simpson. He's going to get another bound. That's a short onside there, Ron, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Nice and short when you're batting, horrible when you're bowling.
Yeah. So I managed 17 seasons playing with the big ball, playing football, and 21 seasons playing cricket. Now,
wow!
When did you ever squeeze in a family holiday?
I didn't.
The old fortnight in Benidorm, did it never happen?
No, the wife used to take the kids away with my parents, and that was it. I didn't. No holidays.
No. We had a holiday every day, playing sport.
Yes.
And people like.
I wouldn't argue with that, but
no, but it was like the pain and the problem. You went through it, but playing sport for me was, you know, it was a privilege.
There's Fletcher Bowles pulled away nicely by John Simpson. He's in the 80s now. That takes him on to 81. Ronnie,
when I say holiday, I mean we were, you know, milking it, doing anything. We were grafting and sweating our you-know-whats off for the pleasure of what we wanted to get out of it. Like people going to work every day, grafting. Some people go to work and love what they do, and they get their hands dirty every day. And that's what we did.
Right. Ronnie, would you have played for England here, Ronnie?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
a few times, actually. Once against Sri Lanka. I remember one day game. I took a good catch. We always talk about ourselves here.
Catch was a good catch.
I know it is, but this was a this was a great catch. Flintoff bowled. Somebody smacked one at mid-off, and I leapt like a salmon.
There's Fletcher bowling here. This one's cut into the offside.
I leapt like a salmon and caught it at mid-off, and I think I got a few runs with the bat. I think 20-30 odd, I can't remember, and a couple of wickets. So no, it was a good one-day game, and then obviously many matches. This is one of the finest cricket grounds in the world, not just in this country, and the heritage that comes with it, and the people here too. I mean, Richard Stevenson invited me up to an event here. I think the members were, I think the chairman, and bits of stuff was going on. And I was just, you know, here with Richard, and
Fletcher round the wicket, bowls to Holman again.
I was just involved and kind of not, you know, and I got asked to join in. I did a bit of a chat and questions and answers and bits of stuff. It was lovely, but the people here, you know, this is a sporting, you know, city. There's no doubts about it when it comes to football, cricket, however you want to level it or label it. You know, people love and have got the enthusiasm and the strength to go after sport. It's part of you. I mean, obviously Yorkshire, and you've got obviously the cricket ground and all the football teams and all the sport athletics. Look at Yorkshire, it's incredible county. And Nottinghamshire, for me, has always mirrored that. Really has.
They're on a bit of a high at the moment, of course, with the Reds over the river there.
Yeah,
getting
amazing.
In the Premier League.
Amazing.
Do we have to bring that up?
Hey.
Here's Fletcher round the wicket. Big Forest supporter, Luke Fletcher.
Is he?
Bowls.
Oh yeah. How old is he, Fletch?
He's 33 in September.
I tell you what, he's still a good one. He is still a good one. Big, strong, and you can the way he's. But this is a flat wicket. This is a fast bowler's. I mean, you won't want to pitch up on this wicket and earn a living on it year in year out. But you can see if he was 6'8" at one stage, why he's 6'4" now. But he's still a top bowler. He's still a top competitor, and you know, for me, someone like him, even whether it be now or years ago, you put him into the top international side, he'd do a great job. He knows what he's doing. He's clever. He's smart. He's got a bit of character. Old-fashioned spunk about him, where he'll take the opposition on, and you need fighters like that in any team, and that's what Fletcher is. He's been a brilliant cricket for you over the years, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed. Liam Patterson-White's going to bowl the next day. We've got Ronnie Irani with us. You'll remember Ronnie, the 90s, played for England, began with Lancashire. So this is pushed into the offside, and many successful years with Essex as well. And to his right, Ted Hemsley, who would have been a member of Worcestershire's championship winning side in the early 60s.
Is that right, Ted?
Not the early. No, because I was a young lad then. That was when the big Worcester side.
64
in the 70s when we won it. regular member then, but in those early days, I mean, that was a big, powerful side at Worcester that I'd only just left school.
You were one then of a band of players who did play football and cricket. There was
Amazing.
Chris Balderston, Graham Cross. At Worcestershire, you've had Jim Standen,
Jim
Coombs. Next
Coombsy.
delivery is through to Tom Moores. Was it Chris
Amazing.
Balderston who actually managed to play both
Chrissy
on the
Balderston.
same day? Did he? I think he actually played a game of cricket and then.
Yeah, I know
and
that
then
feels
Carlisle-
like I've had to do that.
Incredible.
I had to do that once. Play it
280
in
for
day and then
6.
played at night at Shrewsbury.
This is. I think the other thing that we sort of remember you from, you played both at Bramall Lane, didn't you? Because it was still a first-class cricket ground when you were
Yes.
a Sheffield United player as well. So you played at
It was
Bramall Lane
actually
on
was a quiz question around the country. What
There's an attempted leg-side sweep
Yeah.
by Simpson, gets nothing on it.
what current Sheffield United player has played for the away team on his home ground? And,
Oh, right, okay.
very
Like
good.
it. Like the link there.
Yeah, so
Very good.
yeah, it was unique, but that was in fact it goes down one of my finest victories. Stuff in Yorkshire at Bramall Lane was good.
Next
Yeah.
one is defended. We sort of mentioned when you came in a little clumsily that Kevin Howell's big Shrewsbury supporter. Did you grow up in Shrewsbury?
No. It's a long story. It'd take too long.
Okay.
But I was actually born in Stoke.
But you spent a good number of years
I
playing.
had 6
playing
seasons at
for the
Shrewsbury.
Shrews.
Yeah. And Arthur Rowley, the manager, got the job at Bramall Lane.
Right.
So he signed me. In fact, he rang the dressing room at Worcester, and Basil always sat next to the phone for obvious reasons, because there was apartheid and all, there was all things going on.
Talking about bookies for a minute then. Bookmakers.
No.
That's what our phone in our dressing room was for. Ring up the bookies.
Yeah,
Not
well,
betting
that's
cricket,
late.
by the way. Horse racing and greyhounds. That's what they were.
Yeah.
It's going to be Luke Fletcher to
No
bowl the
mobile
next
phones
over.
in them days.
You actually mentioned we met each other in the Caribbean as Ronnie, as this one's edged away, second time in consecutive overs. This time it's Holman away for 4, 284 for 6. I think we shared. Did we share a buggy ride with Franklin Stevenson driving the golf buggy
Yeah, we did.
from
Franklin.
From Sandy Bay back to his
Amazing.
house one year?
Cookie Monster. What a great guy. What a cricketer as well.
Sandy Lane, isn't it?
Sandy Lane, yeah, Sandy
Yeah.
Lane, yeah.
I weren't staying there, by the way, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, and I've also seen you playing with Franklin, playing in the par 3 golf. Are you down for that this year, the championships?
No, not this year. Not this year. Too busy working. I'm joking. Like, this is a day off. This is relaxing. We work for a living, you know.
So let's give it a plug. You
Please
still got the.
Give it a
what
plug.
is it?
1 minute. All these millions of listeners are going to tap into this.
What is it?
This BBC, you know. We go, hey, what's going on here?
Next one's driven through the offside.
I'm sure we're going to make loads out of this. No, just cut a long story short.
What is it, foot insoles or some
No,
such?
yeah, we do manufacture inner soles because of my sport, bad knees and bad back. So we manufacture inner soles, and I've got a team, and we distribute for the UK. We supply physios and medical, and also outdoor retailers too as well. So that's gone really well.
Yeah.
And then got a staff of about 42 work for us doing R&D
grief.
tax credits. We go to companies and assess where the research and development's going on, and got a really good team who hopefully out listen to me here having a jolly and are grafting and doing well for our partners. So no, it's gone really well, really chuffed. And listen, I was fortunate, I was privileged, a bit like your man sat next to me here, just to earn a living and play sport every day as if it was my last. And after that, as we know, sport's only a stepping stone. What you're going to do for the rest of your life. And I've been fortunate to be around good people. We work hard and we deliver all around the country. So it's really good. R&D tax credits. People understanding tax and the HMRC.
Well, I didn't know about that, but
yeah, they would know what they
foot
mean. They know what I
insoles.
mean. But I don't want to bore you to death with that one, Dave.
288 for 6. Fletcher bowling to Holman. The last ball was pushed onto the offside. And there's no run. Middlesex 12 away from another batting point as it's defended. What did you do when you finished, Ted?
As a bookmaker for 10 years.
Were you a bookie? That means he's minted then if he was a bookmaker.
Where was that at?
In Dronfield, where I still live.
Yeah.
I've lived in the same bungalow since 1968 when I moved up here. So, yeah, all my immediate family now. Apart from my brother's back in Shropshire still with his family, and the rest are all up here. grandkids.
Just the GGs, or you had all the screens with the dogs and the stuff from all over the world going on?
Yeah, and then
all your afternoon regulars as Fletcher bowls one that's left alone, Holman shouldering arms.
Yeah, and the chap walked in one day, to be perfectly honest, and asked me to put a bet on for him. He was a well-known footballer at the time, and look after my bet, he said. So I did. He said, make sure you back them yourself. So I did. So I said, there's 2 running today I've been waiting for. I said, do you want these? No. He said, just look after this. So I backed his 4 for him. I backed his 4 for me. I backed my 2 for me, and all 6 for me. Within a fortnight, I'd sold the betting shop.
No way.
Yeah, which was the healthiest thing I'd probably done.
It's Fletcher bowling, and again
Amazing.
it's run down to third man for
that's a
by.
fact. So since then, I work on the racetracks as a ring inspector. You can take out of that what you want. But a betting ring manager, which I'm backing in this year. So
wow.
Well, I do it part time to suit me.
Brilliant.
I basically do everything to suit me. So I'm the luckiest person in the world.
That's the way, Ted. You perhaps heard my phone beep
Great
then, Ronnie. It's a gentleman that I think you know very well, Samit Patel.
Oh, Samit!
You never leapt like a salmon in your entire career.
Well, that coming from Samit is an absolute belter, that, to be fair to him. Top cricketer, fabulous cricketer, could take the game away from you, Samit. You know, when he was batting and bowling, the best thing about Samit Patel, when he was batting, or whether he was bowling, the best thing about him, he wasn't fielding.
He's still going though.
No, he is. He's top drawer. He's wonderful. What a character, a winner.
Patterson White bowling to Simpson, who's
a winner as well. Not just a top player, but
on the leg side. I want to ask Ted. We know you've spent all winter playing football, all summer playing cricket. At what point did it become? There must have been an overlap. I know cricket didn't start until later, until early May, as this one's driven into the offside. Did it depend on how the football team were going, whether you could be released in time for the start of the cricket season, or did one have precedence each year?
Well, to be honest, the way the seasons were, you could just about fit 2 in with that, and it was each season as it went on, it got a bit tighter and tighter. And I did finish up playing on a Saturday, kicking the ball around, and on Sunday playing cricket. Played different games.
Amazing.
So,
that is the dream ticket.
I just consider myself very
Patterson
privileged.
White into Simpson, who's on 83, defends this one.
Yeah, privileged to have been able to do 1, let alone 2. So a lot of guys would give anything. So look, as Ronnie's talking about, I've played with and against the best at 2 sports. So, and I'm still running around, walking around now. You know, so lucky when a lot of the guys I know were quite literally.
You're fit as a fiddle. I'm more knackered than you are, and I'm giving you a few years.
Next one's driven into the offside.
Fit as a fiddle, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm guessing as a left back in the old days where.
I was never a left back until.
I know, he keeps telling everybody this.
I played there once, twice with Shrewsbury in an emergency, and then at Sheffield we suddenly got a bit of a problem, so I fitted in at left back.
294 for 6. This goes through to the keeper. Well, I've sort of, we're obviously I'm struggling to remember what breakfast was, but I seem to think that Sheffield United team, was it Alan Hodgkinson in goal?
Hodgie, yeah.
Len Badger.
Correct.
We're struggling now.
Well, we signed at the same time as I signed Eddie Colquhoun.
Eddie Colquhoun at centre half, and
Dave Powell.
I got you at left back, but obviously not.
Well, I was a midfield player, but then, to cut the long story short, I nipped back to Shrewsbury for an operation, which kept me out for most of the season, and then you work your way back in, and then we had a problem at left back, so I fitted in, and we happened to win that game 5-0, something like that, and I finished up playing there all the time. But it was a privilege to play alongside Len Badger.
Piece of cake from that.
Playing alongside Badger as a full-back partnership that everybody recognised. That was a pleasure and a privilege to be alongside of him.
And you'd have played in an era, of course, where there were just simply some brilliant players. I presume you'll have played against your Jimmy Greaves, your George Bests, your Jeff Hurst and the likes. You know, the absolute, your Bobby Charlton, Dennis Laws, the absolute golden period of British football.
And with one of the best up there was Tony Curry, who's with me today.
Yeah.
So
what a player he was.
Yeah. So. Listen,
is Tony all right?
He's great.
I mean,
he's good.
Give him our best, obviously.
Yeah, I've just left him across there. So
absolute $1 million.
He did say, "Careful what you're saying."
Always thought he should have played 100 times for England, and so too Duncan McKenzie, who we had here at Forest for a while. He was.
But he did play quite. It was a managerial change, actually. I've got to be careful what I say, but he played.
You haven't, Ted.
He played 17 on the trot. under one manager.
Yeah.
Who then got sacked.
This
it was
is
Alf
for England,
Ramsey.
Alf,
yeah. And then he didn't play again.
294 for 6. This one is defended. So Don Reilly would have taken over from Alf.
I'm not mentioning names, but TC didn't play again after that.
Would he have played for Don at Leeds? Who would have been his manager at Leeds?
I think he'd gone. It was.
Anyhow.
When ex-Blackpool played, didn't he?
Jimmy Armfield.
I think
Jimmy Armfield.
I think it might have been Jimmy, but yeah, it was
294
Don
for
Revie
6.
wouldn't have played him.
Oh, right.
But it was. Listen, he's here today. I'm not saying that because he's here and he's a good friend, but he was.
The next ball is pushed back to the ball. Well, you haven't got to say anything about him because anybody who remembers Tony Curry as a footballer. I've got to stick on for 5 minutes because I want to do BBC Radio Nottingham. I don't know if Kev wants to. Either Kev wants to come in and have a natter to either of our two guests on air, or
the legendary Kevin Howells.
Well, get him on. The legendary Kevin Howells. If you
always tuning into him.
If you don't mind, Ronnie, we'll just let Kev have.
I'm happy to go. I've got a glass of red wine over there. That's getting warm. I'm warmer.
I'm sure he's got a million.
I've got a glass of champagne that's getting warmer. And
Next
warmer.
one's pushed up. Hey, Ronnie, absolute joy to see you. Many thanks for popping in. Lovely to see you, and hopefully.
Sounds like I'm catching you up in a minute.
Well. Nice as it is to see you at Trent Bridge. I hope the next time he's in Barbados once again.
Yeah, a bit of that.
Many thanks to Ronnie Irani. I just thought you, with your Shrewsbury links and your mouthful of jelly babies, you might just want to share the mic with Ted for a moment or two before he has to head back.
I don't know how, Ted. It upsets me to say this, but I'm not too sure how many people listening and watching this are actually going to share my passion for Shrewsbury Town to start off with. They should do. It's their loss.
Bowls. This is past the outside edge and through to the keeper. And your young lad, he's been to, is it the Gay Meadow or the New Meadow or whatever it is now, a few times?
Ted's the old Gay Meadow and the Coracle Man and all that sort of stuff in years gone by. But, listen, I didn't put you in the 11, Ted, but you see, where would my uncle have been? My Uncle Peter it was who helped me out with that era. Where would he have thought? Where should he have put you? If I go
midfield. I didn't play at full. Only 2 occasions I played at left back to fill in. I'm wondering
who I'm going to upset you with in this
Albert
team.
Harley, Dave Pountney.
Patterson Bowles here is pushed back to the bowl.
They were the lads who were around then. Albert Harley was a fantastic player.
See, in my 11, I got Joe Hart as the keeper. This is something I had to do for the Sun newspaper a few years ago.
Well, Mike Gibson was in goal then, and Paul Miller, who died in the swimming pool, who was the other goalkeeper.
So Jake King, of course, wasn't your time. But then there are names such as Alf Wood,
Woody,
Peter Dolby,
Dole,
Jim McLaughlin,
Jimmy Mack,
Frank Clark, and Arthur Rowley. They were in the 11th. From now, which of those were your era?
Well, Arthur fetched me out of
next ball bowled, and this is all very nearly getting a nick through to the keeper. But
it's all down to Arthur. He fetched me out of school, quite literally, to play a game of football at Bradford City.
At 15? Or
I played in my school uniform. Well, I didn't play in my school uniform.
In your school kit?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I came in and said, "What am I doing? Signing this."
Well, we get really excited still. It was young Archie Lennon down at Sussex. He came out of school, didn't he? 16, I think. Sussex over the last, and COVID, of course, a little bit responsible for some young players having to be drafted in, but wonderful opportunities as a teenager. In those days, so
I actually turned out in my school uniform. Quite literally fetched me out of school to play at Bradford City. Yeah.
Good grief.
That's true.
And can you remember? Were you nervous, excited, or I mean, as a youngster, I suppose you're just excited, aren't you? You don't tend to feel nerves as youngsters.
I don't know.
Meantime, Patterson White. Excuse me for just a second. Started this next over in bowls, and that comes back in and pushed away, no run.
Arthur turned up at a school match. After the game, he walked out from the trees and he stood in front of me and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "Well, yes, Mr. Rowley." He said, "I want you to come and play." He said, "I want you to come and sign for me." And there was problems at the time with juniors.
Holman on 23. This is big hit straight. It's not going to carry, or is it going to carry? Let's have a look at the umpire. No, it's going to be a 4. Big biff of a shot that from Holman. He has got a 4, and he moves to 27, 2.99 for 6.
Yeah, he turned up at a school match, quite literally. And as I was walking off, he said, "You know who I am?" I said, "Yes." Yes. He said, "I want you to play, sign for me." I said, "I can't, because Wolves are in a bit of a argument over registrations with Man United, so there was suspended any games." And actually, I hadn't even played for Wolves at that point. I'd signed schoolboy forms.
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, come and sign for me, and I'll play you." Anyway,
$2.99 for 6. Please carry on the story in just a second. Defence, no run. Carry on.
Yeah. So the next night, the Thursday night, I went training at Molineux, and after training, I went and said I wanted to cancel my forms, and they thought I'd gone mad, obviously. So I did, and then I rang Shrewsbury and said,
Next full bowled, and that one is
you know,
driven nicely, but it'll just be a single to Holman. He moves to 28. 300 brought up for Middlesex. 300 for 6.
Yeah, so it was a case of I said I can play. And the following Tuesday, I was, like I say, in a geography lesson, and the headmaster walked in, heard my name mentioned, and he was pretty handy with the cane. I thought, oh my God, mistaken identity, it's not me. And the geography master walked around, he said, straighten your tie, put your blazer on, there's a car outside with your boots in, and it's taking you to meet up with Shrewsbury Town team coach on your way to Bradford City, and you're playing tonight.
On 83, driven, and that's out there through extra cover, and there's going to be a single, and the score moves to 301 for 6.
Here you are, Ted. Ted,
I'm sorry for this. We're like a bunch of kids with you today, and it's just that I don't often get to see too many people who've played for Shrewsbury Town down the years. Anyway, Dave's got a bulletin to do in a minute. Middlesex 302 for 6 at the moment, though.
Just do this next delivery as Liam Patterson-White bowls to John Simpson, who's on 85. That's the end of the over. Be an update for local radio. Been tough going for Nottinghamshire's bowlers today. 302 for 6 the Middlesex score. Began the day 106 for 4, an early wicket right at the start of the day for James Pattinson. Then they had to wait until just after lunch before Holden was dismissed by Ben Slater, of all people, the part-time spinner, getting Holden out for 86. It was a catch by Mulaney at slip, although the batter had to be sent on his way. Clearly he felt he hadn't hit it. John Simpson has also held up knots. He's on 85. Middlesex trail at the moment by 249 at 302 for 6.
And the continuation here with Patterson, the start of his 23rd over. That's into the pads there of Holman, who's on 28. Little Ted signing his autographs away here. But it is lovely to have Ted. And in terms of being a watcher of sport, you carry on sort of 7 days a week. You got all the satellite channels, all the subscriptions. Is your life still full of sport, or have there been times where actually you've been quite happy just to take a bit of a break and walk away from it all?
No, since I could walk, I think I've played sport, and I'm still doing now. I play tennis every week.
Sorry to break up, because I've got to come back to that. No run. You play tennis every week, yeah?
Yeah, and play golf. They're the two things I've got left.
Yeah.
Everything else is gone, obviously. So listen, I keep saying I'm the luckiest person in the world to be able to keep doing it. You know, a lot of the lads would give anything to be able to, partake the way I am. So I'm pretty fortunate. So listen, knocks, bruises, bangs, nothing career threatening. Heart attack 2 years ago, but nothing.
Nothing major.
No.
So,
listen.
Holman on 28, and defensively again into the offside. No run.
No, I just listen. The fact I can still run around, and because all the lads, I'm with Tony Curry today. I brought him down, and I'm lucky I can still run around like I did before, but he always said you didn't run around very much back in the day anyway. He said he did all the work. I'd query that, obviously. So, it's... and coming down here, Bash has invited us down, and very pally with him, known him a long time, play a lot of in his golf charity days. Hopefully they'll start up again.
Holman 28, stays on 28. This another delivery from Patterson into the offside, no run.
Yeah, so looking forward to starting. Well, basically we're all starting again, aren't we? So.
Yeah, we are indeed. Yeah.
And I've got 2 grandkids who are pretty keen on what they do, keen with the sport, and they've shown a lot of promise.
Okay.
So,
football
which is
again,
fantastic.
or other sports, or?
Well, they sort of, well, mainly football
Mhm.
at the moment. The little one's just started getting more interested in cricket. He looks a natural, but I mean, listen, he's, what is he, 9 years old, 10 years old. So.
Well, I mean, we must let you go back to your friends the other side. Holman's on 28 here, and it's delivery and driven by Holman again has to be quite defensive. It remains 302 for 6. By the way, I should point out during our chat and the Dave's update that the 50 partnership brought up for this 7th wicket, really important in the context of this match with Middlesex fighting as hard as they are, but a 54 partnership of 96 deliveries here at the moment. The thing is, Ted, whilst quite rightly, I mean, Ronnie himself was just sitting here just amazed at the idea of, you play football and cricket on the same day, and you have those 2 things going on, but you didn't have to make a choice in a way that
that was the time.
Just hold on a second. This one is played behind the square. There's nobody out there. It's going to be 4 runs. So a boundary to finish off that over for Middlesex, and for Holman, who moves to 32, and the score to 306 for 6. So it was tough, it was hard, and of course it didn't bring the financial rewards that they do now. But you didn't have to make a choice, which can be quite tough for kids at an age, kind of.
That's
14,
right.
15
It was
or 16.
no. At that time when I was playing, there were a few of us, as you will remember, 1 or 2 guys playing both, and it was just basically another job. It's as simple as that. That's how you looked upon it. But it was so enjoyable. It had its own pressures, obviously, confident, mainly in the head. No, I've loved every second of it.
When you mean that, you mean from moving from one sport?
No, when I say in the head, basically is handling the various pressures. Everybody. Sometimes you're carrying injuries. You keep quiet sometimes because you get rested for things like that. It's basically
Simpson on 85. Patterson White bowls to him now, comes in the spinner, and that's into the offside, no run.
Yeah, the confidence in sport is massive, is everything, because if you're confident and you've got ability, it will show itself without even thinking about it. When you're worried about whether you're carrying an injury or you're out of form and there's pressure, then it is difficult. Psychologically, it can be a battle, and some people handle it better than others.
Down on his knee, try to sweep this one. Simpson doesn't get hold of it.
So I've been the lucky guy. I keep saying that, but I don't see it as any other way. I've loved every minute. I've met some fantastic people on and off the pitch. Been lucky enough, as I said earlier, to play with and against the best players in both sports. You can't ask for too much more than that. And except I wish I could turn the clock back, but none of us can.
No, we can't. Tell me you dislike VAR. Just tell me that. That's all I want to hear from a man.
I hate it.
Thank you very much. I want to leave on that point. And can I just say,
I used to say bin it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Isn't sport supposed to be for human beings, not machines, Ted? I can't believe it. Anyway, this one's pushed back up to but there's been no run.
Kevin Howell's just reminded me, of course, this is a dual commentary, Ted, Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. I didn't say it. No, you didn't, but it's a pertinent point. Some memories of Lords. He must have played at Lords and, of course, against Middlesex many times.
This one is hit hard and firm and high away on the leg side. It's gone before.
Yeah, one bounce.
One bounce just inside.
Yes, I've interesting encounters against Middlesex, home and away, win some, lose some. Middlesex was no different to playing Gloucestershire as far as I'm concerned. It's once you cross that line, it doesn't matter where you are. It's you've got a job to do and take what's coming. So sometimes you do well and you get a bit of luck. Sometimes the luck goes against you. But listen, if your attitude's right and you're committed and you're honest, I think you'll be okay.
Next ball, and I'll hand over to the Kev and David. This one's worked around to the onside. There shall be no runs. Means 310 4-6. I'll bring Dave back in. Thank you for the indulgence of talking about Shrewsbury Town, because I know we need to talk. This is a cricket commentary. We should talk about cricket.
Stay there for a second and let Dave sit back in here if you're off.
Okay. We must let Ted go back. I mean, if Roddy had a glass of red, what have you left over there, Ted? Something
over
nice?
There? No, I've left Tony Curry over there.
Oh,
so it's not nice. I'll take that back.
No, I know.
He's a good lad.
Anyway, yeah, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. An absolute joy to spend this part of the afternoon with both Ronnie Irani and Ted Hemsley. Many thanks to Ronnie. Ted, I was going to say just before we let you go.
Yeah,
Ted.
before we let you go. Sorry, just because I know there'll be listeners who listen to Middlesex regularly, especially a few that spring to mind. Richard Evans, former tennis commentator for the BBC over the years, he has great memories. The earliest Middlesex side you'd have played against, who was playing in that Middlesex side when you'd have first faced them? Here's Patterson around the wicket. He has 2 slips crouching down. He bowls now to Holman, who gets right in behind this one. There's no run.
Well, all the big lads, the Freddie Titmus, Parfit, JT, Murray, Sport Price, Big John.
Because of course, long before your time, but probably the greatest name that crossed both sports was Compton, of course.
Dennis Compton,
who you'd have watched, I'd imagine, as a very young lad. Maybe you'd have seen him, but
I would have seen
first Middlesex side you played against.
Oh, here we go.
Bill Russell, Pasty Harris, Peter Parfit, John Murray, Fred Titmus, Clive Radley, Mike Smith, Kay Jones, don't know, D. Ling, Harry Latchman, and Lofty Herman.
Harry Latchman. Mike Selby's here actually. He obviously not in that side, but Selv's here. Radders is usually here. I'm not sure if he's here for this one. Clive Radley. I don't know if you'd have seen him today.
I haven't seen Radders, no. Say hello for me, because...
He'll be tuned in. He'll be tuned in, don't you worry. Here's Patterson around the wicket bowls. This is clipped away down to fine leg. That's 4 more. Holman's on to 36. 3:14 for 6. Oh, he'll be tuned in, don't worry. You cannot get Radders away either from the ground or from, I'd imagine, the stream as well, yeah.
Oh, well, he'll still be chunting about me, because I once nicked one. It was all pressure, and I got given not out very quickly. and it was so and I was actually captain of the side. We were all over the place, and I hesitated at the crease, and it was not out, and it was almost too late to go, and I was guilty. He actually asked me after, what happened there, and I basically still said, I didn't think I hit it. So tell him I've never not walked in my life apart from that time, because my head quite literally seemed to be spinning. So I'll apologise now to him.
There you go.
He'll probably remember it.
I have no doubt he'll remember it, Rudders.
That's not the real me, tell him.
No, he's listening. You've passed on the message yourself, don't worry. I'd be amazed if he's not listening right now.
Ted, thanks
I'll apologise now, tell him.
Thanks for sharing your time and coming up and seeing us.
It's been a pleasure. It's fine.
An absolute joy, and I'm glad you've enjoyed your day, and the weather's been kind, so you've seen plenty of cricket and you've caught up with some old friends.
It's been great, and I know quite a few people who are out there suddenly hear that voice, and I am going to cop for a bit of flack, that's for sure.
And just tell me what the O's for. EJO Hemsley, it was always on the scorecard. What's the O?
Forward defence cover from Holman.
Orton, O-R-T-O-N. It was apparently my grandmother's maiden name. That's where it came from. So my father had it. He was R.O. Ronald Orton, and he was the eldest. I'm the eldest. I'm Edward John Orton. So that's it.
Because cricket fans always looked at the scorecards and remembered the initials, and it was always an era where people had plenty of initials.
EJO Hemsley, Court so and so, bowl so and so, Naught.
That was it. An absolute joy. If you're ever on the ground again, please come and see you. But I hope you've
likewise if you're down at
Lord's. Listen, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and big thanks to Bash for shouting me down.
Very much.
It's been great.
Kev, if you want to just talk through the rest of the over, and I'll just lead Ted out of the building.
Cheers,
and get him on the right. In fact, Kevin's on it. Many thanks to Ted Hemsley and before that Ronnie Irani for popping in to see us, and I hope the memories of.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, lads. Thank you.
And there he goes.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. That was the bit with you and Kev, he said. That was lovely.
No,
absolutely lovely.
Absolutely lovely. And I tell you what, Mr. Hand, I think Mr. Howells is a very, very happy man.
He is, yeah. I've never seen him so happy.
He's better Shrewsbury Town player.
Here's Patterson around the wicket bowls, and this is dabs away into the onside. There's no run. 3:14 for 6. When he had his picture taken there, it was the first time I've seen him smile.
I hope you enjoyed that, folks.
That's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry
lovely.
to jump in with the Middlesex question, but it's quite nice when you ask someone, well, go on then, what was the first side you'd have played against? And Yeah, so I know Selv's here today. I don't think. Well, he said he didn't see Radders. I don't think he is up for it. But Harry Latchman, of course, was here yesterday. Or day one, wasn't
Day
it?
one, yeah, and Pasty Harris. 314 for 6. Apologies if we perhaps missed a ball or two whilst our guests were just rolling back the years, but lovely. That's got us through a good chunk of the afternoon. We're not quite at 3:45 at 4 o'clock. It was Ted Hemsley who played for both. It was an era where there were plenty of people who played football and cricket at a professional level. Ted played for Shrewsbury Town, Sheffield United and Doncaster Rovers, and Worcestershire, as well as Liam Patterson White Bowls. This one's all deflected just out of reach of Hamid. Bit of turn, bit of bounce, and a run is taken by John Simpson, who now moves on to 90 with that single. It was only just out of the reach of Holman, and also with us was Ronnie Irani, who played Test cricket for England, of course, and began his career with Lancashire before moving to Essex. 315 for 6. Sounds like they've got a good box there today with over in the committee room. Alan Brazil here as well, and Tony Curry. Be worth 100 million in today's transfer market. Next one, run behind square by Luke Holman, who's moved very nicely onto 37. Really useful runs these, Kev. Middlesex closing in 255 or 230, 235 runs behind.
Yeah, it's what was it, 86 more runs to avoid the follow-on. Simpson on 90, looking for a second century of the summer. I have to look up his best year for Middlesex now. If anybody at home fancies doing it for me, then Simpson's finest summer.
316 for 6. Next one is Defended. Sounds like the title of his autobiography.
Yeah.
Simpson's finest summer.
Actually, I'll tell you what, 2016 will take some beating, won't it? So let's have a look at what 2016 was for him.
We're in the 98th over as well, so a little bonus point situation will be worth keeping an eye on. We've only got 6 wickets at the moment, as a little bit of turn here, but John Simpson happy to defend. You also need to be looking at number of first class hundreds that John Simpson's hit, because he's 10 away from adding to that tally.
Actually, it's not a trick question. How many do you think he's got, Braces?
Next delivery is forced away behind square on the offside.
I'll tell you, he's 33. Sorry, go on.
Wicket keeper batsmen have always got 14 first class hundreds in my mind.
Debut 2009. It's Northamptonshire at Northampton. So he's been playing for 14 seasons.
He's gone on to 92 seasons. With a couple there, 318 for 6. Next delivery is went on that one into the gloves of Moores. Didn't turn back into the left-hander, just went on. Have you found him?
Yeah, 286 innings, average of 32 in first-class cricket, 44 50s. What do you reckon?
14.
8.
Oh, right.
8. So
well, there's another 6 at least to come.
The thing about Simpson is he's a brilliant player, and he's a better player than that average suggests. That he really, and he knows that. I think he said something to me that over this winter he changed something which has helped him with his mindset more, and he thinks he's getting better performances as a result. I'll have to check in with him again. He did say it on interview, so the interview will be out there.
I'm never sure. I know what you mean, but I'm never sure about that one. Better player than your average suggests. I think if you play that long and that is your average, that is your average.
Let me change that then, because you're right in what you say. His ability with the bat, technically, he should have a better average than he does. Because again, that goes, to Mark Ramprakash for England. Everybody knows what a quality player he was, and if he'd have had the support that current players get, Ramprakash would have been, a legend of Test cricket as well as a legend of first class. Graham Hicks, selection was, didn't he? Angus Fraser got a rough ride of that selection era, didn't he, as well? Simpson, he said something in the winter that he had whatever he does, he's done something differently mentally in his approach to the game, and well, this year he's having a fine year. Here's Paddington to Holman on 37. It's short and it goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, Middlesex can't coast to tea. Notts bringing back their fastest bowler.
Who'd be a comparable for Simpson at 33 years of age, wicket-keeper around the country? It doesn't even have to be playing at the moment, but...
Ben Cox, maybe?
Yeah, let's have a look at what Ben Cox's record is.
Stephen Davis, maybe, another one?
Yep. Did Davis ever get an England call? He
Ben
didn't,
Brown?
Did he?
Yeah, oh yeah, Stephen Davis.
Yeah.
Certainly in,
Ben Brown averages 40 in first-class cricket.
certainly in white ball cricket.
Yeah, Ben Cox is 30, so he's got a few years on him, Simpson.
Don't know if Stephen Davis played tests. This next one's fended off his nose by Holman as Pattinson banged it in short. I think Pattinson's done a good job today, actually. He 16.2 overs, 2 for 53. He's not been quite as wild and erratic as sometimes he can be when he's just running in, trying to bowl hard. He's stuck to a plan. He's given it everything. You can see he's giving it every single delivery, lots of consideration and care, and bowling it as quickly as he can. He goes from the Radcliffe Road end to bowl again to Holman, who's on 37 and has to just sway out of the line of that one. That was a quick delivery. What have you found?
Yeah, Ben Cox I don't think is a good comparison.
Okay.
He's 30 years of age. He only averages 27 and a half, 4 centuries and 30 50s. Actually, is a good comparison because there you go. You know, he's a stalwart, Cox, isn't he?
That? Ben Cox?
Yeah, he's a stalwart. Yeah, only 4 centuries in 225 innings. What do we say Simpson had? Circa 280. And Simpson's got double the number of centuries. So, yeah, actually, it's not a bad comparison. And the other one you said was it Stephen
Davis?
Stephen Davis, yeah.
Maybe. Holman on 37. Pattinson bowls down the leg side. It was taken well by Moores, but only me getting slightly animated there. Just wondered if he might have tickled that. It was a bit of a lazy flick at it from Luke Holman. Would have been a horrible way to end what's been a fine innings.
So Simpson is 30... What did I say he was now? 33. Davis is 36. 418 first-class innings. Wow, so it's quite a difference, actually. What did I say Simpson? Only about 280, wasn't it? Yeah, 286 to the 418 of Davis. But he has got 68 50s and 25 centuries.
Crikey.
Yeah.
Did he play Test cricket while you've got him up? This one banged in short through to the keeper. I know he's played one day as Essex have defeated Hampshire by 12 runs. I mean, that's
closer than I thought it was going to be.
Who
got the runs at the end?
That's a good old county championship game. Hampshire bowled out for 286, requiring 298, so they nearly got there. Towards the end there, a 26, a 29, a 42 and a 20 from Brown, who we were just talking about. Aaron Donald, Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott. Just not quite getting the job done. Pattinson, final ball of the 99th over. Round the wicket, bowls, he's flicked at that one, Holman. Got nothing on it. Looked as if he was trying to play the uppercut, which was a dangerous one with Notts having a man down there, very fine at third man. That was well bowled by James Pattinson through that over. 318 for 6. See, he was trying to think his man out. 99 overs gone in. He's got about 8 minutes to go until the tea break at 4 o'clock. We've still got 41 overs to go in the day.
Simpson in 2016 averaged 43 from 23 innings, with 1 century and 7 50s. The Simpson 2016 average. I'll just see if you can find a better year than that.
In the women's test match, it's tea on day 2. England's women 176 for 5, replying to South Africa's 284. The game where there's a run chase is at New Road as Patterson White comes in. This is just blocked by Simpson on 92. Glamorgan are 117 for 3, requiring 215 more. So a good game on there as well between Worcestershire and Glamorgan.
Averaged 27 in 2017, Simpson, and 22 in 2018.
318 for 6 here at Trent Bridge. As we come towards the end of the afternoon session, Liam Patterson White bowls. John Simpson rocks forward and defends.
But there we go, he's back to averaging 40 in 2019. That was one of the years where I thought there was a chance at that point in 2019 of a call-up.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside. I'm not entirely sure Kevin Howell's returned. He didn't. I think he's he's captured Ted Hemsley to through a few more Shrewsbury Town anecdotes. 318 for 6. Next delivery is worked on the leg side this time by John Simpson. Very nice for very nice of the club to just lend us a couple of their guests of the day, Ronnie Irani and Ted Hemsley. Next delivery is played down into the ground by Simpson. Tom Moores does the fielding. No blue sky really around. It's light cloud, not particularly dark cloud, but a hazy sort of day. Not particularly warm in truth, as the shirt sleeve Simpson pushes it into the offside. Patterson Whitefield off his own bowling. Another aeroplane just descending into East Midlands Airport in the distance. That's 100 overs that are done and dusted. Middlesex going along at 3.18 and over, 318 for 6, with Simpson on 92, Holman 37, and this partnership worth 70.
He averaged 42 in 2011 as well. So in 3 years, 3 seasons between this and 2011, he's averaged 40 on 3 times. He did score 2 centuries in a season in 2019 when he averaged 40 that year. I think that was the only year he managed 2 centuries in a season. So yeah, that's why I say the mark of this is just basically, I think this has been his best season by a long way.
We're only into the 8th game.
Yeah. There's a short leg in play still for Holman as Pattinson is back to the bumper. He's got a fine leg, he's got a deep gully, he's a little wide and retreating deeper now. Short leg, advanced square leg, deep square, and a mid wicket as he's in, bowls and puts it towards that armpit, as we've been saying, as more towards the chin, and Holman right up over the top of it, right into point, no run. Yeah, so best I can see, he's only once before scored 2 centuries in a season, so you know he's got every chance that he might make 3 this year if he can see this one over the line with a fair few games to go. It's Pattinson in, bowls to Holman, another bouncer underneath it, no run.
I think the odds on the draw, we should have asked Ted Hemsley, why was it? Former bookmaker.
Oh, yeah.
The odds on the draw are narrowing all the time. Not's really needed to blow Middlesex away before lunch or in the very early part of the afternoon, I think, to be able to get into a position where they can either enforce the follow-on or bat for a couple of hours and stretch that lead up to beyond 400 again, and then have another go at Middlesex, because we can, well, all throughout the game we've been able to see how tough it is for the bowlers.
Around the wicket comes Pattinson, he dumps that in short outside the off stump, no ball on height. Signalling one for the over as well. 320 for 6.
Difficult just to sort of get it at throat chin height, isn't it? It's either too full or if he bangs it in almost on his toe end, we saw what happened there. It just balloons high over the batter and away for a no ball.
We didn't think coming into this game today with the night watchman out good for 5, as this one's short down the leg side. Oh, and it squirts away out of the gloves of Moores, who'd shot away down the leg side, and then it went back in the other direction on him, so his gloves were facing back towards the offside as it squirted out down to Ward third out of the gloves for a single. Yeah, Ford, what were they, 106 for 4 overnight. They lost Helm straight away, so 5 down with 100 on the board. We didn't think that Nottinghamshire would be scrambling for maximum batting points by the 110th. Bowling points, sorry.
Now 142 was the 6th wicket partnership. This one already worth 73.
Hasn't Holman done well as well? 21-year-old. So I really think the world of this lad, as you may have noticed. I think he's a great lad.
Extras are batting well as well. That's 30 now.
Yeah, that helps. Where do you think they've come mainly? Is it? We'll see which the big offender is there. As Pattinson bowls, full edge taken. Simpson's gone for 92 from 183 deliveries. Full ball outside the off stump. Felt as though he was stretching for a little. Simpson on that one. We'll have a look at the replay. But 321 for 7 it is, and Clark with the catch. And Simpson just puts his head against the back of his bat in disappointment. 8 shy of what felt like a deserved century for Simpson because of everything we just said about how difficult a day and a match it has been for Middlesex so far. 321 for 7, and with Simpson in particular gone, that just opens up once again that follow-on, which is still 81 array.
Good spot, Joe Clark. Normally when there's just one slip there, if it's to the quicks, it's Ben Duckett, but Clark had gone in there. Good applause for John Simpson, who, like Max Holden before him, will be leaving with a good score and good round of applause, but an awful lot of regrets having got out just before the century. I think they're going off. Yeah, they're going to go for tea. 321 for 7. It's close enough to the interval to take tea now. So they're all heading off just to save the next batter, Martin Anderson, probably from coming out earlier. Thanks to both Kevs for their company and commentary during this session, and for giving me the chance to have a natter to our 2 guests, Ronnie Irani and to Ted Emsley. As ever, thanks to you as well for all your contributions through the session. Please keep them coming at Brace Cricket, at Kevin Hand BBC, and at Kevin Owls 16, and we'll be delighted to give you a shout out when we come back in about 20 minutes time. It's tea at Trent Bridge with Middlesex 321 for 7.
broadcast coming up, yeah.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to Trent Bridge for the final session of day 3. It's going to be a lengthy one, with Middlesex resuming from 321 for 7. We've got a partially completed over in that James Pattinson removed John Simpson in what was always going to be the final over of the afternoon session. And there are 2 balls left in this particular over. The new Middlesex batsman is Martin Anderson, who's come out at number 9. And it's going to be Pattinson then. 39 overs and 2 balls left in the session. First ball into the pads of Anderson, and away they go for a leg by. 322 for 7. I think it's safe to say that neither Messrs Howell's Hand or Bracegirdle have any idea what's going to happen in this session, because we've all just put our heads together and all disappeared off in different directions as to what A would like to happen and B what might happen.
I don't know what will happen, but what I will say is, of the 7 ones a night watchman, and the chap who's just coming at 9 has batted at 4 for Middlesex over the years, and Roland Jones, we obviously know what he can do with the bat, but equally it could all be over in 3 deliveries from this point. So that's the and obviously the real figure that's in mind at the moment is another 80 runs to avoid the follow-on.
So Holman, who played very nicely this afternoon for his 37, has got 1 ball left in this over, and he's got company. Pattinson in to bowl a quickish delivery, which has run away for 4 very nicely. That certainly wasn't part of the Nottinghamshire plan, as they set up a leg side field, really trying to lure him into a bit of fending off his nose and maybe proffer a catch up to one of those on the leg side, and he just ran it away through backward point for 4. 326 for 7. Holman on 41. Anderson yet to get off the mark.
And I think it's actually a pretty big 76 runs now, because if they did, let's say they were out 77 more runs and all out, the time that's left in the match, actually a nasty little. I mean, how many overs have we got to go tonight? We're playing till
39,
7 o'clock, aren't we?
39 overs.
We're going to be here a fair old while tonight. All right, maybe they'll have 10 overs at them tonight or so, but if all of a sudden it was a couple of quick wickets this evening, then Notts just have to be careful tomorrow, don't they? Here's Patterson White, he's left arm around the wicket to Anderson, and Anderson backs away and eases this one into the offside, and there's no run. Anderson is, well, for Patterson White, he'll be delighted, won't he, to have a right-hander at last to bowl to.
Congratulations to Ben Compton. I think he's the 2nd, but he's just reached 1,000 first-class runs this season.
Anderson waits, Patterson White bowls, Anderson drives to mid on, there's no run.
For somebody who only got a very occasional opportunity here over the last couple of years, Ben Compton was let go in the winter, and then to come back with 1,000 runs.
This is played defensively by Anderson from deep within the crease, which quite rightly got Patterson very excited.
Smashing records in the process. Was it something ridiculous?
It's cool for him to be the England opener, replacing Crawley. I mean,
did he start with 3 first-class hundreds or some sort? It's the first player to do that for Kent in his first 3 matches. Incredible stuff.
Patterson White, lots of flight, and Anderson's over the top of it. You've seen more of him probably than anybody else, then.
Ben Compton, well, I think he played 7 matches over 3 years.
Okay, so other than the BBC Kent lot this year, was there ever a point where you looked at Compton and thought, oh, he's got the potential, he could go all the way? As here's Patterson White bowls and Anderson turns short leg and there's no one. It's a loaded question because so many people are saying, well, you can't ignore Compton for England. And my point is, you can, because this is his first real season. Just wait until everybody's had a look at him now and see how he gets on next year.
Yeah, didn't see enough of him.
But all the chat about Hamid and Robson, maybe Stokes has put that to bed anyway, as Patterson White bowls and Anderson pushes back up the track. There's no run. 326 for 7. Paul Sterling's perhaps got more chance of playing Test cricket for England than Robson and Hamid, if that's the style of opener they want, which actually lends a little to if that's the way cricket's going. Middlesex get Sterling in the full season. I've been saying get him in for T20s over at Birmingham at the moment. Sterling 326 for 7. Middlesex.
School children have gone, and it's interesting to note that their seats have been snapped up. I wonder if there's some punters who came after the school children and thought, they're sat in my seat, but We've got a decent crowd in. They've enjoyed what they've seen. Here's James Pattinson. Bowls down the leg side and it's pulled away for a single. I heard somebody at during the tea interval on the concourse outside a little cruelly say James Pattinson has pitched the ball up twice today. He got Helm LBW at the start of the day and Simpson with the last ball before tea. It's a little
very, very cruel and harsh. It was only once. This is a big innings for Anderson because I think probably on bowling performance, Anderson and Helm will be under a lot of pressure for the next game against Worcestershire in a couple of weeks, with Bamber on the sidelines for this one, and everyone's saying, well, where's Bamber? He's been Mr. Reliable as he's been for a while. So big innings this for Anderson.
Pattinson to the right-hander, playing the big innings. This is off his pad. Is that another no ball?
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Oh! He had his arm out, didn't he?
Well, how weird was... I think he perhaps thought they were going to run away for the leg by, so was sticking his... hand out ready to tell the scorers. That was strange, wasn't it? That was a strange one.
He was waving an apology to Max Holden, I think.
All the things Simon Harmer's done in his career. Apparently today's the match,
the best
career best figures: 15 for 207.
Ooh.
327 for 7. I did that again there. This is Pattinson bowling to Martin Anderson.
So Milan to come in for Middlesex and Bamber to come in. That's why for Anderson this is he needs a score here. You see the way that Holman's come in and gone about his business for 42. I think Holman's just put to bed that he should ever be dropped by Middlesex. All-rounder, very, very good batter and a useful leg spinner at 21 years of age. I mean, when you go through stages of it, when Holden fell, you thought, they've lost. There's a real chance for Nottinghamshire, but Holman settled in nicely.
Pattinson bowls always down on the ground, and that's enabled him, I think, to stop the ball. Is he okay? I'm sure
it was a nasty one the way he went down, though.
Oh, yeah, stayed down. Yeah,
it was a nasty one because it was jarring.
Yeah, he's
let's see,
getting up his he's hobbling up his left knee. Seemed to be the point of contact. Is made of granite, though. James Pattinson. He'd been a footballer, he'd have been
oh no, it wasn't too bad.
Rolling around, writhing in agony, and
I thought that one of the legs really caught, and jarred, but it didn't. It all.
Well, he was laid down on the ground, and the ball was hit back to him, and he was in a good position to stop it. Next one is played one-handed by Anderson, back to the bowler. 327 for 7.
80 miles an hour, the one that he fell over. How many times have we seen an 80 hit in this game? Not often. .74, the ball after the 80 mile an hour one. So it was the effort ball, knocked him off his feet.
There is Pattinson once more. Balls down the leg side taken by Tumbling Tom. 103 overs have gone, so Notts need 2 wickets in 7 overs. Middlesex need 23 runs in 7 overs, or the 73 runs is out of the question, isn't it? Get to 400 in 110, but 23 in 7 is worth keeping an eye on. Patterson White has now bowled 35 overs, 13 of which were maidens, 1 wicket for 79 runs. Almost been booked in for bed and breakfast, hasn't he? It was 9 overs overnight, so 26 overs today.
So Patterson White with Holman to face, and in he comes, left arm over to the left-hander, who waits, pushes back. See, that for me was a keyism as well. You see the way that front foot came up in the air there, and just on the back foot, and boom.
37.
Pushes it back down the track.
It's alright, I was mid-maths there. There's 37 overs to go out of 104. That's 77.
A lot of flight and a forward defence from Holman. What are you pondering?
He's bowled 26 overs from that end today, out of 38, I think. I thought he had a little bit higher percentage than that.
Beautiful flight on that, but a good stride from Holman, who pushes into the offside.
Certainly seems like he's been on all day, doesn't it, from that end?
Yes. Big call from Mike Selvey on Owen Morgan's retirement from international cricket. As Patterson White bowls and a reverse sweep from Holman, and beautifully played, and there's not a fielder within a country mile of that. Oh, it's barely going to make it over the rope as well, but it does. Big boundary down below to our left of the Radcliffe Road end. There's a deep cover. Other than that, there's Mulaney, and actually now Mulaney's going to bring one across. Oh, the wind's picked up again, isn't it? Mike Selvey says England have never had a better captain in any format than Owen. One of the most significant England cricketers of all time. Of my time, he said. But never had a better captain. I did write a piece for the Cricketer calling him the white ball, really. But he's better than that, according to himself. Here's Patterson White bowls, and that's hit down the ground by Holman. And how's it going to make it? It is. I don't know whether it's going to plug or not, but straight and mid on, he's got 4 more, and Holman moves to 50 from 74 deliveries. That's his 11th 4 in his 50, Luke Holman.
Nice positive way to get there. 11 boundaries, that's a high percentage as well, but batted very nicely indeed.
It's a high percentage of his runs, but if you look, his strike rate's only 67, which that would be one for an Andrew Sampson, wouldn't it, if he was here? You know, the most number of runs with the lowest strike, or the most number of boundaries with the lowest strike rate for a 50. He's forward. Oh, now what has happened to that? It's gone through everything. Did it take an inside edge over the stumps?
I don't think so. I think it just turned over the stumps. Don't think it caught an edge.
It was not too dissimilar to the Stoneman ball, apart from the fact it hasn't bowled Holman. Left arm over, he bowls it, and it spits and goes past the inside edge and then up out of the gloves of the keeper Moores. That's what it was.
It was actually nowhere near the stumps. It was very full, 6 or 8 inches outside the off stump, went past off stump, and then it bit, turned sharply, and went past the keeper. 335 for 7, Middlesex. Trailing Notts by 216. Notts really need to go bang, 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 and if they did that, I don't think they'd enforce the follow-on. They'd just go out and have a bit of a bat this evening and try and get that lead up to 400 very quickly, and then have the full day tomorrow. Down the leg side, taken by Moores. Moving nicely to his left. Good glove work this time by Tumbling Tom. 335 for 7, Middlesex. Men out today: Helm, the night watchman, LBW Pattinson for 0. Holden caught Mulaney, bowled Slater 86. You need to have a look at that one, folks. Simpson caught Clark, bowled Pattinson 92. It was clear that Holden didn't think he'd hit it, and Kev's had a good look at the slow motion replay and can't see any contact. This one's guided to Mulaney on the offside. Seems like I've only just done an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, yet we've already got the 4:30 news in our ears. Pattinson with that large white wristband on his left wrist. There he goes, running away from us. Bowls a delivery that Anderson plays onto the leg side. Yes, we just started again a moment or two ago after tea with Middlesex 335 for 7. That's still 216 runs behind Nottinghamshire, who will be desperately looking to knock over these last 3 wickets and then get on with the job in hand of trying to defeat their London rivals. The top 2 in Division 2 here meeting. Anderson is fresh at the crease yet to score. Holman there just gone to his 50. A couple of wickets today to James Pattinson, who's bowling at the moment with Middlesex 335 for 7. Next delivery deflected away for Anderson's first run down to long leg.
Oh, if he'd have missed that.
3-3-6 for 7.
If you want to tweet us at Kevin Ham BBC at Brace Cricket, and love to hear from you. He only, what is it now, 66 runs to avoid the follow-on. It feels big because, you know, if the difference of 1 run here will shift pressure massively, because there will just be a little bit of third innings pressure onto Nottinghamshire not to have a bad start if Middlesex avoid the follow-on. You know, don't find yourself 20 for 2 or so. You know, 3 down overnight, and could set up a wonderful final day.
Pattinson bowls. You're doing a good job of building it up. This is down the leg side. Who's to come? Toby Rowland-Jones and Tim Murtagh.
Well, if they get 66 runs, then Nottinghamshire's best chances of winning the match, obviously, is being bowled out. So actually, he's being 20 for 3 overnight, leading by 169. You know, with 7 wickets standing, or even better, 20 for 4 overnight, leading by 169. That would be their best bet. But you know, there's been no signs of this pitch deteriorating or breaking up. Or
I was just going to say, right now, there's no sign whatsoever of any side taking 10 wickets tomorrow.
No, exactly.
There's Pattinson in bowls and down the leg side through to Moores.
What were Middlesex last night? They were about 20 for 3, were they?
37 for 3 when Davies got out. That was in the 10th over. 3-3-6 for 7. Yesterday, just a refresher. Robson out for 5, Eskenazi 4, Davis without scoring. So that was 37 for 3. Mark Stoneman played very nicely indeed, and then towards the back end of the day, the penultimate over bowled by Liam Patterson-White for 67, one that turned back sharply. So there were 4 down overnight. Immediately this morning, a wicket went down. Night watchman Helm out, first ball for the day that he'd faced, 106 for 5. So to get to 3-3-6 for 7, it's been a very good fight back. Patterson-White bowls. Anderson leaves his crease to push it out as far as Duckett.
You won't enjoy it, Bracers, but
next delivery cut away by Anderson. Out as far as Dane Patterson. Blustery, all the paper gets blown around here in the commentary box.
Because no 2 games are the same, so there's no point comparing, but just reminded of match situations. Reminded the Sussex game, you know, when Middlesex hit 600 and everybody thought draw, and then they went through Sussex twice. And Middlesex have done very well from 30 odd for 3 to resist that, especially because their big 3 are the top 3.
Patterson-White in again. Holman pushes it out onto the offside. What's Holman's career best? Has he had
82. But Middlesex at Scarborough in 2016, Yorkshire were 406 in their first innings, heading to a draw on the 3rd evening.
LPW bowls through to Tom Moores.
With Middlesex in reply, 470 for 8, Rowland-Jones 14, Murtagh 7. He just thought, you know.
Is there any relevance?
On day 3.
A game at Scarborough in 2016?
Relevance, but no.
Next ball. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run.
Rowland-Jones 79 not out off 51 deliveries, Murtagh 47 not out off 37.
Oh, why have they backed in 3 and 4 then?
And then Yorkshire skittled for 167. Now there's no comparison at all or relevance, but
next delivery pushed onto the offside. I mean, as we always say, we just no idea what's going to happen. Jones could come out and flay it to all parts, couldn't he? Or he could get a first ball.
Right, like we said, there's every chance 1 turns into 3 very quickly here. And Middlesex are following on tonight, and they could be, how many overs left to bowl? I mean, Middlesex could be 4 down overnight again tonight, couldn't they?
I'm just
in their second innings.
Just going to prod Mr. Howells. I'll be back in half a second.
Go on then. 337 for 7. Yeah, and that was one of the great days for Middlesex, that final innings. Murtagh 3, Finn 2, Rowland-Jones 3, Ollie Rayner 2 as Yorkshire skittled for 167 in their first innings defeat in their 150-year history at Scarborough. It was fine day, and that's why it just feels like, you know, there's going to be a moment's pressure still in this game, one way or the other, and it's either going to be Middlesex following on, they can't afford to be 30 odd for 3 again, or Middlesex scramble past that follow on, and it's a case of, you know, don't get yourself under any third innings pressure in the match for the hosts. But here's Patterson, right arm over the wicket, he bowls, and forward defence from Anderson. It beats the inside edge, but going down a fancy, because that front pad didn't look as though it came a long way across. It looked as though he's playing an on drive there, Anderson, or let's put it this way, his foot movement was more for the on drive, wasn't it? And the bat actually felt like it was a long way down a different line. Are you fancying it's had a chance, that one? I didn't catch it over your shoulder there, the replay.
Might have
gone upstairs.
It might have slid down, but
yeah,
it was one that I think had at least bellowed out an appeal. Maybe umpire make a decision.
Well, that was why that Simpson one earlier, I was surprised it didn't go up bigger against Simpson. Oh, you don't put it there to Anderson. He has got one of the finest drives going. A wonderful player through the V, and indeed that V extends all the way around to point. He's a very good driver of the ball, square of the wicket or down through mid-on as well. It's quite a scoring arc that he has. Almost it would be a 90-degree one from point all the way around, just beyond the 90-degree indeed, around towards mid-on. Just drives beautifully. Lovely shot through the covers.
A lot of players out there in short sleeves still.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if there weren't a few sweaters brought on, because it's getting chilly.
This one is out there. You go, the square drive goes through point. Now that is why Stuart Law describes Martin Anderson as reminding him of Jack Callis and Mark Waugh as a batter, and he's batting at 9 in this match. So 345 for 7, but those two shots there are probably a good example of what Law was talking about. He said his ability to drive is something quite incredible. He's on to 10, and Middlesex 5 runs shy of 4th batting point, 345 for 7.
The Nottinghamshire Mark Waugh, I presume he was referring to.
Yeah, they all believed for a long while that Anderson's got bags of talent, especially as a bowler, and they still do, but just needs to kick on a bit with the ball. But he had a couple of stress fractures at the back which held him out for a few years, and in that time he worked extremely hard on his batting as Patterson's in, bowls, and he punches off the back foot, and they've set back a sweeper, and it's going to go fine as a sweeper for 4. Lovely shot, driving away off the back foot, 349 for 7.
Well, that's getting the job done, isn't it?
The batting point.
Yeah, I said there's no chance of getting to 400 by the end of the 110th. I don't think they have. There's only 20 balls left, 51 in 20 balls.
The match situation as well. They've 350. Thank you very much. That'll do.
Yeah. Need 50 more runs.
I think there's an element for Anderson as well. I mean, look, he's down he's 9 in this match, but he would have been 8 but for the night watchman, wouldn't he? So he's a long way down the order from where he was at number 4 at one point. As Patterson bowls, swim and loses the ball. Wow, I don't think I've seen that before. The ball's gone to mid-on, all along the floor, as he went to whip his arm through.
He's bowled it to Fletcher.
Yeah. Dead ball signalled. Was that the right call of dead ball signal there?
Yeah.
We have seen a batter over the years when the ball has been bowled, but then
you can't do that anymore. You can't.
You cannot.
You can't go charging out your crease and give it a whack.
Oh, I see. .349 for 7. That's one way of stopping him getting to the next batting point. Patterson bowls full, clipped to mid wicket. That was a nice ball by Patterson, because again, he's just seen it big in this over and he's played it nicely. And I've said he's driving. Now, driving, of course, an on drive, and on clip into the onside just wide of mid on is a drive, just that bat face closing, isn't it? So there would have been the temptation there for Anderson. Do I go through with this one? Say thank you very much, but resisted that temptation. He just eases it watchfully to the mid wicket fielder. Big scoring error for Sam Robson through there, through straightish mid wicket. Last ball of the over, and outside off. Anderson doesn't particularly move the feet on that drive, as he didn't first ball of the over. He just saw it big and trapped the bat down on it, and away it raced. Not too dissimilar to actually the way that Simpson fell, because there wasn't a great deal of foot movement before tee for the Simpson dismissal. I think that was why he was disappointed with himself. End of the over, 349 for 7, 3 with the bonus points in play. So Nottinghamshire still thinking about 2 wickets in the next 18 deliveries.
Yeah. Sides always feel it's a Bit of a loss if they don't get maximum bowling points in 110 overs. 349 for 7. Liam Patterson-White going to bowl his 38th over. I think he bowled something like 70 at home in the first match. Quite extraordinary.
Didn't Luke Holman say overnight? You actually listened to it, and I didn't pick up on it in the interview that I did.
I read the quotes that had been
it was probably
relayed.
I don't think he did an interview afterwards, but he did say if we bat well today, we could be close to parity overnight.
Yeah.
They're not going to be close. They're not going to be at parity, but if they went for this batting point, they might.
Next ball is kept out by Holman. It's just a slight inclination every now and again to feel that one is going to slip under the bat.
Yeah, he plays it late and languidly on the back foot, doesn't he? Languidly from in the crease.
Malay at slip, Hamid at short leg. He's driven this anything but languidly out onto the offside for the 350th run and the 4th batting bonus point to Middlesex. So bonus point situation I don't think will change now. 7 to Notts, 6 to Middlesex.
Bang, bang, bang. Well, Middlesex following on. Bonus points for Notts.
2 wickets needed in 15 balls.
This is a big matchup, I think. Patterson-White to Anderson. This will be key.
Not sure we've had 2 wickets in 15 balls in the match. Just push back to the bowler.
But if he could pick up Anderson here, how many has he got? He's only got 2 left of the over. And Roland Jones to come then, another right-hander. He's waited so long to have a right-hander to bowl at, Patterson-White. 38th over he's in.
Comes again round the wicket. Oh, Anderson's come down the track and just helped it down the ground. Helped it on its way for 4. Picked it up nicely and lifted it over James Pattinson at mid-on and down to the ropes in front of the pavilion. 46 boards down there.
46 runs, 13 balls.
Yeah, 354 for 7.
I mean, full credit to them. I've got to be honest, I did not see this coming today for Middlesex. They've lost Stoneman overnight, Robson, Eskenazi, 3 massive players to them. Well done, Holden, Simpson and Holman.
Partnership worth 33. Patterson-White bowls again, cut away by Anderson, and that'll go for 4 more. Notts won't mind them playing shots, I don't think, but they've been highly effective shots since tea. 358 for 7. Partnership worth 37 from 44 bowls. Anderson is on to 22 from 27. Holman has 51 from 84. Yeah. And LPW is closing in on 100. Liam Patterson-White 1 for 97.
Yeah, yeah, as we said, the chances are bang bang and this is nearly over, but you know, Roland Jones is one, again, something that Stuart Law said of him. He said, look, he's got to score more runs than he does. He's a better player than that. He's got to get his head down and score runs. But actually, I think the situation is here that I guess Roland Jones wouldn't come out and throw the bat as the long-handled shots that we've known over the years from him, because if you're close to the follow-on, he'd just try and prod and nerdly way to it. I mean, Anderson's played proper shots here for those runs. They've been positive shots, but proper shots. He's on 22 from 27. Holman 51 from 84. Middlesex 358 for 7. And fair play to Middlesex here. I've got to admit, this morning I thought they were in deep trouble. Deep trouble. 4 down overnight and then losing. If they'd have lost Holden or Simpson early today, but those 2 batted magnificently well. And Holman's followed it up. And again, it's the calibre of the opposition, which is why the performance has been so good. Lost at Chesterfield. It's a real blow, I think, to them. Patterson's around the wicket to Holman, who plays defensively into the offside. Through point it goes. They don't gamble a single at all there.
You mentioned Derbyshire there. They're 47 for 4 in their second innings at Hove. Derbyshire leads Sussex by 261. Shan Masood's there, 33 not out, but Jack Brooks has taken 3 wickets. The other Division 2 match, the run chase is on for Glamorgan at New Road. They're 146 for 4. Colin Ingram 70 not out. Glamorgan need a further 186. Worcestershire need 6 wickets, obviously.
Yes. Patterson bowls short, and this is punched away out to deep point for a single. Holman moves to 52. forget to tweet us if you want, at Kevin Hand BBC, at Brace Cricket.
You used to have a Patrick in yours, I'm sure you did. That's why I keep
That was
getting
because yeah, that was because Emerson was always winding me up saying you're not Irish. I'm only named after 2 Irish saints with a Dublin surname, but other than that, Patterson's in, bowls, and Anderson flays at a length ball. Now that was a bit naughty. That was, he had neither the width nor the length to go at that one. To drive on the up without any real foot movement. Holman's come to have a chat with him because there'll be part of Anderson that's saying, what am I doing at 8 in this match? And he's at 9 because of the night watchman, but what am I doing at 8? So there'll be an element of that going on. He didn't have a great time with the ball, did he? So yeah, there'll be an element for Martin Anderson of almost the Ollie Rayner thing. What's happened to my career? If you'd have mic'd me up on the way out to the middle. Rayner had been elevated, ironically, to night watchman in that one. As this ball is on a length and eased away for a single through points by Anderson. That's better. Moves to 23, 360 for 7. But yeah, it'll be a fair bit of that. You know, he's batted at 3 in the Blast. He's batted at 4 in the Championship. He was fully backed by Stuart Law to go on and play international cricket as a batter. 3 years ago, but since then actually he's tailed off with the bat to the extent that 2 seasons ago in 2020 I think it was, it may have even been last year actually, yeah, he really didn't look as though, genuinely didn't know, and I don't say it's a disservice because everyone goes through it with the bat, don't they? He just didn't look as though he knew which end of the bat he was holding at one point. And here's Patterson bowls short and Holman goes up in the air with it, deep squares underneath it and taken. They've fallen to the trap eventually. The amount of times it's been banged in today, and it's Patterson who gets Holman for 52. There'll be no century for Holman again. 82 down at Hove this summer. 360 for 8 Middlesex, and they're still shy of the follow-on.
Yeah, and we've still not reached the end of the 110th over. I think there were 8 balls left for Nottinghamshire to get 1 more wicket. Luke Holman well batted. It was Lyndon James with the catch in the deep. Batted for 2 hours exactly. 87 balls. It 11 fours. Luke Holman out for 52. 360 for 8. Middlesex trail by 191.
Yep. There's time certainly for plenty to happen here still, one way or the other. And here comes the Sunbury shotgun. Toby Rowland-Jones out to bat at 10. Matt Bright's the Middlesex photographer dubbed him the Sunbury shotgun. We had the Lambeth Lara, the Bryson Bradman in Ollie Rayner, when he was smashing the runs to all parts in 2016. The Sunbury shotgun, because he's double-barrelled. So what can Rowland-Jones do with Anderson, who's batted well, but Middlesex need another 42 runs here. So often you say a side's best chance of winning the match is following on, and you know, right, we'll go and bat properly this time then and set them something, but that's not the situation here at Trent Bridge at all. If Middlesex are following on, they're in with the time left in the game. The third innings wobble is massively on Middlesex, especially as they're following on. So
third innings wobble at Hove. Shan Masood is now out, 54 for 5. Derbyshire.
One way or another, the next 42 runs are just going to be fun, I think. Either they fall shy of it and pressure's on Middlesex, or they get there, whether it's just scrambling over the line or not, and you just wait and see. It just feels like there will still come a moment of pressure in this match for one of the sides, most likely Middlesex. But if they did get past the follow-on, then I'm sure they'd come out firing and just say, they're not, so let's just see if you have a wobble tonight, and maybe it opens something up. As here's a length ball first up for Rowland-Jones. He defends to mid-on, 360 for 8. That's the end of the 109th. 6 balls for maximum bowling points, and well, were they to get Anderson, then unless it's Scarborough all over again, I think Middlesex will certainly be following on tonight if they could get this maximum bowling points in this over, Nottinghamshire.
How many did he get at Scarborough? Did he get 100?
Yeah, I think so. It was about 100 and... I just left that page, forgive me.
They've taken Liam Patterson-White out of the attack then for this 110th over. James Pattinson being brought back to try and blow away 10 and Jack.
Yeah, they put on 123 for the 9th wicket, Murtagh, and Murtagh was still batting at 10 in those days. That was a great contest between the Watford wall at 11 and Murtagh. Bamania a breakfast conversation between those two at a hotel about, no, I'm taking 10. Finn eventually got there in the end.
Some lovely shots on the live stream of the ground. Here's Pattinson then in to bowl the 110th over, and begins with a short pitch delivery that goes over the left shoulder of Anderson.
Has he no-balled him? What's he said? What, he's just stopped on the way back, hasn't he? No, I don't think he's no-balled him, but he said you're one for the over. Yeah. Well, why is Pattinson so shocked by that? Pattinson, sorry. He's actually stopped in his track as if to say, what? That was pretty fair, wasn't it? So that was a one for the over.
You don't know, somebody could have been shouting him or whatever. The umpire at this end, Paul Baldwin, clearly can't see it, square leg, so he's gone over to point. 360 for 8. We usually see umpires do it this time of day because of the sun. Well, there's no sun here. This one's down the leg side. That's great from Moores. I don't know what the appeal is for. He wasn't within a yard of hitting that. That's quite extraordinary.
I was just about to say to you, toe cruncher. Yeah, that's what he went for, but miles down the leg side. Went for the double, because you fancy actually, rather than banging it in short here, the best option is just put it on the stumps and hope.
Yeah.
Every ball on the stumps. That was the intention with that one, but the radar was off. It was a wide Yorker, but a wide Yorker down the leg side.
Ball very, very quickly and very, very full. 360 for 8. Yeah, Jack Brooks has got 4 of those 5 Derbyshire wickets because he's on loan now with Sussex. Pattinson bowls a bouncer again over the left shoulder of Anderson.
I do and I don't like this. I mean, that's 3 balls now where he's not had the ball on the stumps and you just want a wicket. They haven't got a mid-off, they haven't got a mid-on. I like that, but put it on the stumps and say to him, go on then, you like driving, there's no mid-off, mid-on. You make a mistake right now, then we've got our maximum bowling points. Put a slip in place as well.
Just seems as if there's very few fielders out there, and that's because we've got a third man and a fine leg. You don't often get both of those in Championship cricket.
I'd have everybody in a catching position right now. I think cover and mid-wicket are redundant.
Pattinson bowls, again down the leg side. A little bit of a waste here, just not.
He's not going to do it, is he?
Don't know if he had much notice that he was going to bowl this over.
Well, they've set the ploy and said bang it in short.
Yeah.
Now, I thought they'd set the ploy and then just going to hit the toe every ball. Just put it on the stumps every single ball. Duckett's being called up to a gully position from long leg because they're obviously fancying bounce him out rather than he hooks or pulls, i.e. get him fending one off. That's the thing, I just don't think Anderson will hook or pull in this over.
There's Pattinson. This is his 21st over. 3 wickets. Bowls now, and Anderson gets behind this, pushes it back to the bowler, and there's 1 delivery left in the 110th over of the innings.
So what they're doing now, if this were the 112th over of the innings that he was bowling and doing this, I'd say no problem, absolutely fine, you do this. I think very good, trying to make something happen, but in the 110th it feels folly not to put the ball on the stumps to get this point.
Yeah. So here we go, the last possible opportunity for Notts to get another wicket, and again it's short, and Anderson just turns his head away from it. That one.
I think we both turned our head away from that, didn't we?
Not even 80 miles an hour.
Look, it's an easy game up here, but we can only relay to listeners what we're seeing, can't we? And it just seemed a bit odd, that.
Yeah, 360 for 8, so that's the end of the bonus points. Notts 7, Middlesex 6, and. Interesting to see if they keep Pattinson going or bring LPW back. So they're keeping Dane Patterson bowling from this end. 2 for 89 his figures now. So he's the first Notts bowler this season to get to 30 wickets. Liam Patterson-White has 29.
It's funny the things you forget. Here's Roland Jones on strike and easing this one away, but it's a backward point, there's no run. 191 Middlesex trail by. I was mentioning that Roland Jones and Murtagh partnership. Stephen Finn comes in at 11. First ball duck, caught Azim Rafiq off Lythe. And I'm fancying that Rafiq was not fielding at slip or somewhere. That's Finn holding out first ball, having watched Roland Jones and Murtagh crash it to all parts. I can't remember it, but just looking at the card, you could pretty much bet his first baller was looking to do what Mercer had done before him. Mercer was caught and bowled Lythe for 47. Here's Patterson, he bowls, and Roland Jones flays at a ball on the back foot outside off. It dives at him a little, that one. Don't forget,
if you want to tweet us at Kevin Ham BBC, at Brace Cricket.
Yeah, we could be here for a while. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we're basically just into the evening session, aren't we?
And there are 30 overs to go, all but 2 balls.
Roland Jones awaits. Patterson bowls. Solid forward defence from Roland Jones on that. Better from him. And yes, Middlesex are going to plod their way through these next 42 runs now. So it won't be the Sunbury shotgun efforts. Down at 10 in this innings. Roland Jones, because of the night watchman, taps away in front of his back foot in his guard as he awaits, gets right in behind this one. He's got a classical technique, Roland Jones, but it's quite distinctive just in the way, I think, because he's such a tall man. You see a guy as tall as him playing correctly, technically correct. You know, he's long-armed. Gangly's not quite the word, is it? But two slips go down behind him. Patterson is 27th over, 2 for 89, past the umpire. Bowls, good line of length, good resolute defence again from Roland Jones. The wicket of Holman's just thrown the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, hasn't it?
Yep.
Caught James, while Patterson for 52, and the pressure's cranked up. That's why these next 42 runs, it just feels like fun. Just think whether it's 41 or 42 more runs that Middlesex score here, they might score a lot less or a lot more, but if you said just in that difference between a run now, one side will come out under a very small amount of pressure for Nottinghamshire.
Just wonder if he'll start this one 4 or 5 inches outside off stump and nip it back.
Oh, he's in bowls and straight to one, which Roland Jones comes a long way across to get behind and push away into the offside. 360 for 8. Roland Jones on 0, Anderson on 23, and Kevin Howells is sitting down alongside us.
My figures.
What do you, I'm not talking about your figure. Actually, I could actually. Would you like me to?
It's a bit on the large side, isn't it? It's all going to come off in the winter again. Yeah, just like it didn't last time.
Braces is going to throw his laptop at me, but only because you were there.
You've been winding people up again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Only because you were there. I was just saying, you know, the Scarborough, Roland Jones and Mercer partnership, when they just came out and flayed it. It was heading to a dead draw on that third evening, wasn't it? They flayed it to all past those two, and all of a sudden, an innings defeat.
I'm sorry to have to interrupt, but I think Dave's going to have to do an update here.
Oh, he is. No, I'm out of here. I was just saying to you why I've upset Dave as I get out of here.
Here's James Pattinson from the pavilion end, bowls another short pitch delivery, which Anderson can bob underneath. It has been quite a persistent line of attack, this, from Nottinghamshire and James Pattinson. Try and get it in short at Martin Anderson. He's not been unduly troubled for his 23 runs from 36 deliveries. And he comes again. Pattinson bowls. Oh, that was very nearly dragged on by Anderson. Again, it was going down the leg side. He went to pull it and nearly pulled it down into his stumps. I think his boot prevented it from going onto the stumps. It remains 360 for 8.
Will you be buying the 1921 census? Having a look at a copy of it, Dave?
I won't, but her indoors is all over it.
Is she?
Yeah, oh yeah. Likes all that sort of stuff, the old
it's interesting.
ancestry and
look your names up and see what the people are doing.
Yeah.
Finding out a bit of scandal about the family you didn't realise.
Well, that's it. Yeah. Oh, she has a look at all that. 360 for 8. Next ball banged in short. Goes through to Moores. See how many. What is it they term them? Idiots or imbeciles?
What? Talk about the Middlesex content.
Not necessarily 1921, but going back further, sort of 1821 in a profession. they'll put idiots, things
Did
like
they?
that. Yeah, I don't necessarily mean the Bracegirdle family or or whatever, but
thinking about it,
yeah. 360 for 8. Joe Clark being brought in.
Well, that's what we should put down. We shouldn't put broadcasters down. We should just put Egypts down, shouldn't we? Too many people nodding with that.
Yeah, very much so. Not sure what we're waiting for. We've got fielders being manipulated hither and thither as usual. Halfway through the 112th over, here comes Pattinson. In again, bowls, and Anderson happy to defend. Don't think Pattinson's bowled at Toby Rowland-Jones yet. Ready for a sneeze, and I've got an update to do. See which comes first. Where Middlesex are still batting, they now require 42 runs to avoid the follow-on, so a little bit of a key moment of this game. Middlesex 360 for 8 at the moment, 3 wickets in the innings to James Pattinson, who's bowling quickly at the moment, just trying to get these last 2 wickets. Toby Rowland-Jones fresh at the crease on 0, Martin Anderson with him on 23. The last wicket to go down was John Simpson, dismissed for a very good 92. Notts 551, Middlesex 360 for 8. Latest ball was pushed into the offside. Just managed to hold off the sneeze. Howard's with us in Argentina. Hi guys, looking at the forecast, doesn't look very good for tomorrow. Hope all is well. Howard in Buenos Aires.
Well, it doesn't really matter what it does in Buenos Aires, does it?
No, it means here.
Oh.
It means here. Next ball down the leg side, and again taken by Moores. We better have a bit of a look at that.
I'm going to look up, see what the weather's like in Buenos Aires.
Well, Howard will tell you. Oh, there you are. We can hear in our ears.
Scattered showers, but dry at the end of the day. Mind you, that's not my use. We need to dry at the beginning.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah,
what do they know in Buenos Aires?
That's not too bad, is it?
No.
Light rain, moderate breeze up until 12, fine after 12. We'll be underway on time, Howard.
Thanks, Howard. He'll be just getting up, will he?
Did you get your message?
Oh, you're talking to me now?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I didn't realise that people would send messages like that.
Oh.
Anyway, Patterson in bowls, and behind that is Rowland-Jones, who remains on 0, now from 8 deliveries onto the onside. Hey, this is a tale, Dave. This is a tale that the cricketer is putting out today, that the Mumbai Indians are set to tour England next month, playing T20 matches as part of their preparation for next year's IPL.
Crikey.
Now, it doesn't say who they're going to take. Well, they're going to. It says here, taking on top T20 clubs.
Clubs?
Well, yeah. See, this is the thing for me. As we see a next delivery in bowl and driven into the offside, there'll be no run. All this talk of freeing up a schedule, so taking out championship matches, playing fewer T20 games and everything. Don't give me that. The way things are, they'll still cram them with other games and other competitions. For example, the possibility of IPL teams coming across. We had a bit of a break in a window one summer, and I'm going back a few years, as we can do here, as we see Rowland-Jones again facing 360 for 8 Middlesex. And it's Patterson who bowls, and behind that into the offside now. We had a bit of a break one year, and I remember in that break, Essex, Kent, and I think it was Sussex set up their own little mini competition in the week that was supposed to be a week off for everybody. Don't give me that. They'll still ram it full of cricket, even if it isn't the competitions that we currently have. It's anyway.
There should be more Ted Hemsleys in the world playing sport every single day of the year.
Hey, wasn't that great? Well, I
very much enjoyed our chat with Ted Hemsley. And
he had a few tales to tell that we were making our way back.
I bet he did.
Rowland-Jones still on 0, 2 slips going down and pushed back up out to the grasp of Patterson doing the bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. We've got a lot of cricket to play tonight, Dave.
We have
still.
indeed, yeah. I bet Ted Emsley's seen some rain in his time because he played his cricket at New Road, which always gets flooded, and he played his football at Shrewsbury Town for 10 years, which also used to get flooded, didn't it?
It did a bit. It did, yeah. There are a few famous pictures next to the river.
Shrew or Shrew?
I'm a shrew.
Yeah.
But you know, but I'm of an age really. There is so much in life these days that it really, to me, does not matter. Roland Jones again facing Patterson again in a bowls and pushed into the offside. I have to say that I'm so tempted to go on Twitter, Dave, and possibly end my career by just
your career.
Yeah, just by saying, Eton Harrow, I do not give a fig.
Well, what's happened to Eton Harrow?
Well, they're playing each other, and people are writing about it as if it's some sort of big deal whether or not they're going to carry on playing at Lord's. Look, we don't care. If you want, play your game wherever you want. Was it George de Bell with his tweet today said he's never heard crowds shout so often, we've got more Prime Ministers than you. Next delivery, Ian bowls and into the offside and up towards Mulaney here.
The live stream has just capitulated.
Oh, what? I hope they didn't think I was actually going to use a rude and offensive word.
It probably did. This is one of the great noughts from Toby Roland Jones. 13 deliveries he's faced so far. All of them from Dane Patterson. He's not yet got down to the nasty fasties end.
Do you think it was the people of Eton and Harrow that somehow got into the system then? I do apologise if it was. I should have double-checked before I said it.
Spinner's back on. Spinner's back on for you.
Aye.
Mumbai Indians.
So it's just going to be sort of, if you like, you could say that they're second string in some ways, but you know they have such fanatical following these teams that there might be a bit of money to be made by somebody somewhere there. An interesting development, I think, or the possibilities of.
Oh, we're doing this one or not?
Well, isn't this in your end?
All right, Liam Patterson White bowling, and Anderson cuts it into the offside, fielded by Duckett. There's been one or two link-ups in the past. Was it Hampshire who were linked with Rajasthan Royals? Or didn't they become the Hampshire Royals for one season?
And Middlesex still have a link, I think, possibly.
Next delivery is pushed
with the team.
Back to the bowler, 360 for 8. Doesn't seem as if there's been a run for a while.
Yorkshire have got a link with one of the Pakistan's Super League T20 teams, haven't they?
Delivery on its way into the pad, no run. They had a link with Minnesota Vikings for a while, didn't they? Because they're the Yorkshire Vikings. I can remember there all the photos of them, some of the players coming across. Anderson on 23. He's played very nicely. Comes out of his crease to drive this down the ground, and Liam Patterson White will now get a chance to bowl to Toby Roland Jones. I think, well, yes, for the first time. We had it the other way round. Roland Jones bowling to Patterson White.
Oh, apparently they don't anymore. Have a link, that is Middlesex.
Oh. Crikey, that was a quick answer you got. Unless you've changed your mind. Down the leg side, and Roland Jones is away. First runs to him as he clips it past Lyndon James down to long leg. Lily's with us. Hello, Lily. Hi, Dave, Kevin, and Mr. Howells. This is a good game. I hope Middlesex avoid the follow-on. I'm listening as my county, Yorkshire, aren't playing. Come off it, Lily. You're a Notts fan. We know that. We know that. We know Lily, don't we, Kev? 363 for 8. Next delivery is defended by Toby Roland Jones.
Right, according to our correspondent, they played the Royals once when Middlesex won the 2008 T20, but I thought there was some other sort of academy connection. Connections around the world. But anyway, must have got it wrong. Middlesex edging towards this follow-on, still trail by 188.
Did you get a nice photograph with Mr. Hemsley anyway? That's all I sort of cared about this afternoon.
I put it out on my own personal. I don't do
on your
too
personal
much
one.
Don't do too much Twitter. Bit of Facebook for family and friends around Shrewsbury and Shropshire.
You're into all that, are you?
That's where I contribute more than the old Twitter front. Twitter makes me angry.
You've been on there. You've You've been on there a time or two over the last couple of weeks with.
Well, there's sometimes sometimes somebody will press a button, and I'm afraid I have to respond, and I try not to. Meantime, it's Patterson coming in now. We've got a slip in, and that one's pushed into the offside by Anderson, who's 24 or 45 deliveries now. 46 deliveries, 363 for 8. Look. Be interested to see what they talk about the pitch and all that sort of stuff. But this for me has just been a fantastic, monumental effort there from Middlesex from where they were. It was always going to be really tricky. They'd been out in the field and everything against a good attack and whatever last night. But I think they've done an amazing, terrific job here. But now they want to get past this follow-on if they can. Got 2 wickets still standing to try and do that. Up onto his toes. That's played in front of square by Anderson on the offside for a single. He moves to 25. Been really interesting cricket here today. Very interesting cricket. It's required a bit of grit, but plenty of concentration, plenty of application from Middlesex. Plenty of effort and patience required by Nottinghamshire. They've stuck at it and they've got these wickets, but gosh, can they get this pair, which gives them the possibility. I don't know what they're going to do now, though. Now it's down to a deficit of 187. Roland Jones on 2. LBW appeal into the pads. Umpire raises a finger, out. Looked a good on first sight. It looked a good call, that. Roland Jones out, 364 for 9. LBW, Patterson for 2.
Just seeing it now. Oh, it did, didn't it? He wandered across, playing across the line, trying to clip it to mid-wicket and missed it, and has gone. So that follow-on mark still 100 and they're 187 behind. So what's that? 36, 37 or so they require. Another wicket for Dane Patterson, his 3rd of the innings. He's done quite a good job here. Just leaves Tim Murtagh to come out for Middlesex. And as you said, you were sort of posing there. You don't know what Stephen Mullaney's going to do.
What do you think he should do, Dave? Or do you not like answering that question? I shall answer my own question by saying I think if they get this before the follow-on, they should enforce it.
I think they should enforce it because it's going to be so hard to judge it, to go out there and say, all right, we'll bat until the close today and get whatever. But
and then what you're going to set, and then and yet you
especially if some time is taken out tomorrow.
Well, there's that. I mean, there's the debate of how much do you make these decisions based on weather forecasts and all that sort of stuff. But you're then asking a question once again of Middlesex to repeat what they've done here.
No, I'm not basing it on the weather forecast. No, I'm just saying, right,
it's a factor.
We'll leave it till tomorrow to bowl them out. You get up tomorrow morning, and right, there'll be no play till 12:30 or whatever. No, definitely something that perhaps will be given some consideration. You might just be able to create a bit of havoc this evening and get a wicket or two. That's the game.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and that's giving full respect to Middlesex. It's just the way. What's your best chance of winning the game? Will some of your viewers, listeners, tell you what they think? Do you think? I don't know. Well, they usually do. I'm talking specifically about the follow-on. Murtagh, it is out there now. The left-handed Murtagh up onto his toes, outside edge, and that angles wide of the second slip, and it was in the air for quite some time. He's just going to get a single, and down there on the boundary. Well, he didn't know too much about that. He's got himself off the mark, and Middlesex 365 for 9, trailed by 186.
Well, I know you weren't there, but the game has followed a similar path to the one at Lord's. Notts didn't enforce the follow-on. They went out on the 3rd afternoon and whack, 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 whack. Mullaney a quick 100. Then they got 3 wickets before the close, but most of the last day was lost to rain. And Notts were behind on the over 8 as well, so it was a double whammy. I think they'll enforce the follow-on if they can.
Patterson in. Comes down the pitch, in the air. It's going to be wide of the fielder out down there on the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs from Anderson's bat. He moves to 29. Middlesex 369 for 9 now, trailed by 182.
Yeah. That said, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Martin Anderson doesn't have a little bit of fun now and maybe even take the follow-on equation out of the mark if he.
Mulaney calls your man in. That's Lyndon. Is it off the boundary on the offside for Anderson? So that's the wider, longer boundary out there on his offside. And he calls him in, sort of halfway out there now, maybe. So got a slip. You've got a backward point. You've got that man just in front of the square on the offside. And Mead here at extra cover. Mid off, mid on, a mid wicket. Backward square, deep backward square, the fine leg. Now, he's sending him back out again now. A change of plan. He's had a word with the bowler. Fletcher's getting involved. They're all telling people where to move.
Yeah. Phil says, do you think all Middlesex LBWs are plum, Dave? I don't. I didn't think Robson's was. I wouldn't have been at all surprised if that hadn't have been given. I did think the last one was, though. Toby Roland Jones.
So Lyndon's been sent Lyndon James from back out on the boundary for Patterson coming into Anderson. Full Yorker length delivery. They'll go through quickly. Fletcher with a throw. Good throw, but I think he's made his ground. I'm sure he's made his ground. Good piece of fielding from Fletcher, though. Took out one of the stumps. It would have been close, very close, but the umpire, I think and believe, was in a good position to make the call. And from my eye, although not side on, I think that's a correct call.
Yeah, it was. Just like. Might actually might be able to see that again. Did the ball hit the stumps, or did Martin Anderson slide into the stumps? I'm not sure. Anyway, he's not out. 370 for 9. Lily says, I'm a Yorkshire fan, Dave, and I'll be going to watch Yorkshire play Surrey at Scarborough in a couple of weeks' time. I would imagine that's one you've probably got penciled in, is it? Yorkshire, Scarborough, Surrey, a couple of weeks' time.
370 for 9 here in the meantime. Motor on 1, Anderson on 30. Not ignoring your question, when you say you think I've got it penciled in, I don't pencil anything in these days. I just go where I'm sent.
Big match. League leaders in Division 1.
It matters not a jot to me. It matters not. I do. Where do you want me to go? Will I get a call to start off with? And then if I get a call, where will it be too? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm telling you now, it's so close to 2 big games there at Scarborough. I'm certainly going to have to take a tent.
In Patterson White bowls. 2 big games at Scarborough, is there? This one's chopped to backward point, fielded by Fletcher.
The reason I say that, Hampshire are also visiting.
Are they?
Yeah, so big games in the sense of top of the
that's why
championship title race.
You'd be there.
Well,
the BBC's man on the spot.
Yeah. You're going back a bit now.
Next delivery is cut out onto the offside. They're refusing runs here, Kev. Anderson's chopped this out to deep backward point, and they say no. No. Not necessarily in that tone, but they declined to go through for the single. So Patterson White in again bowls, and Martin Anderson happy to block. 181 is the difference between the two sides. So 32 runs required to avoid the follow-on. Next one sees Anderson push into the offside. So that's 4 balls gone in the over. Now what are you going to do, Stephen Mulaney?
He's got to call somebody in, and then you know what he's going to do? He's going to send them back. That's what he's going to do.
Well,
poor old Lyndon James is on the move again.
Yeah, well, Martin Anderson now, I think, will try and use his feet, won't he? Roland Jones bowls. Anderson goes back, cuts it into the offside, straight to duck it, no run. So now final ball of the over coming. In the previous over, we saw a little push and run to Fletcher. In comes, well, pretty much everybody else now. They're all very much in one camera shot, saving the single. Liam Patterson White bowls. Martin Anderson whips it away through the leg side, and they will just walk the single. Ben Slater has slid and cut it off by the rope. I guess there's a little bit of naughtiness in me that feels if Ben Slater had left it had gone for 4, and then that would have frustrated Martin Anderson, because Notts would have bowled at Tim Murtagh, but Middlesex would have been 3 runs better off.
I'm not too sure that thought hadn't crossed Slater's mind from the way he was running. I've seen him run more fluently than.
The game is played in an honest manner.
Of course it is.
In this part of the world.
Of course it is.
You're in the East Midlands now, Kevin.
Yes. Fine. Upstanding citizens, one and all. in this part of the world, and thank goodness for them. Where would we be without them?
Game within a game here, isn't it? Martin Anderson versus Notts.
It is right now, isn't it? Again, more field changes. Anderson out deep down there at third, and Patterson in bowls to Anderson, back up to the bowl. I mentioned how bright and sunny it was 10 minutes back. All of a sudden it's got very cloudy here.
I'm not entirely sure at any stage today you could really say it's been bright and sunny for very long.
Not for long, no, definitely not. No, but dry, as I say, probably a little cooler out there than we might appreciate here in the commentary box.
Yeah, it'll get cooler still around about 7:45.
Yeah, well, you were saying we're going to be until midnight at one point. Anderson's on 31, not out, into the offside. Hamid will do the fielding, there'll be no run.
Still got best part of 24 overs to go. One way or another, probably, with all due respect to the two Middlesex batters out there, but probably there'll be a change of innings. And that's always bizarre, isn't it, when cricket calculations are done on 3 minutes per over, yet the 10 minutes between innings, they only slice 2 overs off.
It's one of the great mysteries of the world.
It is.
David.
It is.
Arthur C. Clarke probably looked at it in one of his ancient TV programmes. Anderson on 31. That's played behind square offside. They'll scamper one, they'll want two, but they're going to get one.
Oh,
just get the one.
That's a break with what he's been doing, taking a single third ball.
He moves to 32. Middlesex 372 for 9. Trailed by 179 runs. The wind has definitely gone up now. I don't know if that's going to bring in a storm this afternoon. How in the world of decency and good manners, how many scones is it acceptable to eat in any one afternoon, Dave?
I didn't dare look round.
Well, you could. I reckon it's number 4 for him. That's a lot, that, Dave, isn't it?
Been a long time since breakfast for the lad.
It has, yeah. Mercer on 1. And comes down fairly late on it, but keeps it out. That's what it's about.
And again, like I say, if these scones at tea didn't get eaten, they'd stop doing them.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, don't give him that excuse.
Yeah.
So you're just doing it for the sake of everybody else, are you, Kev? What a man. What a man you are. Selfless. 4 scones, and you only wanted half of one, but no, you've had 4. Just to make sure that nobody else misses out later in the season. No wonder I look up to you the way I do, and many others. Patterson turns here now. 2 balls left of this over. He's going to come into bowl to Mercer. In and bowls, and struck by Mercer. The offside.
He has to tuck in when he's at away games. When I was at Lord's, he wasn't even allowed to bowl a soup.
No. What colour was it the days you were there?
Oh, well, we had different colours. I've no idea what they were, but we had different colours. We had a green one and a
slightly orange one.
A slightly orange one, a filthy brown one, and a grey one.
And a grey one. Now, that's good. That you got all the colours.
Yeah,
but is it possible that they were all actually the same flavour? Because I think that happens. I think they just somehow make it look a different colour.
I do like my soup there.
Next ball, and then on towards the leg stump.
Been denied another run there, Mercer, but unlike Kev, I was allowed soup there. He wasn't allowed it that week.
372 for 9, Mercer 1, Anderson 32. But the big issue is, can Eton and Arrow still play there? Never mind, can our friend have any food? That's the big issue for the MCC to try and work out. God, they have it tough down there.
Well, this is obviously, as I was saying this morning, this has been a thing since 1938, was it, when the Middlesex v Notts game had to take place at the Oval because the Lords gave the priority to Eton versus Harrow.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah. James Pattinson is going to have a little bit more. Do enjoy watching him bowl. Occasionally he's bowled 1 or 2 wasteful deliveries, as you would when you're just trying to bang it in short and it's veered away over the batsman's left shoulder, but I do enjoy watching him bowl. Martin Anderson is on 32 and he's played a gem of an innings, but be very disappointed if he doesn't get these extra 29-30 runs Next ball, he's pulled away for 4. He's managed to bisect Slater and Duckett, who are out on the fence on the leg side. That was a nice shot.
He's a talent, isn't he, with the bat? Seriously, Anderson? Yeah.
Mr. Anderson with 2 S's, son of Anders. Yeah. 376 for 9. Isn't that what they? I think that's what they do with the Icelandic language when they have the 2 S's.
Well, I'm the son of Howell from South Wales, with the S on the underline.
You're not Howell's son, are you? Your name isn't Howell's son.
No. But it's
but
still,
in the
Icelandic.
correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I'm pretty sure the Icelandic language, like if you have a Sven's son with 2 S's, he's the son of Sven. Next delivery sees Anderson hit it up in the air. Now there's an opportunity here for Notts at mid-wicket, and Pattinson gets his 4th wicket and lets Martin Anderson know all about it. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, running back, takes the catch. Middlesex all out 376. They're 175 behind. And now then, let's have a little look. They are rushing off. The Nottinghamshire players are rushing off. Joe Clark is leading them. I don't know, what do we read into this? They're obviously going to wait for the 2 Middlesex batters. I'm not sure what we read from that. In fact, Luke Fletcher's gone rushing off first. I guess we'll find out together in a moment. Just look at the way they've all run off.
They're coming back out.
I would say the same. I don't think they'll. Or I think they'll enforce the follow-on. I don't think they'll come back. But the last man out, Kirsty on the stream seems to think it's going to be an enforced follow-on, unless she's already heard, because already Robson Nort, Stoneman Nort popped up on the live stream. But we'll have to see. 376 all out. Last man Martin Anderson, caught by Stephen Mullaney from the bowling of James Pattinson for 36. Pattinson finished with 4 for 65. Patterson 3 for 97. Pretty good effort from those two. There were wickets for Liam Patterson-White, Luke Fletcher, and 1 for Ben Slater. Nicely shared around. Middlesex 175 behind at the end of the 2nd innings of the match. And we've still got 22 overs to go this evening, so there'll be 20 overs to go this evening, won't there, when they come back?
Yeah, well, it wasn't that straightforward, looking for any body sign or signs out there. No body sign, but signs, because Murtagh seemed to be asking back in the pavilion where they wanted the small or big roller, and he sort of indicated at them the big one. But then the umpire indicated to the ground staff the small one. But perhaps he obviously shouted back then, Tim, what they wanted. You're going to do an update here in a second, Dave, yeah? But is that Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, who's sort of setting up as if to get the bowlers going again? Surely they don't need to come out and practice. They're just
well.
But that's what he's doing, isn't he? Has he not noticed they've just been bowling for I don't know how many overs? I'll keep stum whilst you're doing this.
Yeah, we'll do an update in a second. There's been no... I can't hear the tannoys with the headphones on, unfortunately. Just every indication is that the follow-on's been enforced, but we've not heard that officially. That's just sort of watching the body language of the players, looking at the live stream, which says Robson Nort, Stoneman Nort. But we'll find out in a second or two. And we're between innings, still 20 overs to go this evening, so it's going to be a late old finish. But Middlesex have eventually been bowled out for 376, with James Pattinson getting the last wicket. He finished with 4 wickets in the innings, 3 to Dane Patterson, and the others shared between Luke Fletcher, Ben Slater and Liam Patterson-White. Pretty good effort from Notts today. Middlesex digging in and really making them work hard for the wickets. So Notts have a first innings advantage of 175. 155. We're just waiting to find out if the follow-on has been enforced. As news comes up, yes, the follow-on has been enforced, so Middlesex will bat again for a second time in round about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Yeah, it just popped up on the screen there just as I was finishing that report. The follow-on has been enforced, so we've just done a little update. We'll leave the effects microphone on, and we'll just have a little comfort break for 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll be right back with you. So just waiting for the players to return here at Trent Bridge. One result from earlier in the day, Essex defeating Hampshire. By the sound of it, a bit of a thriller by 12 runs at Chelmsford, with Simon Harmer getting career best figures. 15 for 207, an 8 for and a 7 for. The other Division 1 scores, whilst we're waiting for the players to return at Bristol, Gloucestershire second time around, 67 for 2 against Lancashire. They've got an overall lead of just 2 runs there in that one. At Wantage Road, Warwickshire 359 for 8, replying to Northants 451. And at the Oval, Kent have been made to follow on. They were bowled out for 331 in their first innings. Second time around, with the run machine. Ben Compton, 23 not out there, 62 without loss in that Kent first innings score. Toby Petman was not out 3 at the end. The Notts loanee making his championship debut. Players returning to the field here. The other 2 Division 2 matches, Derbyshire 88 for 5 in their second innings at Hove, leading Sussex by 302. 4 wickets there to Jack Brooks, including Shan Masood. And at New Road, the run chase for Glamorgan going along nicely now, 195 for 4, but they still require 137 more. And at Taunton, England's women have just taken the lead. They are 289 for 5. That's a lead of 5, in fact now 6 as I'll watch it. 290 for 5, a lead of 6 over South Africa, with a century there for Nat Shiver. And also 84 for Alice Davidson-Richards.
How very rude of the Middlesex opening pair to walk all the way out to the middle, and both James Pattinson and Luke Fletcher wanted to engage them in conversation, and they both totally ignored them. And not only did they totally ignore them, they actually tried to walk away from them and not make any eye contact. Poor old James Pattinson, what a nice man, trying to have a nice chat with them as they made their way out.
Don't you wish they were mic'd up?
Actually, probably not. It probably would frighten me. But he had plenty to say as he left the field, talking to Anderson and Murtagh. He had so much. He's got so much he wants to share. Now, he comes all the way out to the middle, and then he probably knows perfectly where he's going to end up, which is down there on the boundary.
Yeah, I know. He'll have a lovely chat to me about anything, just the time of the day, the birds tweeting or whatever, and it still scares the life out of me.
Well, I presume that's what he was trying to do with both Mark and Sam.
Yeah, it's not like his brother at all. Nasty fasty.
Oh, who's this? Me. With big Luke Fletcher. 3 slips go down. Stoneman is facing, and that's well wide, and dies through to the keeper.
This is where you get greedy, isn't it? As a side, 20 overs. Would we want 1 wicket? If we get 1, we want 2. If we get 2, we want 3.
Extra half hour.
Better connect Kev so everybody can hear him.
Really? That's not really what the... He's talking about extra half hour. He's been silly, Dave. He's been silly.
Well, who knows?
Now you're being silly.
We never know what's going to happen.
Well, we don't, and that's why we're here. And Fletcher into Stoneman. Oh, another lovely delivery. Just a little bit of movement through to the keeper. And a good carry through as well. Plenty of effort from Luke.
Ben Slater's getting dressed.
About time. Fletcher first innings, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 64. Go on, Dave.
He's only got 1 pad on. Look at his backward point.
He has. Made yourself a nice cup of tea there, Kev. Have I got pressure button?
If you wish.
Fletcher.
Have we got tea in the box?
Yeah.
Somebody has. Fletcher in, bowls, and worked into the... Oh, they're making a noise again, the Notts lads. On the up. Enforce the follow on here. Middlesex 175 behind on first inning. Stoneman and Robson back out there again. We've still got this 19 overs after this to go through today. That's why the boys are cheekily talking about extra half hours and the like. Conditions breezy, pretty overcast, but high cloud it seems to be at the moment. We've got Fletcher coming in past the umpire, in bowls and defensively push back to Luke. And this is, he's a strong lad, is Luke. I just worry that he's just a little bit too close to the umpire as he goes charging in past umpire Debenham. Now, I don't know if umpire Debenham's following me around the country this year, or I'm following him.
Yeah, there's a reputation, Kev.
But
keeping an eye. Off-field activities.
Wherever I'm going, he seems to be. Lights have come on. We talked about the cloud, the overcast conditions, but
you're a trendsetter, Kev, and he's following the trend.
And Fletcher bowls on another lovely ball. Just straightens up a little. This is good stuff from Fletcher first up.
Have you got a cup? Because I've made myself one now, but there isn't.
No, it's okay. It's all right, lad. You carry on.
Hey, I've lugged that. I didn't even use the lift. I've lugged that up 3 flights for you. So
yeah.
They've only been chipped at the whole time.
Yeah.
Made
Four.
Pattinson blush for the amount you've been
Dave
at me.
Four, Scott. 4. Unbelievable. Fletcher again. Bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. In past the umpire. In bowls and wide. I tell you, he's going to get a yellow card for a booking for an elbow on the umpire if he's not careful. So he goes in past him. Anyway, 0 for 0. 1 over down, and Fletcher underway with a maiden. So Luke got 1 for 64. It was Pattinson's 4 for 65. Patterson's 3 for 97. Patterson White 1 for 101. Ben Slater though, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, 1 wicket. And what a ball! Even though we may suspect it wasn't actually maybe out, but he was given out. I missed somebody out there, didn't I? Lyndon James, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 33.
Steve Mullany didn't bowl. Did Stoneman take the first over in the first innings, Kev?
I think they switch it around,
Yeah,
don't they, these two?
I'm going to say I seem to think it was Robson, but it was definitely Stoneman in this innings. What's happening now? Somebody's standing up and James Pattinson's breathing fire at him. It's somebody on the Middlesex balcony, I think. Sit down! No, it's somebody in red. Somebody in red who was...
one of the school kids. They've left them behind.
No, it isn't.
We counted them out and we counted them back in.
Is this you, Dave? I think it is.
Okay, here's Pattinson down the runway. First ball of the second innings. He got a wicket. First ball that he bowled this morning. Certainly didn't in the second innings. Here's Slater running down to the third man here, and Middlesex are away. A couple of runs to Sam Robson. Made 5 in the first innings. Pattinson got him LBW. It's one of those that you can make a case for and against, depending on who you follow. If you're impartial, you might look at it and again make a case for it being perhaps outside the line. Umpires have changed ends, as the guys have been saying. So Paul Baldwin is at the pavilion end, and past him comes Pattinson, bowls a bouncer, and it goes through to the keeper, Tom Moores.
He did get out of the way of that, but it almost caught his shoulder.
Yeah. Joe Clark at first slip, wearing Tom Moore's sweater. Ben Duckett at second. Lyndon James, who's had a very, very memorable game, but I'm sure he'd like to pick up a wicket or two. He's had a lean old time of it with the ball, averaging nearly up to 60 now for his 6 wickets this season. Next ball on its way, and Robson happy to get behind it and push it out onto the offside. Liam Patterson-White doing the fielding. Overs to go after this one, so we are going to be playing until 7 o'clock if the light permits. Maybe that the umpires decide it just gets a little too gloomy in a while, but not yet. There's Pattinson, and again to Sam Robson, and this is pushed into the offside. I think it gets his juices flowing, James Pattinson, when he's got a test batter at the other end.
What gets your juices flowing, Boris?
Oh,
I'm keeping out of this.
A packed house at Trent Bridge on a Friday night for a T20.
Now, this is Dave's game.
Yeah, I know.
You know me so well. There's James Pattinson in once more, bowls and cut away. This will go for 4 through the offside. Liam Patterson-White goes to fetch it.
A Champions Trophy match abroad somewhere as Nottinghamshire take on the MCC 11.
The Champion County game.
Champion County game.
That Champions League for the T20 winners didn't last long.
Oh, yeah, we're already talking about this. That was...
well, it was a bit of a... I don't know, it was a bit of a farce.
Well, Middlesex
really,
missed the first one. That was how they ended up playing the Rajasthan Royals at Lords in a one-off game, just as a kind of because they missed out on the Champions League that year, so the Radisson Royals came to play them. Kind of a
Robson with all 6 runs so far digs this one out. James Pattinson down on one knee once again, certainly not hiding his emotions. It just got messier and messier, didn't it, that Champions Trophy thing? 4 Indian teams allowed in, and was it 4 Australian and 1 English side to start with, and there were no English sides when there was a clash with the English season.
Talk of it coming back, wasn't there? But they've got to get it right this time if they do. Stop messing with it.
Then there were qualifying rounds. The whatever it was, the Zimbabwe or the Bangladesh T20 winners had to play a qualifying programme, and
it would be good if it came back and they got it right, but they got it wrong last time, didn't they?
You enjoy your tea, Kev. Fletcher in bowls. Oh, into pad. Well, outside the line.
There's enough doubt there, surely.
But he's lifted his bat out of the way and just let it crash into the pad. Have a look at it. Outside the line.
Outside the line, yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It was outside the line, but he was far enough across.
Yeah.
I don't think it was hitting myself. There's enough doubt to say no. Sorry, Lou.
I looked at the stream, which got a slight down. I thought, goodness me, he held his hands on his head for a long time after that, Fletcher, didn't he? And then I looked out to the middle, and he was still out there holding his hands on his head.
Do you think that was close?
I think that was close, yeah.
No, I don't.
No shot offered. You're giving the umpire every chance, right? I'm around to the left-hander, angling back in.
Stoneman we're talking about in again. He does get more bat on it this time. Work it back up to Fletcher, but he got that. I think there had to be enough doubt in that from the way where it struck him.
I think there was enough doubt, but it wasn't far off. It wasn't a ridiculous appeal.
What time did he get out last night, Mark Stoneman? 6:45.
What did he make first innings, Dave?
67. Mark Stoneman. He was out to. He was bowled by Liam Patterson-White very late on in the day yesterday, Kevin.
And Fletcher bowls again. Good. This is good bowling from Fletcher, though. That one's driven to mid-on. And they're just shaping in towards him, forcing him to play. He's got to keep his balance, and going down, have a bit of a look at the pitch.
Oh, what are we? We're 15 balls in here, and not Sir offering the ball to the umpire, saying it's gone out of shape, and it has.
And yet they seem to be doing quite well with it. I suggest they might want to keep it out of shape.
I did ask the question about the new batch of balls, and the reply came back they're better, but not much.
No, they're changing this one.
Have you read Almaty's piece about it on the BBC website?
I tried not to.
No.
Well, it's lots of interesting stuff as to why they may have gone wrong.
What, the first batch?
Yeah.
Has he nicked the piece that we did?
What piece? What piece?
Who was it with? It was with Luke Fletcher at Lord's, wasn't it? We got him to give us the lowdown. Apparently, there's the seam. They don't have quite the same seam on this one, do they? There's less stitching in the seam.
Yeah. So he spoke to the manufacturers.
All right. Oh, did he?
Yeah. And
Emerson did.
And they've come back to him with various reasons to why it may have not quite. They may not have quite been what was wanted. And then, of course, there is this line of thought that it was group thinking. Once one team start thinking there's something wrong with it, everybody starts thinking there's something wrong with them. But everybody did think there was something wrong with them.
I know the first conversation was at Cardiff. That was round 3, Middlesex's second game, and at that point, after 2 games, something's definitely wrong. And it was put to. I was privy to the conversation, but it was put to some Glamorgan boys. They went, "Oh yeah, there's something definitely wrong with this."
This tea's good, Kev.
Thank you.
I'm very pleased for you both. I'll keep everything on track.
Well, I mean, I brought it all the way up the stairs. All you had to do was bring your cup from next door.
Yeah, and
honestly,
a bit of a delay here.
What do you reckon?
Take a look at the best. What? Well, you're showing me that.
Stoneman LBW appeal. There's the release point.
Yeah, thank you for the release point. Yeah. Oh yeah. Miles to go.
Not hitting 2 sets.
Well. Both of you on either side have just been very extreme on this, but I think there was enough doubt there.
No, yeah, I'm not saying he's out, but I'm saying definitely there was enough doubt, but it wasn't a ridiculous appeal.
Alice Davidson Richards scored a century for England on her Test debut.
Oh, that's nice, and everybody's going to be writing lovely things because she is a lovely person. did a little bit of work with her during the winter time.
It's a double-barreled world.
Next ball, bowled and pushed into the offside, and no run. I had to write her name down every time that I worked with her, and the reason is
you're forgetful.
Yeah, well, there's definitely that. But when I was a kid, we had a lad in school called David Richardson.
Right.
And I'm thinking, I know it's going to come out here. It's going to be Alice David Richardson, and it's the other way around. As I say, I have to write it down. It just gets a bit confusing. But as Dave rightly points out, it doesn't take a lot to confuse me. But isn't that terrific, though, on a test debut? Brilliant stuff. Luke Fletcher in at 2-2. Stoneman, bat on that. Oh, no ball called. They'll scamper through for a single. They'll have to be quick. Mulaney thinks about throwing, decides not to. And, of course, Fletcher has to have a look back down at the line to see whether the umpire maybe have been right or not. But it's a 9 for no wicket. Stoneman's off the mark. 11 balls faced, and he's got himself a single there. Robson on 6, trailed by 166. So, all nice and quiet, floodlights on, wind blowing. You've still got a lot of cricket to come on this third day.
Yep. Apparently one of you asked about the 10-minute change between innings, why it's 2 overs, not 3. I've got an answer here for you.
Fletcher about to come in. Just hold on a sec. We all need to hold on just a moment for this, Kev. You just save that one there for a moment.
On tenterhooks.
Robson on 6, and Fletcher now comes in, bowls, and coming over the wicket to the right-handed Robson. Start.
Wait, you're telling me to start?
Yeah.
16 overs per hour is 3.75 minutes per over. So 10 minutes equals 2 completed overs, 7.5 minutes, plus the balance of the over in progress. So there you go.
Is that it?
That was it. It's not difficult.
Yeah. The way you set it up, I thought we were in for an half-hour documentary. Thanks. Anyway, thank you. Was that you that started that?
Probably.
2 slips going down. Fletcher in and into the pads of Robson.
Oh, another no ball.
Another no ball called by the umpire. Poor old Luke.
So it's ball one round the wicket to the left-hander and one over the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah.
What's a tenterhook anyway?
But what? Pardon? What are you looking up? Tenterhook.
Yeah.
But tell this. Gosh, this is fascinating stuff. This is Fletcher in bowls and worked away. Oohs and ahs. But he got plenty of bat on that, I think, out onto the leg side. And does that eventually complete that over? Because we've got more. Every day's a school day for you here. 11 for no wicket. Stoneman on 1. Robson on 6. We've had playing conditions from a very important person who we respectfully thank for correcting us and putting us right on that. And there was no way were we casting any aspersions upon any of those playing conditions. Now, David, to you,
beautifully crafted playing conditions.
Beautifully crafted playing conditions. Now, David, tenterhooks. What is it?
Tenterhooks are hooked nails in a device called a tenter. They're used to fasten cloth on a drying frame or tenter. There we are.
Or as they're mistakenly called tender hooks.
Yes.
I've often said that.
Yeah, exactly. Tender hook. Have you ever had a tender hook, Kevin?
Pattinson from the far end bowls one that Stoneman lets go through to the keeper. But you're missing the highlight of the day, Kevin. The highlight has surely got to be you greeting Ted Hemsley with the words, "Yeah, you're a good player, but you didn't make my all-time Shrewsbury 11."
At left back.
At left back.
of which he very forcefully said, "Well, I should have done. I never played left back." I enjoyed that.
We have
could you
fun,
tell?
don't
Could
we?
you tell I enjoyed
Yeah,
that?
we have fun,
you had
don't we?
Joe Hart in your all-time.
Oh, definitely as a keeper. Has to be.
Stoneman for a single. This one is run to backward point and there's no run.
We had some good ones though, although I should keep this very brief. Ken Mulhern and Bob Wardle.
Yeah, Ken Mulhern. At the current ground, as you arrive, there is park in the car park. And to the left, as you look, there's a great big picture mural of Ken Mulhern, isn't there?
Sadly, no longer with us. Ken passed on, but
did he play for Stockport as well?
Oh, could well have done, Dave. Could well have done. All our yesteryears.
Indeed. James Pattinson is in and bowls an edge, 4 runs. Stoneman just opened the face, bat and pad together. It was a little bit edgy. Sure, he wasn't intending to guide it down there quite as fine as he did. A couple of slips in and it ran away to the left of them. And Stoneman on to 5-15 without loss.
So there's a cricketing connection with Joe Hart. And I think actually it was Harry Gurney on a TV commentary the other night actually mentioned facing Joe Hart in age group cricket, and how Hart was a terrific fast bowler. But also, of course, you've got Steve Grizovic, former Shrewsbury, and he was very much into his cricket, played as well as then a minor county level with Shropshire.
Yes, well...
Did he ever play, when the minor counties were playing, did he ever play one of the pro sides?
Sure he did. Next ball is a bouncer, goes through to the keeper.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, Kevin.
Oh, thank you.
Because I think he was in the Shropshire side of 1983 or 4 that beat a Geoffrey Boycott Yorkshire team.
I've got to look it up now.
Steve Grizovic.
And I think they played at Wellington in Shropshire. And I think he was a B&H? No, what was that? NatWest. He'd been in NatWest.
1980.
Cricket career. Steve Grizovic was a cricketer reaching minor counties level as a medium fast bowler. He played 3 List A matches for Shropshire in the NatWest Trophy and a further game for minor counties in the Benson Hedges Cup. Next ball is on its way. No, it's not. James Pattinson threatening a mancad. He stopped there and has a word with Sam Robson about him backing up too far. And he's still pointing. Robson's having nothing to do with it. Steve Grizovic, amongst the players he got out at this level were Chris Broad, Martin Moxon and Alvin Kalichiran, all international cricketers. Speaking of Chris Broad, on this day, this very, very day, 28th of June, 1984, Chris Broad made his Test debut, I saw earlier, against West Indies at Lords. There's Pattinson. Will he run Robson out? Will he mancad Robson if he does it again? Either way, Stoneman has guided another one down to the third man fence for 4 more. An extraordinary. Oh, Lyndon James. I gave up on that, but Lyndon James has dragged it back. So they only get 3. So extraordinary over this one. 18 without loss.
Speaking of this day, I was this many days old when I learned that Steve Grizovic has a cricket info page. Look at that. Wonderful. Steve Grizovic
does it actually say whether he was part of that team?
Well, 83-84, so I'm going to look up that team now. You said 83-84.
Yeah,
83. Well, it's got to be one of the two, so that's what I've got to look up.
84, I think it might be 80. Oh, God, I can't remember now.
Maybe
Wellington or St George's. Yes, he did. Yeah. Oh, most people know him as Coventry, of course.
Next delivery on its way, pushed into the offside for runs, or runs singular by Robson. No, the question was, did he play in the cup final when Coventry won it?
I think he did.
Yeah. End of the over. 4 overs have gone. Middlesex rattling along at 19 without loss. We're trying to keep you abreast of what's going on, whilst also running down 1 or 2 various cul-de-sacs during the course of the day.
1984. NatWest Bank Trophy, Telford.
Does it just say Telford? Well, that's rubbish.
I shall tell cricket info.
Yeah. Be either St George's or Wellington.
Yeah, Grizovic was playing. He didn't bat. And he finished with 1 for 43 from 10, picking up... Oh, Martin Moxon for 16, called Mushtaq Mohammed.
Former Notts player was playing in the Yorkshire team that day. Ashley Metcalf, not his greatest day, he was out for naught.
Next delivery on its way now. Fletcher bowls. Robson drives through the offside. Lovely extra cover drive for 4 runs by Sam Robson. He goes on to 11. It'll be 23 without loss. Ashley Metcalf, like Trescothick, a Christmas Day baby.
Final word on this is that there is actually another Shrewsbury Town football connection with that Shropshire team in a fellow called Brian Perry, who for many, many years was actually the Shrewsbury Town groundsman, the football club groundsman, as well as being a really good cricketer.
It's Fletcher. Balls once more, and Robson, who's on 11. Plays it up to mid-on. Yes, I'm watching Middlesex make a fine start to their second innings. They've been asked to follow on after around about half an hour or so ago. Nottinghamshire bowled them out in the first innings for 376. That's a first innings advantage for Notts for 175. So Stephen Mullaney asked them to bat again. Middlesex 23 without loss second time around. That's still 152 behind. Still got 15 overs to go in the evening. Latest deliveries just pushed gently on the onside. 23 without loss it remains. Top scorers for Middlesex: John Simpson 92, Max Holden 86, 67 from Mark Stoneman and 52 from Luke Holman. That's a really solid, apart from the night watchman Helms naught, but a really solid middle order on that scorecard, and yet still failed to avoid the follow-on as Robson defends. What are you showing me now?
I'm not going to show it you.
Oh, please.
No.
23 without loss as a score.
What's with the kids these days? What's with the kids, the young people, Dave? He's put content on his Instagram account of him putting cream and jam and then eating a scone.
Oh, jam and cream.
Jam and cream. Oh, and you've done that. Oh, is that what it's all about? That nonsense of which you put first?
Well, you put
and he's put it on his Instagram account.
Because it's dairy.
Oh, let's not go down that road. It's just the fact he's bothered to share that on an Instagram account.
Atif Nawaz has liked it. He's big time now, Atif, isn't he? He likes it.
He's big time, and he's also a really nice man, and he likes everything.
Very, very, very poor, Mr. Hand.
Yeah.
Fletcher bowls. This one's worked on the leg side. Is it your over? I don't know.
Yeah, you finish off because you were doing your report during it, weren't you?
Another wicket at Hove, where Derbyshire are now 102 for 6. Anody Dallow got a big 100 in the first innings, is out. Graham Rowley, Dave, I believe Steve Ogrizovic had a brother named Alan, who was a well-known Nottingham policeman. I think he was, Graham. I think he was. You're absolutely spot on there.
The beautiful part of that video, I might add, you ungrateful so-and-sos, was the lovely commentary in the background as I did it.
There was nothing
to you two, it's looking over your shoulders out at the pavilion.
Dixon and Dot Green, we like that. This is played up to mid-on. To Mullaney, no run. Remember Dixon and Dot Green?
Do you know, I don't know if I did ever watch it when he was actually on the telly. I mean, I'm aware of it and Jack Warner and all that sort of thing, but I think it might be as a result of sort of seeing it repeated many years later. I don't recall that.
Well, this essential Saturday evening viewing for my dad.
Yeah.
We always had it on.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
It isn't anyhow, because we're 15 overs, about just to look at the playing conditions. That's around about an hour's worth of cricket. Can they get a breakthrough here? Pattinson in bowls and pushed into the offside. Stoneman, it is facing the moment for his 8 not out. And it's been this, for me, I mean, everybody takes something different, I guess, but for me, throughout the day, as much as we've had a bit of larking about in the commentary box, it has been cricket where you don't really want to miss a ball out there, because it's just so brilliantly poised. You know, Middlesex clearly on the back foot here, battling, fighting hard to save the game. But they've made life really quite difficult for Nottinghamshire, and there's been a lot of fight and spirit about them. Stoneman's on 8 at the moment, and up onto his toes, and that's played square. They'll dash through one, come back for a second, and Mead will try and get to it before the boundary. Well, he does pull it back in. They'll go through for 3 in the end, was it? 3?
Yep.
And they'll take. He's not going to know whether he didn't. To my eye, I'm thinking actually that could easily have been a 4, but that in some ways probably doesn't matter. 26 for no wicket.
Save the follow-on.
Yes. 149 now behind. Both batters on 11. Stoneman 11 off 18. Robson 11 off 16. And changing the field here for Robson with the bowling of Pattinson, and brought up his down deep third. Now he's sort of come halfway up. An interesting fielding position. Short third, and you've got 2 slips going down as well. Robson facing, worked away, tucks away out onto the onside, and no run.
Yes, there's a reason we have fairly normal fielding positions in cricket, isn't there? And that's because usually works. They're the areas in which over a long period of time, that's where the ball has been nicked. You don't very often get a catch at short third this early on in the innings with the batsman playing normally, so that's why it is quite an outlandish fielding position that Dane Patterson's in so early in the innings.
But I like to see innovation, trying something a little bit different, and again tucks away nicely and neatly. Robson on the leg side for a couple. Have to push hard. In the end, Lyndon James is all very relaxed out there with a throw. 2 runs. So Robson moves to 13, 28 for no wicket. Oh, this sounds ominous, David. What news do you bring?
Well, it's for you and I.
Yeah, a bit of a telling off.
No. It's and I'm delighted to say that you can't have any secrets in this building, because producer Kirsty has a photograph.
What's he doing there? He snuck an ice cream in earlier. Next ball worked away on the onside. There's no run. This is what you call revenge served cold. You were a very naughty boy earlier, Kevin.
So you did there with the ice cream.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm glad it didn't go.
Thank you, Kirsty, for that photo.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks,
although
Kirsty.
I must say that you could have held that back a little bit longer and we could have maybe monetised that.
Has it gone on social media yet?
No, you're not that big. Oh,
you were monetising it a minute ago.
Yeah.
So where did you get your ice cream from?
No, it was actually yoghurt from the breakfast bar this morning. Grabbed one on the way.
Robson, 13. Worked away onto the onside. There should be no run. What I would add, at the end of that over, at 28 for no wicket, trailing by 147, I should keep your eyes open and your behaviour at its very best, Kevin.
Oh dear, go on.
For the next day or two.
Oh yes,
because
I know.
I think that's
Kirsty's after me.
just the start.
Yeah.
It's just the start.
Yeah.
Remember, she has cameras everywhere.
All steady.
Yeah.
Is this back to the
everywhere.
problem you were having earlier?
Everywhere to keep an eye on you and your behaviour. So you just mind your ways. Just mind your ways.
It's going to be Fletcher to continue, but Liam Patterson-White is either dropping hints to the skipper or he's got the nod.
Well, you'll note how early I've been here, lads, in the morning. The hotel car park, you have to be out by 8, otherwise you get a ticket. So I've been here early in the morning.
The only way to get you to a cricket ground on time is by threatening you with some financial penalty.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Which could just be called the sack, to be fair, but...
No. It's called paying for your parking, and I'm sure you'll redeem it with your expenses anyway. As Fletcher starts a new over, bowling to the left-handed Stoneman.
Saving the licence fee payer's money. Get out of the car park, don't pay the money, come to the ground, just bring a second breakfast with you. Picked up a yoghurt and a banana. And a muffin. And a cupcake.
13 overs to go after this one. Crowd are staying with it, to be fair. Decent number still in. Fletcher bowls, and this is pushed back to him. Graham's come back and said a little anecdote regarding Steve Grisomich you might like. To get his final contract at Coventry at the age of 40, he eventually agreed to give up smoking.
Oh,
thanks for that, Graham. No idea if it's true or not. We'll take it on face value. Very nice indeed.
He said to his worship, the judge.
Ed Barnard out at... no, he hasn't. Ed Barnard has dismissed Ingram. Colin Ingram out at New Road. This one past the off stump. Ingram made a century. 228 for 5 there in that run chase for Glamorgan.
I don't know what it is about today. You know where Ed Barnard comes from, don't you?
Yes.
Shrewsbury.
Same place as Joe Clark and James Taylor.
Yeah. Well, the school, you mean? Shrewsbury School, but I think Ed's actual Shrewsbury lad, I
There's
think.
talk that Ed might move on, isn't there? And
yeah.
Oh, this is good. On the jam and cream and scones. We've got in the middle at the moment Jam Robson and Mark Sconeman.
That's good.
Very good.
Is this my end or yours?
Yours.
Fletcher bowls and Stoneman pushes up towards mid-on. No run. Lads, are you a little bit worried about the light here? I'm starting to see quite the signs of shadows off the players here, and that's where it gets a little bit dodgy, doesn't it? If the very clear shadow has been cast off, but it doesn't. You know, that cloud looks really quite high to me, but clearly it's a little bit dark out there. Dark. I'm not saying it's too dark yet, but it's clearly quite dark. because you're starting just to see the shadows off the players from the floodlights. We're switched on here at Trent Bridge. 3 slips, Stoneman's on 11, and solid defence. I love the sound of that ball, don't you? Picking up lovely on it. Where have you put your effects, Mike, here, Davey?
It's dangling. Yeah, it's having a dangle outside the window.
Yeah. Sounds good. Well, I have to say, your boy looks here if he's in the mood here at the moment. He's looking. It's a frustrated Fletcher, isn't it? He's back to his mark now. The sort of look he has on him that I'm very grateful that I'm not the man at the other end. As he comes powering in and bowls full, and that's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Completes another over. 28 for no wicket. But Fletcher now has bowled 2 maidens in his 4 overs. 9 runs he's conceded. Stoneman on 11, Robson 13, still trail. Second innings following on by 147.
I need to credit our correspondent who's given us Jam Robson and Mark Scoman. How do you pronounce that? How would you pronounce that?
Well, it's the sort of name that I wouldn't want to say out loud first, because it could get you into trouble.
Yaig Shot?
Yeah.
It's probably the best attempt. So thank you.
Liam Patterson-White is coming on to bowl from the pavilion end. His first innings figures, by the way, 40 overs, 13 maidens, 1 for 101.
And Rachel's one of yours, isn't she, Braces? Rach?
Yeah.
Rachel Harris, is it?
Yeah, Harrison.
Harrison, my apologies. Says it'll never happen, but if it does, let me know. I'll sort you out.
What?
For what?
One day I'll come to Trent Bridge and they won't be serving these scones anymore. It'll be a sad day, was the picture.
Oh, I see. Right.
I know, I was panicked when I saw that. I thought, what have I said now? What have I done?
There's Liam Patterson-White then bowling to Sam Robson, and arms thrown up in the air. Need to see the replay to see what happened, because we're masked with the naked eye. Because Tom Moores has basically stood in the road. No, we're not going to see a replay. In again comes Patterson-White, bowls, and Robson carefully prods it forward, and there's no run.
Tissy, not you two. I've picked up an Instagram follower with that one. And what I have learnt as well is that Kevin Howes is on Instagram as well, because he's obviously seen the post.
Oh God, I've got to make that private now.
So look, Kevin Howes.
Patterson-White bowls again, cut into the offside.
Oh, there's 2 of you. 3 Kevin Howes.
They're probably all my accounts. You know what I'm like? I forget the emails, you see, so you can't get into the.
I'm following you already.
Delivery. Sees Robson again, proffer forward and just block the ball.
Tell me I'm private on that. The people can't actually follow.
We got Tim Murter doing a video with you. Is that the?
That was the day. That was the day that you tried to do the program from outside the DIY store. Yeah.
Is that the video you put up?
Ball is blocked by Robson. Saw Tom Helm come out as night watchman last night, do the job, but then fall this morning, first ball. Wonder if he'll be sent out for a second evening in a row should a wicket go down. Robson again happy to defend. It's a maiden then for Liam Patterson-White to begin with. Middlesex 28 without loss, trailing by 147 still.
Did you get that picture of a young Russell Fuller?
That doesn't mean anything to anybody, does it? A young picture of me, apparently that's what I used to look like years gone by.
A young Russell Fuller, look at that. Braces.
Who's Russell Fuller?
Exactly, he was a BBC tennis correspondent.
And cricket commentator. Yeah. He was cricket for a while. He is tennis commentator now, isn't he? The BBC.
He is. So, back to Fletcher too. Well, it was obviously an over a spin, so they're rattling through them here. We've got 12 overs left in the day, and Fletcher again comes in, bowls, and of course he's putting plenty behind it, isn't he, Dave, at the moment? But he's not tempting at this stage Stoneman to go forward. But I'd love the shape when it comes back in on those pads. That's the danger time.
You're right. He's in the groove. He's been kept out of the attack for much of the day, hasn't he, Luke Fletcher? Just a little trundle first thing this morning to begin with.
Back to his mark again. And back in past umpire Debenham. Bowls Fuller, and that's the one I'm looking for, coming back in on the pads. Now actually Stoneman plays it well. Nice little tuck shot away onto it. Doesn't get it past the fielder on the leg side. Lovely little battle this right now. Stoneman and Robson looking to do a good job to steer their team through to the close initially tonight. And they've got a long way to go, still 11 overs after this one has been completed.
Dane Patterson's getting himself ready. I'm a little surprised because, as you say, Fletcher's bowling nicely and this is only his 5th over, and Liam Patterson-White's just come on and just bowled the 1 over.
In past the umpire, bowls and push back to Fletcher. I'll say it again, the umpire must feel the breath of Fletcher upon his neck as he comes in so close to him. I'd be wanting to move just a little bit across to the left hand side, I think. Because with all due respect, there being a big strong boy like Luke, there's only going to be one winner. Should there be any sort of clash out there, if he loses his footing at all. Love watching Luke Fletcher play cricket, but love watching him bowl, and he's searching for a wicket here.
Oh.
Mind you, he's had his mind on something else there. He was prepared to come in and bowl. As he sort of loses his way and has to go back to his mark, and there's something going off down there which they're all having a good laugh and a chuckle about, and I think that's and I think that began before he began his run up. Yeah, I think he got to the point where he was about to bowl and he's thinking, do you know, I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing here. Back in again to Stoneman on 11, and oohs and ahs and pushed into the offside. No run. So 3rd day, and what's Robson doing? Looking back at the stumps there, I'm not too sure what he is doing. Went down and sort of, does he think they're slightly not in the right place or what? Very puzzling. And back to his mark, calling him Fred. Was that in your book, his nickname of Fred?
Well, big hero's Freddie Flint.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Bowls full and played square, dashes through for a single. Stoneman, it'll just be the one.
Is that another
Moves
no ball?
to 12, and it is another no ball. So it's a single plus the no ball. Stoneman has moved to 12 from 29 deliveries. 29 for no wicket is the score. Trailed by 146. We've had a few no balls, haven't we?
Yes, just gone up to 31.
Beg your pardon, yep. 31 for no wicket. And a man brought in now, it's short square as Fletcher bowls, and fended away really by Robson. Tucks into that one, but defensively onto the leg side. Quite a lot of chat going out amongst Nottinghamshire players at the moment. Quite clearly, at this stage of the day, this phase of the match, 1 or 2 wickets tonight, set it up nicely with the possibility of some interruptions and possible delays tomorrow with the weather. Try and complete a win. They've been leading this race between these two as this one is pushed into the offside for no run. They'll want to take something other than the draw from it, that's for certain, and to get a draw from it from a Middlesex perspective will be a terrific effort, bearing in mind just how many runs Notts managed to get that first innings. 551 for 8 declared, Middlesex 376 in their first innings. Now following on at 31 for no wicket at the end of the over, they trail by 144 runs. Stoneman on 12, Robson 13. Have I done my thing for today, do you think?
No.
You've done a terrific effort, as has Jack Brooks, who's got a 5 for Sussex. Derbyshire 118 for 7. Still playing at Hove with Derbyshire leading Sussex by 3-3-2. But Jack Brooks, released by, or let out by Somerset on loan at Sussex, and a 5 for him as Liam Patterson-White bowls one that kept a whisker low and Stoneman defends. Yeah, well, many thanks for your company today.
I was just going to say though, but he does play T20 for Somerset. I always find that really quite interesting. The team players are flying around the country playing for different teams in different formats.
It's strange.
But anyway, yeah, thank you. See you.
Where are you going? To Kevin Howells for chipping in today and just keeping us all on the right side of sane, and very much enjoyed his contributions. 31 without loss. Still 10 overs to go after this one. Patterson White bowls, and they're claiming a catch here at the wicket, but the umpire's not moved. Tom Moore's the wicket keeper. Well, he must know, mustn't he? He's so close to Stoneman's bat, and he was celebrating. All those round the bat were celebrating. The umpire wasn't, and neither was Mark Stoneman. Wasn't going anywhere. I don't know.
Umpire Bainton's already given him one today, hasn't he? Not Bainton, Baldwin.
Paul Baldwin, yeah. There's Patterson White in again. Bowles and Stoneman defends. Not sure it was intended kidology. I think they heard a there was a noise. There was a deflection of some sort.
Well, bat pads making noise.
Patterson White in once more. Oh, that one's turned back. Oh, crikey, Stoneman left that, and look at the reaction. That must have been so close. Mark Stoneman, who was dismissed by Liam Patterson White late in the day yesterday, doesn't want to repeat that. And he comes once more, and Stoneman defends, and that's 2 consecutive maidens from Liam Patterson White. 31 without loss it remains, with 10 overs gone, 10 overs to go.
Yeah, Middlesex will be looking at that forecast, won't they, for tomorrow? What have they got to do? It's a situation similar to Lord's, isn't it? Where, they need Robson to go big again, someone to stay with him, or Stoneman. Sconeman, as he was called. Jam Robson and Mark Sconeman. Who'd be the cream in this side? Where could you get a cream into this Middlesex 11? Perhaps not. Do it deserts Martin Flanderson. Here's Fletcher. Bowls to Robson on 13, pushed away into the onside, no run. 2 slips, deep gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and long leg. And floodlights on.
It's not what Luke Fletcher wanted. The ball lobbed to him, only it wasn't. Missed him, so he has to go and fetch it. It's also probably a little disconcerting to be bowling an over and seeing the fella next to you, Dane Patterson, loosening up, knowing that this is probably your last over.
Fletcher bowls back and across. Robson defence to cover. There's no run.
It's like when the footballers put in a extra little bit of effort as soon as they see the subs come out of the dugout and start loosening up. I know the manager's thinking about a change. Sort of spoilt this spell, Fletcher, with his no balls.
He's in now, bowls, and Robson back and across again, defends into the offside, no run, midway through the 11th. 9.5 to go.
Fletcher 0 for 12 in his 6th over, but he's given 6 of those away in no balls. So from the bat, 0 for 6 in nearly 6 overs. A long old day making up lost time from yesterday morning.
Not the day either of our throats needed. You've got a dusty throat as well, haven't you? Here's Fletcher, moves in, bowls, forward goes Robson. Solid defence on this one. And back to Fletcher, who wristily whips it away to mid-wicket. Who's a fair old way, so is he the assigned ball polisher?
He is, Liam Patterson White, yeah. He's the one they always get the ball to, and he'll start polishing away.
He didn't underarm it either, did he? It was a real whip of the wrist and threw it flat to mid-wicket. Shoulder movement, just a strong, powerful man as he is. Well, it's Josh Carey's knows a little flick of the wrist like that from Fletcher can be deadly. As in comes the big man, over pitches and is driven by Robson. That's a lovely shot. Moves to 17, 35 without loss.
Lovely shot. Fine start this. But I know when Andy Pick was here, the previous bowling coach, I mean, he would always say when a side was in this situation, behind and often made to follow on, they can only afford to make 10 mistakes, and it was something he always sort of hammered home to the bowlers. Middlesex have a bad couple of deliveries, can really undo this fine start.
Fletcher was full. He's driven to mid-off by Robson, just watchfully on this occasion. That is the end of the 11th, 9 to go. Middlesex trailing by 140 runs, so Middlesex have to bat really until
handshake time.
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, have you done it yet? What they'd be at tea roughly?
No.
Assuming they're 120 behind overnights for a round figures. They might be at parity by lunch just thereafter. They might be 120 ahead by tea tomorrow. So yeah, pretty much to the handshake.
A little bit of sunshine has returned, which is good news. Might see us through to the end. Patterson White, slow left arm spinner bowls and kicked away by Mark Stoneman. Bit of a chase for Stephen Mullaney. 2/3 of the way back down to the third man fence. Goes and fetches the ball. No run, obviously, as there wasn't a shot played.
Turn the floodlights off now, can't they? It's a lovely evening.
There's Patterson White in again, deflected onto the leg side, snaffled low down by Hamid. It had gone along the ground. Yeah, they don't though, do they? Once they turn them on, they leave them on until the end of that particular session. 3 round the bat, Slater, Hamid and Mullaney. Patterson White yet to concede a run, bowls to Mark Stoneman. There might be, there isn't. Worked round the corner, could perhaps have taken one. Luke Fletcher doing the fielding, but Sam Robson was not going anywhere, so sent Stoneman back.
And I've asked you this a million times and forgotten it a million times as well, but what's at the top back of the stand over there in the far left corner as we look?
That's a members bar. Next delivery is pushed into the offside, and again, shan't we, and they don't.
Do they have any part of the pavilion here, the members?
Yeah.
So they've got a separate bar as well?
Yeah. Yeah, they're the two members areas, the members pavilion and the Larwood and Vaux stand.
Yeah, so just a choice of the two. Is that all the way around there, the Larwood and Vaux?
Larwood and Vaux. Now the double decker between them is the Hound Road stand. This is played out as far as Slater, who's close in on the offside, wearing the helmet and the protective pads.
Yeah, it's funny, I didn't realise it was quite that far around from where we sit as you head around the back of the Radcliffe Road and then circle around the grounds.
35 without loss, last ball of the 12th over, and Stoneman again happy to block, and we are 8 overs from the end with Stoneman on 12, Robson 17, Middlesex still trailing by 140 at 35 without loss.
What's your favourite of the new additions here at Trent Bridge, Dave? Favourite part of the ground? The newest things they've done?
Well, it depends how far back you go. Obviously, this stand was literally groundbreaking when it was put up in.
What year was that?
The late 90s.
Okay, so just before the media centre at Lord's.
Yeah, it was. The South African tour. When was the Donald Atherton? Was it 98, something like that?
Yeah.
I think it was opened for that game. There's Patterson, here's Kevin Hand.
He bowls and Robson defends on the back foot into the onside, and there's no run. I do like the scoreboard, I must say. I do like the Batman scoreboard.
I think all the stands are very different, very independent of each other, yet those of us that come here regularly think they all complement each other.
Yeah. Gotham's in this part of the world, isn't it? Talking of the Batman. Is it Gotham that's nearby here?
It's pronounced Gotham, but spelt the same.
Is it?
Gotham.
Gotham.
Just on the way out towards the power station, away to our right.
Patterson bowls onto the legs,
Shot.
clipped away nicely through square leg. There is a fielder in the deeps, just a single. He's timed the ball so well, square of the wicket. Robson moves to 18. 96 without loss. Still trailing by 139. It's amazing how different it is. You know, 'cause I remember I left the mic with you with Kevin at one point and just saying the difference between 41 and 42 runs feels so big right now. Middlesex scrambled to a few more after that. I think they were still 7 down at that point as well, weren't they? And
yeah.
All of a sudden, 9, 10 and Jack were done as here's a shortish ball onto the hips from around the wicket from Patterson, which Stoneman tries to ride into the onside. It hits the hip and Mead comes in. Fielding from mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, it's, I assume that's, I mean, they've got the scorer's room there. Is that the security room would be down below it as well? Grounds control rooms now, don't they? Is that down below the scorers, or?
Yeah, at the very bottom they've got the admin officers and the chief exec's office and,
have they?
and what have you. And there is the...
Where was the chief exec before? Was he in the pavilion? There's Patterson's around the wicket bowls, and this is played defensively into the onside, no run.
No, because there was another office block there before.
Oh, was there?
Obviously, Derek Brewer back in the day, David Collier before that, Lisa Pursehouse now.
What year was that? The I'm trying to remember when that went up. The Batman scoreboard.
I'd say 2000, but
okay. So it's been here longer than I've been coming here. Then I just couldn't remember. That was what I was trying to remember, if it was here when I first came. As his Patterson, he bowls and worked off the legs by Stoneman. That's beautifully timed as well. But again, fielder in the deep, just a single. Stoneman's onto 13, 37 without loss.
tough work for all the bowlers, and can't really see it getting any easier.
Slate to get another bowl in the second innings, a little earlier this time perhaps, all those left-handers.
He can settle for his 1 for 1, I think. Another aeroplane going over the Batman board at the far end.
Sun shines as Patterson bowls and forward goes Robson defending.
I think we saw that was one of those bright yellow ones. I think they're the cargo planes that are
oh yeah,
going in, like one just descending over the horizon.
Got any special deliveries ordered? Waiting on any parcel at the moment?
No, but I think that's what they are, the bright yellow ones. I think that's what it was. 37 without loss, 7 overs to go.
Is the good lady a heavy online shopper? Always has a parcel delivered?
Well, I think we all have been, haven't we?
Through lockdown,
the lockdown and pandemic, and sometimes it's easier than getting in the car and going uptown. You can order it and you can have it brought to your door next day. This is down the leg side, and they're going to come back for a second. We'll have a look at the umpire. Is it a bye or a leg bye or a run? It's a bye. It's turned sharply down the leg side. The void says John Simpscone, cream Murter.
Yeah, nice.
Lyndon Jam, Cream Patterson White and Snack Davis.
Snack Davis.
Very good. 38 without loss. There's Cream Patterson White bowling and Fletcher doing the fielding.
Very good.
Looks very much as if we're going to get through to the close. A long old day these, when there's 104 overs that are bowled. This one's defended by the right-handed Robson. Crikey, what have we got here? 38 without loss, just getting some correspondence. It's defended by Sam Robson. Steve Lamotti, thank you, Steve. And if you're listening, I did come round and look for you at the book sale. You weren't there, but they still prized some money out of me. I bought some second-hand books. Let's have a look then. What have we got here? Next delivery. is whipped away again by Robson. He'll get a run on the leg side, 39 without loss. So 1974, the ticket office and the squash courts were built. That's at the back of the pavilion over there. 1985, the Larwood and Vos. 1990, the William Clark stand was redeveloped, opened by Richard Hadley. Hound Road stand and the banqueting suite, 1993. Radcliffe Road stand, well, I got one right, 1998. This is dropped on the leg side, opened by Sir Garfield. The Peter Wynne Thomas Library in 2002. The Fox Road stand, away to our left, 2002. The new stand, now the Smith Cooper, 2008. The large score, and the admin block scoreboard, so that was 2008. So it's a little later than I thought. The large scoreboard 2013, and the restaurant 6 finished upstairs in March 2019. Thanks very much for that, Steve. That's mightily useful. I'll hang on to that. Here's Dane Patterson, here's Kevin.
Patterson bowls, and right behind it, Robson. Getting into defend down to, excuse me, mid-off.
Yes, there's a book sale on this week in the Peter Wynne Thomas Library, so if you're coming along tomorrow, bring a couple of quid and go and get yourself a cricket book to read, or as many as you want, I'm sure. Plenty in there when I popped in yesterday.
Robson waiting, Patterson bowls onto the legs, clipped away nicely. Is this in front of the deep square enough for 4? It's a long old chase, but 4 it is. There's that timing we were talking about. He's into the 20s. 23 for Robson, 43 without loss, Middlesex.
So we're now into night watchman territory, you'd imagine. Just 5 overs to go after this one. Tom Helm again, do you think? Martin Anderson going to stick his hand up and say,
no.
I'm not going in at 9 again, folks.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
I want a bit of the I want a bit of the action here. I'll go out at 3.
That's actually a very good point. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, that's a way to. It's only be it's almost like the opposite of the Rayner one, that he was down at 9 and could be grumbling his way out to the middle. How have I ended up at 9? He's Patterson bowls. Forward goes Robson, pushes up to mid-on. There's no run.
Well, that's essentially what Fletcher did at Lords. After getting his 50 at number 11, and there's 1 over left in the day. Can I put him on? Can I go and? Yeah, go on then. And he did a good job and got another 50 the next morning. Certainly the best place to bat, up at the top of the order. Well, again, there's a debate on that, isn't there? You probably want to avoid the quicks and avoid the new ball, don't you? Really?
Patterson. Ooh, Robson. It felt like he went a long way across that. He got a big chunk of the bat on it, though, down to mid-on. But, yeah, you can see the reaction from them all. Not a long way forward, but a long way across. Single taken, 44 for 3.
I think it's fair to say, apart from one that turned sharply from Liam Patterson-White, this pair haven't been troubled at all in these 14 and a bit overs. Be probably an astonishing performance, if not so to win this, certainly by an innings. May well be, if we get a full day in tomorrow, that they have to do some work with the bat if they can get Middlesex out, but it's not looking likely.
That's the hips of Stoneman from around the wicket pattern. It's turned away down to long leg for a single.
So it's not looking likely. It's not looking likely they're going to get any great assistance from the surface. There's no sign of it breaking up. They're going to have to work hard for wickets. Today, Mulaney and co pretty much tried everything. Through the course of a long day, they didn't manage to winkle out the last 6 wickets they needed. To do it again, it's going to be a tall order, I think.
Robson, he's had 45 deliveries so far, and he drives a beautiful shot down the ground from his 46th. Just trapped the bat down on it. Beautifully timed bat pass. Patterson. End of Patterson's second over. None for 12 from 2. Middlesex are 49 without loss, and Robson's on to 28. Stoneman to have strike on 14.
Lovely shot. One of the standout moments of this innings. Glorious to see a straight drive executed like that. So we've got a pile of helmets being transferred by Tom Moores from the far end to this end. 49 without loss. Patterson White 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 1. So Moores dons one of the helmets. Passes 1 to Hasiba Mead at short leg, 1 to Ben Slater close in there at very short extra cover. He feels it now. Silly point. Well, it's not silly point, as it is in front of the wicket on the offside. 4 overs to go after this one. 29 deliveries. Middlesex will be ticking them off here. Patterson White bowls. Stoneman a little push into the offside, into the space. No reason why they shouldn't take the runs that are on offer, and that's precisely what they do, and that'll bring up the 50 partnership. 50 without loss for the opening wicket here.
Yeah, I always struggle with that one because some people call it silly mid-off, but silly mid-off for me is the position just at the end of the bowler's follow through, and he turns around silly mid-off, doesn't he? It's there for the drive.
Patterson White to the right-handed Robson, who defends it and then holds the pose just in case there's a photographer on the ground wants to get a snap of that.
So on the other side you'd have a forward short leg, wouldn't it? It'd be short leg, forward short leg, but you have a silly point or a bat pad on the offside.
Next delivery is pushed out on the leg side.
It's usually what I bail myself out with, bat pad on the offside, because I don't like calling it silly mid-off as some do. Because I think silly, for me, if anyone says silly mid-off and I'm listening, it immediately goes to the fielder 2/3 of the way up the track looking for a mistimed drive.
Next delivery pushed out again by Robson, who went deep into his crease to defend that one. Very nearly through the 16th over of the innings. 50 without loss.
Silly cover, silly extra cover.
Next ball tossed up there, full toss, and whipped away through the leg side for 4. No protection out there, so that was a real invitation for Sam Robson to help himself to a boundary, and played it away nicely. 54 without loss.
A short and silly extra cover. It's a long day, isn't it? 4 overs to go, don't worry Dave, you're nearly there.
We're nearly there, but there's going to be a brief interlude whilst Robson and Stoneman receive replacement gloves and towel off and have a little drink. It's good to see the umpiring in the last championship match at Great Road against Leicestershire. They kept shooing off the 12 men on the last day.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Go on, you came on an over ago. Go on, get off. Get
Brilliant.
off. Get off.
Brilliant.
Get yourself off. Skedaddle. Get off my land.
Good to see.
At the close of play today, we're going to get, in fact, Ben Slater, but we are going to get Tom Moores today. He's going to be with Aaron on the boundary edge. So those of you watching the live stream, if you continue watching just after Kevin and I say good night and all the other good stuff, if you stick around, leave the pictures on, just as soon as Tom Moores can maybe take off his gloves and dump his gear, he'll come back and have a natter with Aaron on the day's play. So some first-hand reaction from the middle on from Tom Moores on how the day's gone from his perspective. So we're going to get some Ben Slater, who bowled a couple of overs in the first innings, 1 for 1. It did seem as if he was awarded a fairly generous wicket, as Max Holden certainly felt he hadn't hit it, and so too did Kevin Hand.
Here goes Slater, right arm around the wicket, slip in place, he drops short and that's punched off the back foot by Slater. The sweeper on the cover boundary, single taken.
Not sure about this bowling with glasses on. We had this conversation with Kirsty Gordon over the first 2 days. England international spin bowler, so she always bowls with her glasses on.
Does it irk you even more if it's a part-time spinner that bowls with glasses?
I think it does, yeah. Do it if you're doing it, do it properly.
You accept a frontline spinner doing it with glasses, but a part-time spinner,
if he wears glasses normally, but It's just lazy. You're taking your cap off, take your glasses off as well.
This one's turned backward square on the leg side by Robson for a single, moves to 33. That was one of the theories with Devon Malcolm, wasn't it? Because apparently off the field he needed glasses all the time, but he never played with contact lenses in. He said, well, Dave, if you put contact lenses in, you might have a better chance.
Seen quite a lot, actually. He's done quite a few games as a match referee for Notts.
This ball dropped short from Slater on the back foot, Stone pushes back. Funnily enough, I haven't seen him with glasses doing that, so maybe he does wear the contact lenses nowadays, but never did when he was bowling. Because he used to bat with glasses, didn't he, Devon Malcolm? I'm sure I remember at the time those points being made as there's lots of flying. It's down the leg side and it shoots away. Skipping across was Moores behind the stump, trying to just create a barrier with both pads really, rather than going it with the gloves. 4 runs. Buys it is. 60 without loss. Middlesex trail by 115.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Tom Moores. That one just slung down the leg side. It's worth a try though.
Balls around the wicket, bowls. Forward defence from Stoneman, back up the track, 60 without loss. Were it later in the season, I guess there could be a point where we'd be saying tomorrow, I wonder will they set up a game? But not at this stage of the season.
I don't think so.
I don't think it would be particularly in the interest of either side either. Slater drops short and Stoneman cuts to cover. There's no run. I suppose if Nottinghamshire were to win, then they're pretty much there for one of the top 2 at least. If not top spot itself, they push themselves well clear of Middlesex. If Middlesex were to win, then all of a sudden they'd be back on top. So I suppose there's incentive there in those senses, but I don't see really. I think probably the defeats to the opponent would be more damaging than the risk.
Well, the situation we're in here wouldn't set anything up because they're still very handily in front.
But if it were later in the season, would it be possible to reach a point tomorrow where one of the captains knocked on the other door as his Addison White bowls and Robson pushes away into the offside? Now, and this year over. Sorry, what am I doing? 60 without loss.
I'm not sure.
But not at this stage of the season. Certainly not at this stage of the game. No.
So Patterson White bowling to Sam Robson. 17 legal deliveries left in the day, or a maximum of 17 legal deliveries. Bowls, Robson just happy to block it.
It's Neil Smith, second 11 scorer, says watching the feed and listening to the commentary from Trent Bridge after work, very impressed with the commentators having to cope with Patterson, and one team with Holden and Holman on the other side.
And Peter's son keeping wicket.
Yeah. Oh, what's happening in England Ireland? Apparently that's a trend in now. England India, sorry.
Lyndon James has gone in now at or bat pad on the offside, we're calling it, and this is pushed back to Patterson White.
Sterlo's doing Sterlo things. 71 without loss after 5, Ireland.
60 without loss. Next delivery on its way, pushed out onto the offside. You've absolutely got me there. Why is there an international on at the moment?
Yeah, Sterling has 40. Balbirnie 40 from, goodness me, 40 from 15 deliveries. Sterling. Balbirnie has 25 from 17. Ireland 71 without loss after 5.1 now, chasing 226.
Next delivery is pushed back to the bowler. England Ireland.
India Ireland. Got the runs for India. 104 for Huda at 3.
Sam Robson has 33. He's on strike. Oh, edged low down. Now then, don't think it carried to Stephen Mullaney, although 1 or 2 hands up in the air. Single taken by Robson. Edge. We'll have a look at the replay here. I'm afraid, same as you watching the live stream, we'll need this just to help us a little bit. Oh, it was low down, wasn't it? Almost on the half volley for Stephen Mullaney, who was on his way up. Checking his hand and looking at his knuckle there. Don't think it carried on the full. Guess we'll never know, but very low down. Would have been a great moment for Notts. But it wasn't to be. Here's Slater.
Bowls now, and Robson turns out to deep mid-wicket for a single, moves to 35, 62 for no wicket. 11 balls remain of day 3, 113 behind Middlesex following on. 376 and forced to follow on. They can feel a little rough with that, can't they? But they just let the scoring rate get out of control at times in that Notts innings, didn't they? 5-5-1 for 8. As this is short and cut hard by Stoneman to cover. As he was cutting it so straight, I was worried for a moment that he'd cut it in the air, but there was no great excitement out there, although they have brought in a short extra cover now in Hamid. So clearly they like that as well. Slater bowls and a lovely flighted delivery under the nose of Stoneman, who rocks his weight forward right over the top of it, kills the ball to the offside. Hamid is indeed the fielder. 3 to go from the Radcliffe Road end today as Stoneman pushes back once more to Slater. And
I think it was actually about 7 o'clock when we finished last night about this time.
Aye.
Because I can remember Radio Nottingham saying, well, we'll leave it till after the news, we'll do an update after the news.
Flatter one, Stoneman backs up and pushes into the offside, no run. 62 for no wicket.
So 104 overs will have been squeezed in.
Last ball from Slater from the Radcliffe Road end, and he darts one through outside off, left alone by Stoneman. 1 to go on day 3, 62 without loss, 113 the deficit following on, and Stoneman 16, Robson 35. And well, we've had 2 Hamid centuries in the fixtures between these. Robson may well be eyeing up a second innings century as he got at Lords to defy Nottinghamshire.
So the day began with Middlesex 106 for 4 in their first innings, 445 behind. They were immediately reduced to 106 for 5. Tom Helm's first ball of the morning started the second over. LBW to James Pattinson for naught. As Patterson White bowls, this is cut away for a single by Robson, moves to 36, 63 without loss. There was a lengthy partnership then of 142 between Max Holden and John Simpson, the 2 left-handers, both close to 100, both fell short. Holden out, caught Stephen Mullaney, bowled Ben Slater for 86, that was in the 79th over. Some debate, some difference of opinions to whether he hit it or not, but given out in the 1 over bowled, or the first over of 2 bowled by the part-time spinner Ben Slater. Holden out for 86, 248 for 6, became 321 for 7 after tea when John Simpson edged Pattinson to Clark at slip. This one's through to Moores, 3 balls left in the over. 321 for 7 became 360 for 8 when Luke Holman, having just passed his 50, couldn't resist taking on Dane Patterson, hooked him out to Lyndon James at deep backward square for 52. 360 for 8. This one's run down to third man, or short third to Fletcher, no run. 364 for 9 when Toby Rowland-Jones was LBW to Dane Patterson, and last out Martin Anderson. He was left with Tim Murtagh, tried to get the 30 or 40 that Middlesex needed to avoid the follow-on. It didn't happen as Anderson skied the ball to Stephen Mullaney off Pattinson out for 36. Stoneman defends this one. 376 all out meant that Middlesex, 175 behind, were asked to follow on, and they've managed to ease their way through these 20 overs, the last of which is not bowled now because Patterson White just hung on to the ball. 63 without loss. So Sam Robson 36 not out at the non-striker's end. Mark Stoneman left in his wake on 16, but blocks this one, and that will be the full ration for the third day. Middlesex 63 without loss. They still trail by 112, but as we've seen, incredibly difficult to get wickets on here. The draw, whatever the weather tomorrow, seems very much the likeliest outcome. But that's not to say that an early wicket or two might revive Nottinghamshire hopes. They'll need Stoneman and Robson to go on and build on this encouraging partnership. Play will continue at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Anything to add on what we've seen today?
I think Middlesex have batted really, really well today, and it's a rarity that a side are following on and you go, well, didn't they do well today? Because they did, from 4 down overnight, lost the night watchman early. The danger for Middlesex, of course, is that this innings goes in reverse, that they have a good start with Robson and Stoneman and co, but then where the middle and lower order put up that resistance in the first innings, that perhaps that second innings pressure, the third innings of the match pressure, even with a good start from Stoneman and Robson this evening, and maybe again even tomorrow morning, when that point of pressure comes, that's what we talked about, you just fancy there'll be one final pressure point in this match. When that comes, whether it's these two falling quickly together or a couple more thereafter, will Middlesex be able to put up that same fight through the final day as they did today? But I think what they did today was pretty good, and I have to admit this morning, I didn't think they had it in them, but I did fear the worst for them.
Thank you very much, Kev. Very much enjoyed your company and your commentary today. So too Kevin Howells, and we really enjoyed our couple of guests who popped in during the afternoon session. Former England player Ronnie Irani and the dual sportsman telling us about his career as a Worcestershire cricketer and a Sheffield United Shrewsbury Town footballer, Ted Hemsley. Lovely to spend a little bit of time with them. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. We'll do it all again tomorrow, provided the weather lets us. We'll be back on air just before 11 o'clock. And a further reminder, those of you watching the live stream, if you continue to look at the pictures, I can see Aaron already down on the outfield waiting for Tom. In fact, Tom Moores is sprinting towards him now, so in just a moment you'll be able to hear Tom Moores talking about the day, a day which has seen Middlesex be bowled out for 376, following on 63 behind. Middlesex trail by 112. From the entire commentary team, many thanks. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. Thanks to producer Kirsty and the entire camera crew, and indeed Aaron, who I'll now hand back over to because he's got Tom Moores ready to talk to him.
Okay, thanks to the two Kevins and of course day 4 commentary today. I'm now joined by Tom Moores. Long day in the field there, Tom. 102 overs for you and the rest of the boys. Obviously you're involved in pretty much every ball that gets bowled. How do you assess day 3?
Yeah, I think the lads stuck at it really well. I think it was a good shift from the boys. It's one of the tough days we've had. Putting in bowlers putting their hands up, bowling a lot of overs, trying to keep the energy levels up. But yeah, I thought we stuck at it really well, and to obviously be able to enforce a follow on. On a pitch that's difficult to get. You have to work hard for your wickets. It's not. It's pretty flat. There's a bit of for spin there, but I thought the lads chipped away really well, and yeah, we're in a good position now to it'd be nice to get a couple tonight, but yeah, we'll come back tomorrow. Hopefully, good night's sleep, fresh legs, some good recovery for the boys, and give it a good go tomorrow.
It certainly looks like when you get yourself in as a batter, it looks very, I won't say easy, but comfortable maybe is a good word to use. You mentioned about energy levels. As a wicket keeper, obviously a lot of people look to you to kind of set the energy levels out there. But it looked on like the live stream that everybody still had a smile on their face. There was a little laughing and joking at times as well. Is that what it's about? It's a hard shift, but you've got to keep your energy levels up, and you've got to keep kind of like, just the focus, really, haven't you, in those times?
Yeah, I think you've just got to manage, really well of when to, turn it, dial up and be really on, and then when to, you never go fully off, but to tone it down in between balls. That you've got to manage your energy levels well on a day like that, because it's, it's unrealistic to be up and about all day. It's a long time out there, but yeah, just managing your energy levels. And I think, we always try and, encourage everyone play with a smile, look for opportunities to change the game, look for the half chance. And if you miss an opportunity or something goes not our way, dust yourself off and crack on, and keep backing whoever's bowling. So I thought we did that really well today, and yeah, I thought we stuck at it, and thankfully forced a follow on.
Now, you mentioned basically about the fact that you were able to rotate the bowlers. Is that what's kind of good in this situation, that we do have, Jimmy Patterson, Dane Patterson, Luke Fletcher? We haven't even seen, Mull bowl yet and stuff like that. That when you're chasing 10 wickets, which we are tomorrow, that we can rotate the bowlers and keep it fresh out there as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, to have the luxury of the varied bowlers we have and all offer something a little bit different is great. I thought Liam Patterson-White did a great job, you know, holding one end up there, bowling best part of 40 overs or whatever he bowled.
A lot, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, that allows you to. I thought he could have, you know, deserved maybe a couple more wickets, and he bowled nicely, but you know, today wasn't his day. You know, when it spins, sometimes it just like did too much or something like that. So I think, yeah, he did a great job, which allowed the seamers to keep their legs, you know, as fresh as they could and rotate. And then yeah, we changed it up. You know, Jimmy came for a burst and bowled quickly like he does on a pitch that's not, you know, necessarily giving, you know, gathering pace off the pitch. It's a fairly slow pitch. And yeah, you know, I think everyone else chipped in really well. So yeah, it was a great team effort, and you know, yeah, we'll just come back tomorrow and go again.
Now, it looked at times, I won't keep you too long because I know you've had 102 overs out there, but it looked at times that there was a lot of sort of conversations. Obviously yourself, like I say, you're involved in every ball, but you know, Haas, vice captain, Ben Duckett obviously has that captaincy experience as well, offering your advice to Mull. Is that what's also positive, that everybody's willing to stand up and have their say and try and generate sort of situations that might get that wicket?
Yeah, definitely. I think on a pitch that, you know, is like that one, which you've got to be quite creative with your fields and how you're going to get wickets. It's not necessarily one that it's doing a huge amount. So you've got to, you know, I think different people are always thinking of different ways, you know, little field like moving fielders and field changes and stuff like that, just to try and get the batsman to think you're going to do something slightly different, and different plans. I think, you know, Jimmy used the short ball really well, which got us a couple of wickets, and so did Dane Patterson. So I think just little things like that. I think if someone has an idea, and we've all played, you know, a fairly, you know, large amount of cricket now, I think it's managing that with also respecting that Mull, the captain, doesn't want too much information, because you need to go for a plan and stick with it. So I think if someone comes up with something, we try and, you know, give him it, and then if he wants to go with that, he can, but he's got that option from somebody else. So yeah, I thought he balanced it really well today and used different bowlers and different plans really well. So
I suppose you can never have too much information. It's just down to him
how
what he
you use
uses, doesn't it? Just finally, looking ahead to tomorrow, there's a little bit of weather about, but as Dave Bracegirdle said on commentary, the Reverend Andy Pick always used to say 10 balls.
Yeah.
10 good balls, 10 bad shots. And really, is it that kind of simple? In enforcing the follow-on, it's given us the opportunity to get 10 wickets, and then, you know, trailing by 112 at the moment, Middlesex, but get those 10 wickets and really see how the day pans out. But like you say, rest and recover tonight, come in fresh tomorrow and really attack day 4.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, for us, you know, we wanted to make the positive move of trying to win the game, and we knew it was going to be hard work going, you know, getting the bowlers going again after a big day, and, you know, got to dust yourself off and get straight back out there. So we'll be coming back tomorrow to try and get those 10 wickets first. Obviously, you try and protect the runs where you can, but we look to be positive and try and be attacking and get those wickets and see what's in store. Obviously, the weather we can't control, so that's what we're trying to do. And if we have to chase something down, you know, we've done it before this year. We'll back ourselves, especially at Trent Bridge, to chase anything within reason. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing.
Indeed. Well, go get yourself an ice bath, or just put your feet up, mate. You deserve it. All right. Cheers for joining us. All right. Take it easy, mate. Well done. All right. Thank you to Tom Moores there. So yeah, 102 overs in the field for Notts today on day 3, moving day. Now Middlesex trail by 112 runs. Obviously they're in their second innings. Notts need 10 wickets, and obviously, like I say, Middlesex first job is to get past that 112. There is a little bit of weather about, like I said to Tom, but obviously that's in the lap of the gods. But hopefully you can all join us tomorrow for day 4. We do get some play, and we'll see what result we get at the end. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much for joining us. Now you can say bye-bye. See you tomorrow.